stream. Bada bing, bada boom. And then I'm also going to turn on Twitch. We should be good to go there. And then let me grab our TikTok stream. We'll load up TikTok. Very good. I have to watch that video. I love it when people come on a live stream and they get owned or they just wreck themselves and then they
Yep.
post it on their own channel thinking that they've just like defeated the atheist.
I wonder if that's what we think.
I don't
I wonder
know.
if that's what, or I wonder if that's what they think that we do.
Yeah, you
They
have to,
must.
you certainly have to wonder, like, if every once in a while, if maybe we're behaving in similar manners.
Gotta
Um,
be, right?
are we delusional sometimes as well?
I
It's hard to
mean,
know.
it really is.
That's the problem with
Uh,
people who have like a break with reality is they don't know that they have a break with reality.
that's a good point.
Okay, you're added to TikTok. I'm gonna join up.
Excellent, excellent. I think we're
Now
all
I'm
good to
added to
go.
TikTok. Good. And then, before we get started, hey friends, welcome in. Do me a favor and let us know if the audio is good on both YouTube and TikTok. I suspect it is, but
Probably,
do
yeah.
let us know. People are already
Howdy, howdy.
people are already upset about the hour change last night. I don't blame you.
Well, look, Europe changes, I think a week, like either a week before or a week after. And like Australia, New Zealand, they change, I think, the same time that Europe changes, but they go the other direction.
Oh,
So, well, because of course they do, right? The whole point is
yeah.
to change how much sunlight you get, and so their summer is our winter, which just makes collaborations much, much, much more challenging.
I want to line up a time to go live with one of our friends in Australia so we could do the night sky at the same time
Mm.
and demonstrate the Earth is not flat.
I mean, you should look at the moon at the same time because you'll find that for them it's upside down.
Yeah, you know what? The moon probably is the easiest source to record from a phone, isn't it?
Yeah. The other thing, and like you don't even need to be in the southern hemisphere for this. The other thing is you can just have somebody you're in Ohio, so you would need someone in like
Hmm.
Florida, but just point at the North Star and measure its angle above the horizon.
Hmm.
There should be tools that will let you do this, like augmented reality kind of astronomy type tools, like apps, and you'll find that the distance between you two and the difference in angle will only work on a globe.
Mm. But I don't know because I saw a guy bring a spirit level on a plane once, and the bubble didn't move. So
Well, there you have it.
yeah, I'm certain you only think this because you're part of the cabal.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm actually a 33-degree Jewish Mason. It's a
Oh,
special kind of Mason. Yeah.
damn, that's right. You're a Jewish Mason? Jeez, oh
hmm
Pete.
We have our own Masons. Like a first degree Jewish Mason is like a 33 degree, 33rd degree regular Mason. So like I'm like extra high rank.
Do the building projects have to get more difficult when you're on 30? You have to build them out of like matzo balls. What's the
Matzo
33rd
balls
degree
and
for?
it's primarily matzah, but we use the matzo balls as mortar. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, matzo balls and what's the wafer?
That's matzah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
matzah is the flatbread, and we also use the haroset as the mortar. That's the classic building material.
Nice, nice. Well, listen, friends, we're getting everything up and running. As per usual, um, our friend Ian will be a little bit late, but Ian is on their
Fashionably,
way.
even.
Definitely fashion. Everything Ian does is fashionable. But
It's so true, though.
he Ian is just a unique individual. He has his own style. It's fantastic. Let's grab though. We've got two guests that want to get in, so let's grab our first guest. We're gonna grab Mark from the YouTube queue. Friends, if you want to join, the link on the screen is tiny.cc/UA If you want to join via TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button. We'll pull you into the conversation. If you don't have an account on TikTok and you want to get in, the link is also in the description. You can click on it if you don't want to type it into your browser. So let's bring in Mark and we'll hopefully get some conversation moving here. Give me 1 second to add him to the appropriate scene. I almost just added him to our scene. There we go. Welcome in, Mark. Are you at least 18?
I am. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Excuse my voice. A little late with this hour. I'm certainly not an op deconstructing myself, and I just had one quick question early on in your show, if
Sure.
maybe both of you could speak to it. Um, I struggle with an appeal to authority when I listen to you all, and I definitely admire everyone's education. So really good job staying focused and being able to read really well. I'm not that great at it. So if you could speak on it for a second with the fallacy of appeal to authority when I reference what I learned from both of you, I'd appreciate it if you could give me a second. I feel like I get tongue tied in conversation or bring up some points, and I do feel not well equipped to not believe.
Mm.
And I don't know when I'm supposed to. I don't know when I'm hitting up against the appeal to authority when I use kind of what you've both taught me. So please.
So I think Blitz and I are probably about got the same opinion on this argument, which is if if you're talking about a field that you're not an expert in and your guest is not an expert either, then there's nothing wrong with appealing to expert opinion. I think the danger, and this is what I'll call people out on, because what they'll do is they'll say, "Hey, listen, this one guy said something." Like, they'll be like, "Einstein said something," or they'll say something stupid like Bart Ehrman said something, and that's great. And there's nothing wrong with referencing a scholar. I think the danger is you typically want to go with, as best you can, the opinion that is held by many scholars, the kind of the consensus of the scholarly field, because for any position that you can have, you're going to find a scholar somewhere that will agree with you. I think that's the danger with appealing to people who have actual expertise. But I wouldn't say that appealing to somebody with an expertise is necessarily wrong in the first place, unless you're ignoring the other experts. And we see it a lot, even like when I debate. Sometimes people will say like, "Well, you don't even have authority to tell me what the Bible says." I'm like, "Well, I kind of fucking do. I went to school for it. I'm only one expert though, or I'm not even a fucking expert. I don't even have my PhD. I don't got a master's degree." So like, while I am qualified to do it, typically I always like all of my opinions, despite the fact that I went to school. I know where to go, which expert, which PhD holder to go to that will validate my opinion, and I can show you in the scholarly literature where my opinion is valid. I would never rest just on my education alone to validate my point. I would always appeal to a broader consensus. What do you think, Blitz?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add. The only thing I would say is that generally speaking, so all of the when people say, "Oh, appeal to authority," this is an informal fallacy, which means that you can't use it in a deductive line of reasoning to come to a deductive conclusion. You can't say, you know, you can't say if, if this, if the, if it's raining today, then I will, I don't know, I'll wear my boots. The weatherman said it's raining, therefore I will wear my boots. That's incorrect. That is an actual fallacy, because you are not asserting the thing that must be asserted in order to come to the conclusion. You're asserting that some expert said XYZ thing. However, if you're not trying to make a deductive argument, it is a totally valid thing to do to appeal to people who know what they're talking about. Now, what you shouldn't do, and this is just like for good thinking purposes, what you absolutely shouldn't do is you shouldn't appeal to just Albert Einstein, for example, to talk about like sociology. That doesn't make any sense, right? But if you're going to appeal to, like, if you appeal to Einstein for something about special relativity, that's fine. If you're going to appeal to, if you appeal to, Stephen Hawking about black holes, that's fine. If you appeal to Jane Goodall for something about primates, that's fine, right? Like that's appeal to expertise, not appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is when you use the social role of authority from someone to justify some view that you're holding. Appeal to expertise is just when you are appealing to the expertise of someone to give you correct information, and that's just good epistemology.
I appreciate both of you. I struggle with saying something that I'm not
Oh,
an
hold on.
expert
I
in,
think
and I
Mark's
was just
connection cut out. Let me add him back to scene number 2. Say that again, Mark.
I'm sorry. I struggle with an appeal to authority because I feel like I need to be as well versed as everyone. And I find that people I speak to aren't as also well versed, but I don't feel comfortable enough without being studied as you guys are to actually say something with a gravitas. And I struggle with it. And I don't believe as much as I used to. And I'm trying to, how do I say it? Stand on what you both know to some degree, and I feel somewhat of a farce when I do it because I haven't been as learned, and that's what I struggle with. And you can
So,
always drop me if you wish.
so, in what contexts are these appeals to, other outside knowledge coming up? Are they like just in casual conversations with friends, or?
Yeah, that's a great question. It is casual conversation, and it's something we all learned from Justin. We have a few. And Blitz, I'm sorry I don't have as many,
It's
and
okay.
I will get to know some of yours, but baby paste or no fallacies, or I'm trying to read
But
at
are these
least.
like in like on debate live streams, or are they just like in
No,
real
no,
life with
not at
random
all, not
people?
at all. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. No, random people in just casual discussion. I find that a lot of my theist friends
Okay.
push something on me or say something more than I need to hear. And I just try to respond in kind, not being an expert, of course, just trying to respond on my thoughts or my beliefs based on some of the logical things I've heard from you guys.
Well, I wouldn't really worry about feeling bad about appeal to authority in just like a casual conversation. Because like you're not trying to win. It's just like a normal conversation with like friends or whatever. And if you just say, yeah, like, I was watching this thing and, a guy who has a master's in this or a guy who has a PhD in this, he said this thing. And like that seemed believable to me. That's a normal thing to say in like a normal conversation. I don't think that you need to worry about giving informal logical fallacies when you're just talking with friends.
I appreciate it. That's actually very helpful. And just saying something to that degree would just make my statement a little bit more clear to them. And I do appreciate it. That's actually extremely helpful.
I'm
Yeah,
glad.
sure thing. Glad to help, buddy. Best of luck to you.
Thanks,
Hmm.
guys.
Take
Keep it
care.
up, and I really appreciate it. Thanks for your
Absolutely.
education and sharing it with us.
Cheers, man. All right. We've got some people loading up in the box. We've got even more Christians in the TikTok chat that might want to join up. There's one but goes by the name I know scriptures you don't, which I'd be
What
curious
a
to know
name.
which scriptures you know that we don't.
There are
Sounds
two guests in the guest box on YouTube or on
yeah.
TikTok.
So let's do this.
So
Matthew came in first. So I'm going to grab Matthew Red, and then we'll
sure.
grab user 67205429303134 after that.
You guys hear
Welcome in,
me?
Matthew.
What's up?
Matthew, are
Not a
you
whole
at least
lot.
18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Awesome. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I do. I believe in God.
Okay. Any
Are you a
particular God?
Christian, Muslim, Hindu?
I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
You've got
That's
kind of a
helpful.
weird echo coming from your device.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me hold on.
Uh-huh.
I think I gotta swipe out of the app.
Yeah, it does
Let me
kind of
see.
sound weird.
How about now? Let me lower down
All
my
right,
phone.
see what it sounds like now. It seems to be better.
Yeah, it's still there a little bit, but it is
Okay.
definitely better.
Also, if you turn the volume down
All
on
right.
your phone, it seems to help. It seems like this is kind of a newer TikTok glitch, but usually turning the volume down just a little bit is better. Makes it easier.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it maybe just be my phone. I think my phone's too loud.
You're fine. I mean, it's totally audible, totally understandable, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Right. So, Matthew, what do you think would be the best evidence or argument for your God existing?
Um, would you want to go premise for premise?
If you got one, if you have a syllogism, that'd be great.
Yeah, we're not opposed to syllogism. In
All
fact,
right,
give
so
me a
yeah,
second. I'll open my notepad up.
Yeah, I just did.
okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so yeah, would you like me to like just tell you the premises, or do you want justifications on the premises too, or
Well,
just save that
let's
for
go through the
later?
premises and then we'll talk about them. How about that?
All right, so yeah, premise one, something exists.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, or particles, or atoms, or physical
Sure.
things, or contingent things.
Uh-huh.
What's
So yeah,
premise
something
two?
absolute nothing. Absolute nothing is impossible.
Oh, Matt, we
And-
talked recently.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just got confused last time.
I don't know if we got confused, but nevertheless, let's go ahead and do the syllogism.
What's premise three?
So yeah, so would you like the definition of what I mean by nothing? Or
Nah.
Well,
I think
we can talk about it. I just give us the list of premises and then
Okay.
we'll talk.
All right, three would be there is a necessary foundation.
A necessary foundation of something.
yeah, so mean the
It just sounds like it's an incomplete
deconstruction
sentence.
guide.
What'd you say?
It just sounds like it's an incomplete sentence because you're not telling us what it's a foundation of.
Yeah, so me and deconstruction don't get to the conclusion. We'll just both agree that it was the universe last time.
So like of everything, something like that, or of the universe.
Well, he agreed that the universe is eternal and it was always there.
Yeah.
So okay, so
But so what I was saying is that it doesn't really matter what that something that
necessary
was always
foundation
there
for?
is. The conclusion remains the same.
so
okay, what's the next
Blitz,
premise?
this is
So what's
actually
the
kind
argument?
of a long, messy syllogism, so we'll let him
It,
get
it
it
would
out.
be it would be absolute nothing
Yeah,
is
please.
impossible. Oh no. It would be something cannot arise.
From absolute nothing. Which I think would be premise three actually.
Okay, so then what was premise? Okay, so then what was the there is a necessary foundation?
That was P3.
Is that premise? Oh, he's changing the order now.
Yeah, I got P1, something exists. P2, absolute nothing is impossible. P3, there is a necessary foundation. And P4, something cannot arise from nothing. I feel like P3 and P4 should be switched.
Yeah, that's what I said just now too.
Okay, so then what's
I
next?
think I got mixed up because I was looking at it.
I think I said the wrong one at first.
All right, what's next?
So we got P4. It would be contingent reality depends on it.
Depends
That's
on what.
P5.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to ask if you guys wanted me to justify and help me
I'm not asking
understand
for
while we go on. But
justification. I'm not asking for justification. I'm just asking for clarification. What is it referring to?
yeah.
The foundation, right?
Well, yeah. So
Is it depending on the foundation?
so what dependent things? So here's
You
what
said
I'm going to
contingent
ask you.
reality. Look, I'm not asking for
Yeah, do you
justification.
think something is-
I'm just asking for you to not use pronouns. You said contingent reality depends on it. What is it referring to? Is it the necessary foundation?
Yeah.
Okay, so contingent reality depends on.
Oh,
the
my bad. I
necessary
thought you was
foundation.
asking me what the necessary foundation was. My bad.
No. I just wanted to know because he said contingent reality depends on it. Okay, what's P6?
Oh yeah, my bad.
It's funny, we had this
Alright, so
exact
yeah,
same
premise-
conversation last time I talked to Matthew, and it took a bit to figure out what the antecedent of it was. But P6?
The necessary foundation is conscious.
Okay, that's P7.
Okay. So yeah, this is like I have a lot. I'm gonna be honest. There's gonna be too many premises, so
We'll just keep it to these ones because this is what it's based off of. It's grounded
Okay,
on.
so
I
then
mean,
do you have a conclusion here?
yeah, it would be P6.
P6
it
is
would
the
be
conclusion?
P6. Yeah.
Yeah. why
What
did that-
Oh, boy.
inference rule are you using? What
This
inference
is
rule are you
wild.
using here?
Guys, this guy can't be serious. Why are you laughing?
Because I did that last time. It was just funny. I was fun to do it again.
Did what last time?
Oh boy.
We put the conclusion as a premise.
So what inference rule is this following?
So, yeah. This argument is just grounded on existence,
I mean,
consciousness,
like
logical
as it
necessity.
stands, this argument's not even valid.
Right. Nothing in these premises.
Wait, what do you mean? I haven't even given an argument.
The conclusion doesn't
you
follow
gave
any
five-
of these
So
premises.
basically, well,
You
yeah,
gave
we haven't
five
even.
premises and then a conclusion. The
talked about
conclusion does
anything
not
yet.
follow from the premises.
Well,
So-
I haven't even explained anything yet
Well, just
for you
to
to
be
understand
clear,
the premises
what we're saying
and why
is,
they're there.
even if every one of these premises were true, the conclusion still wouldn't follow.
Well, yeah, the conclusion can't follow because I haven't told you anything
Then
to
it's
come
not
to
a
a
valid
saying,
conclusion.
argument.
We need an argument
yeah.
where if all the premises are true,
Well, yeah,
the
I'm just gonna
conclusion
ask. Well,
would have to be also correct.
okay. Well, let me ask, Doctor. Do you think something right now exists?
I do.
Sure.
Okay. Do you think absolute nothing is impossible? Like no properties, no potential, no capacity,
Sure.
no space, no time, no structure, no laws.
That
Okay.
seems to be the case.
So, time and space need each other to exist, right?
No, not
That-
necessarily.
Yeah, that's not the same.
Well, they exist interdependent, right?
In
Interdependently.
our universe, they do. There's nothing saying that like that space requires time and time requires space, right? It happens to be the case that like at our present moment, space and time are intertwined, but that's not like a necessary truth.
Okay, so are you saying space
But
and time are two
look,
objects?
it sounds like what you want to do. It sounds like what you're trying to do is you're trying to get us to agree to all of the premises. And let's just say for a moment that we grant every single premise is true. How does that mean that the conclusion follows?
So what I'm going to try to bring up is that, do you think that there is something independent that is independent alone and not dependent on anything?
Suppose that we grant that. How do you get to the conclusion that the necessary foundation is conscious?
So, yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say right now is everything that exists now wouldn't be able to exist without that something that was independent.
Well, look,
Of
we're just
everything.
granting, for the sake of argument, that there is something that is independent of everything. It's a necessary foundation. Contingent reality depends on the necessary foundation. We're just granting all of
Let's
this.
say the necessary
How do you-
foundation is the
How,
universe.
how do you get to the necessary foundation is conscious?
So is the universe everything?
Why can't you answer my
In,
question?
like inside of it? Is the universe
Why
everything
can't you
inside
just
of it?
answer my question rather
The
than
universe
asking
is the
another
universe,
question?
right? Because the apps,
you-
the foundation is
Can you
the
answer my
universe.
question?
What is your
Can you
question?
answer my question? How are you concluding from this argument that the necessary foundation is conscious?
So yeah, I'm concluding this because everything within the necessary foundation, which is the universe, would just be the universe, and inside of the universe, there are chemicals, which those chemicals are still the universe, and these chemicals are able to allow us to process consciousness through chemical reactions.
You're making a part-whole fallacy here.
Yeah.
Namely, that just because there are parts of a thing that have a certain property, that doesn't follow that the whole thing has that property.
No, I'm not saying that the whole thing has that property, but here's what I'm trying to say, that
The whole
that
thing is the necessary foundation, is it not?
yeah, so basically, so are you
So
saying
you are
something
saying
comes
the
from
whole
something?
thing
Yes.
has that property.
So something comes from something, right?
Why are you not answering my question?
What is your question?
Why are you asserting that the necessary foundation, in this case, you're positing that the necessary foundation is the universe. Why are you asserting that the universe is conscious merely because there are conscious things within the universe or part of the universe?
So yeah, here's what I'm trying to ask you. So brains are contingent, right?
Sure, suppose that that's true.
Okay, so let me ask you. I talked to this other guy, Deconstruction Zone, I think like 3 days ago, and he said that the universe is the chemicals. He said that everything in the universe is the universe. So the universe is the universe, right?
Yeah. What I'm saying
Sure,
is
you
when
can
I
say that.
use the word universe, the universe.
So what I'm
just
trying to
means
say is like,
all that exists within reality.
would any of these things exist without the universe?
No,
I
but
don't see how
neither
that's
would the
related.
universe.
Kind of course not. But look,
Well,
what
yeah,
you're
that's
trying to
what.
say
Yeah,
is you're trying to say
so
the universe is conscious, right?
I'm trying to say that the universe
Forms consciousness.
We agree
Okay,
that
but
consciousness
that's not
arises.
that's not what your conclusion is. You say the necessary foundation is conscious.
yes, that wouldn't be my conclusion. That would be helping my conclusion.
Okay, so then why did you call it your conclusion?
So yeah, my conclusion is that the necessary foundation is conscious because, like, we agreed that. Well, me and this deconstruction guy agreed that the necessary foundation is the universe, and the universe is everything that is in it. So
Yep,
what I'm
but
asking
the
you
universe
is,
is not its parts.
do you think all of these particles and atoms and all of this stuff always existed, or do you think like
This is
what do you think?
unrelated to the question of consciousness.
Okay, so
Yeah, what I'm asking
look,
is, do you
I'm
think
trying to keep this
that,
super,
do you
super
think that
linear.
everything
I don't
always
know why
was
you're
like?
struggling with this. I don't understand why you're struggling with this. You're making the claim that the universe is conscious. True or false?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. How are you coming to that conclusion?
Well, yeah. So what I'm asking is, also I just want to say that Deconstruction Zone calls the foundation. He believes that the universe is
I don't
all
care what Justin
is
thinks.
necessary.
I'm
necessary
asking
for
you how
reality. So
you're
that's
coming
what,
to that conclusion. Love you, Justin, but
yeah,
this is
yeah.
irrelevant. Like, I'm asking how are you coming to the conclusion
Yeah, I'm coming to this
that the
conclusion because,
universe
like,
is
basically what I'm
conscious?
trying to tell you is, yeah, I'm trying to understand something with you, but you don't want to answer the question,
I've been asking
which
you
I don't
this
know
question.
why.
You haven't answered it once. I've been asking it to you for 5 minutes
Yeah,
now.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to help you understand how I came to this conclusion, okay? But you just want
So just
you
answer
just
the
want to keep
question rather than
making me
asking me
say,
questions.
yeah. So
Answer it
do
without
you think
asking
that
additional
something?
questions.
Yeah, do you think something always has to come from something,
My
or
views
do
on
you
the
do you
matter are
think?
completely unrelated to how you are coming to this conclusion. You understand that, right?
I'm trying to
Whether or
help
not
you
I know
understand
whether
the conclusion.
I don't need your help. I just want you to tell me how you're concluding that the universe is conscious.
So yeah, the universe is
How are you
everything,
concluding
right?
it? Not me. How are you concluding it? Yep, the universe is everything, sure.
Okay, yeah. So
So
yes,
how
the
are you concluding
universe
that
is
the universe
everything
is conscious?
because the universe was able to form it.
Okay. That it doesn't
Do
follow
you
that
think
the universe
consciousness
is
always
conscious.
existed?
It
Did
doesn't
consciousness always
follow.
exist?
I don't think so.
Did
It
brains
doesn't
always
follow that
exist, actually, is what
because
I mean to say.
it doesn't follow that because the universe gave rise to consciousness,
Wait,
that
do
the
you think
universe
consciousness
itself
does
is
exist?
conscious. Sure. You're not addressing what I'm saying.
Consciousness exists?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Just because the universe can give rise to some property A does not mean that
Wait,
the
is
universe
consciousness a
has
thing
the
or a
property
process?
A. Can you answer my can you address what I'm saying?
Okay,
Matt,
yeah.
but
So you're
we
saying
gotta
that just
we gotta get you to focus, okay? Just try to actually
yeah,
engage
I
in the
understand what he said.
conversation.
Just because the universe has that doesn't mean it's the whole.
So you're trying to say it's
I
not
said
completely
no, that's not
identical
what I
to this,
said.
but it,
That's not what I said. What I said is just because the universe gives rise to something with property A doesn't mean the universe itself has property A. Right? This is a part whole fallacy.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say right now is, like, do you know what the infinite regress is?
Oh, for goodness
Yes,
sake.
it seems unrelated.
Okay,
Are
so
you
yeah,
so are you trying to make a part whole relation here that that because the universe gave rise to consciousness, therefore the universe is conscious? Is that the claim that you're trying to make?
I'm saying that the consciousness would not exist without the universe. It's only possible because of the
That's fine.
universe.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean the
So
universe is conscious.
consciousness. So what I'm trying to ask you is, I don't really understand what we're getting confused on right now.
I think you're confused.
What are we confused about?
You're confused.
Why is it not
about...
conscious?
Okay.
Because we just now agreed that it is everything within it, right?
Are there apples
Like the
in
chemicals
apple
and stuff like
pie?
that.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Okay. Are apple pies apple?
Yes.
No. Apple pies are pies.
You heard it here first, folks. Apple pies are apples.
Okay. All right.
No, apple pies aren't apples.
Okay. So then why did you say that they are?
Well, I mean, apple pies are just like apples with like pie. So it's like apple
Right.
and
So an
pie.
apple pie. Look. Okay. So
Yeah.
perhaps here's a good question. Maybe
But they're
I
all
can
the same
rephrase
thing,
this.
right?
So
Nope.
Technically.
so human blood is red.
Just
right?
particles.
At least like it's reddish.
What an apple? Yeah, it's red.
No. Human blood. Human blood is red, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that humans are red?
Yeah, some are red, like not completely red, but they have red.
Right. They have red in it. They have red in them. But it wouldn't be. But if I said, "Hey, you're red," that would be incorrect, right?
Well, I mean, like, what do you mean, like completely red?
I just mean that you have the property of red, of redness.
Yeah. That wouldn't mean that I am all red. I am red, right?
Okay,
that
so
would
then
just
we're
mean
just
that one of
confused
my
about what
parts are red.
predicates mean.
But, so yeah,
Okay,
one of
so-
my parts would be red, right?
Yeah,
There we
one of your parts
go.
is red, but does that mean that
Parts.
you yourself are red? In your entirety, that you as a whole are red.
Not as a whole, but I am
Right.
red.
So then,
right?
so similarly, the universe, one of the parts of the universe has consciousness, but the universe as a whole does not have consciousness.
Right. I understand that. I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay.
That's
But
that's
you
what I
said
said.
the
But then you
universe
said
has
that you said that's what
conscious,
you wasn't
or the
saying
universe
though. You
is
said you
conscious.
wasn't saying that earlier.
You said the universe is
Yeah, I
conscious,
literally-
which means that the universe has consciousness, like as a whole.
Yeah, I know
Unless
that you were
didn't
saying
mean
that, but earlier. No, no, I didn't say that. I said that you said that just because consciousness arises from the universe doesn't mean that it has consciousness just because like one of its own properties is
One of its parts.
forming consciousness. So
Just
yeah,
because
so
one of its parts has consciousness doesn't mean the whole thing does.
Oh, so one of its parts has consciousness, but not the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a part-whole fallacy if you assert otherwise.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is just because consciousness exists doesn't mean that everything that the universe is also has consciousness.
Right.
So the universe does have a part that is conscious.
Yeah, absolutely. People are conscious.
Okay, so the universe is.
I mean, we can think.
So the
we
universe
can think of
is
this kind of like.
conscious because of
we can-
us.
I wouldn't say the universe is conscious. Like we can think of it kind of.
Are
zoomed in.
we conscious because of the universe, or is the universe conscious because of us?
The universe is not conscious.
I'm not sure that that either of those are correct. I don't think that there's a because here. I don't think it's like a causal relation. It's more of a grounding relation. But we can kind of like zoom in a little bit. Like we're conscious, but we wouldn't say that like the Earth is conscious, even though we're like part of like the Earth system, right?
Well, no, we're not actually like we don't actually like relate to Earth. We're our own being.
I mean we're like okay, so the Earth system, we are in the Earth.
We depend
system.
on Earth to
We're
survive.
part of the, we are
Yes.
part of the Earth system, right?
Yeah, we're dependent on the Earth, but we aren't.
Okay,
the Earth.
but we wouldn't say that the Earth system itself is conscious.
Well, no, I'm not trying to say that the Earth could be conscious because we are on the Earth. What I'm trying to say is just because the Earth is able to arise consciousness, what I'm trying to say is that what was able to form the Earth that made consciousness possible.
Sorry, one more time.
So what makes the Earth? The universe?
Gravity.
Gravity and stardust.
Gravity. Yeah.
So yeah, all these things are just the universe, right?
Parts
No.
of the universe.
Parts.
Yes. Okay, so like you're trying to say like they can't exist without each other? It's just like
The part, it depends on your view on priority as far as pluralism versus modism. You could say that the part depends on the whole, or you could say that the whole depends on the part. That's like a question
the
of
whole depends
ontology.
on the part.
Yeah, it just depends on which way you lean, ontologically speaking. I tend to lean towards
I think the part depends on the
priority
whole.
modism.
So you think that the part depends on the whole?
Yeah,
Okay.
at least as far as the universe is
Yeah, that's
concerned.
what
But
I
look,
think too. So yeah, I do think that there is something
wait a
that is
minute.
independent. Everything is dependent on it.
So just to be clear, like, how does this get us to a god?
So yeah, we just now agreed
He
that
thinks
something is independent, right?
he's going to say that the
Well, I mean, we
necessary
granted that for the sake of
foundation is
argument.
conscious, and
Yeah,
only
yeah.
God
So
could
okay,
be
now
a
that we know
conscious
that there was
necessary
some,
foundation.
Do you think there was a point in time where there was nothing but this independent something because it didn't need anything for its existence, right?
I don't think there was ever a moment of time where the universe didn't exist.
In fact, you agreed
Yeah,
to
so
that
there
too,
was-
Matthew, which is why we ended the conversation last time. Is we agreed at the beginning of the syllogism that the universe always existed, and then when you tried to assert your conclusion would entail that the universe once didn't exist.
no, according to how we changed the wording of the conclusion, it would just be that the universe is actually conscious,
It's not.
which would just be it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the eternal thing is, as long as we know that something eternal was capable of forming everything as we know it now.
No, it didn't get formed. It didn't come into existence because the universe always existed, is what I said.
No, it got formed. It didn't come into existence.
Okay,
It didn't just
if the
pop up, right?
If the universe always existed, that means there's no need for you to assert that there's a conscious being that created it.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, all this stuff didn't just come into existence, right? So something was there and then it made something, and so
No.
was those two
If the
somethings
universe
identical
what
or
you mean by
always
different?
made.
existed, then it
I
didn't
don't know what
get
you mean
made.
by made.
Let's say we have a 2, right? Okay, we have a 2. And then I got this analogy from one of your guys' friends yesterday. So like let's say there's a 2, then there's just
I
a
heard this
2, right?
conversation. This was with Ian.
Yeah.
This is about the
So, like,
2
let's say you
versus
have a
singleton
2.
2. Look, it's sort of irrelevant for the point that we and you are trying to make. The point is merely that you are trying to assert that the fundamental foundation, the necessary foundation for reality, is conscious. If we grant everything about the argument that you offered, then we come to the same conclusion that there is a fundamental or a necessary foundation, but there's just no way to derive consciousness from the argument that you offered. So like we can grant everything. We can say that there is a necessary foundation. We can grant that something can't come from nothing. We can grant that there exists something. We can grant that all of that stuff, and we get that. Yeah, okay. There's a necessary foundation. How do you then get to the consciousness bit?
So yeah, what I'm trying to say is like,
Do you think that there was something that was independent on everything
We've already
and
granted
not
all of that.
dependent?
right?
We've
So
already
yeah,
granted all
so
of
there
that.
was okay. So yeah, this thing is independent, right? Okay, so
What thing is independent?
I'm just confused on
Whatever the necessary
I've been trying
foundation
to
is
ask you this
independent.
question.
We've granted that.
Yeah, I've been trying to ask this question now. So, you think that something came from something or no?
No.
I don't understand what the question means. Yes, some things come from some other things.
Okay, so yeah, So yeah, okay. So something needs to come from something, right?
So when something is made, when something is new, then it came from something else. Sure.
Okay, so listen. So now, everything that it is now, right? Everything that it wasn't always a thing, right? Like mainly consciousness, right? It was all these things was not a thing.
Was there a time when
Do you think it was-
consciousness didn't exist? Most likely.
Okay. So
This still
consciousness
has
didn't
nothing
exist, but
to
now it
do
does.
with your conclusion.
Yeah, so it
So
came
yeah,
from
that's
something.
what I'm
I
trying
would
to
say
say. So
I would
consciousness.
say it evolved.
Yeah.
I would say it came from an evolutionary process. So it wasn't something
Yeah.
coming from
That's
nothing.
what. That's. So do you think that this evolutionary process would even be possible if this necessary foundation wasn't independent?
The necessary foundation. I've already granted that the necessary foundation is independent. I've already granted that.
Yeah.
Matt,
So that's what I'm saying.
are you
So
okay, buddy? Like,
everything
how
that
long
we're
have you
talking right now
been
is
doing
dependent on
these-
something, right?
How long have you been doing these
Listen.
discussions? I don't think this
We
is
know
a
that
good look
everything that
for
we're
you,
talking
my
about
man.
right now is dependent. It's dependent, right? And the only thing it could be
Sure.
dependent on is something that is independent, right?
No, incorrect.
Yes, we've already granted all of this. We've granted all of this. Just for the
Yes,
sake of
so
argument,
yes.
we've granted all of this. How are you getting to the independent thing, the independent necessary foundation, being conscious?
So yeah, all these things depend on this independent thing. So what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
okay. How are you
that
getting to
without
the
this,
independent thing being
without,
conscious?
so yeah, this independent thing was able to form something that was dependent of it, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, we're
No.
asking you what you're trying to say. How did you determine that the independent thing is conscious?
Yes. So it is independent, and there are things
That
that
wasn't a yes or
depend
no
on
question.
it, right? Yes. Yes.
Matthew,
What is
That
your
also
question?
wasn't a yes
Because
or no
now
question.
Matthew, if I ask you what did you use to bake the pie, your answer needs to be fucking oven. If I ask you how did you
Or like
determine
a microwave or something.
Sure.
It can't be
How
yes.
how did you determine that the independent thing is conscious needs to be a tool or a method of how you determined this?
because consciousness depends on it.
That's what you're trying to prove.
Well, no, I mean, we can
Yes,
grant that
but
consciousness depends on this independent thing. That doesn't therefore follow that the independent thing itself is conscious.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that do you think that it could exist without this independent thing?
It can exist without the independent thing being conscious. I don't kind of by what we've granted.
No, do you think that it can
The-
exist without the independent thing, though? That's the thing here.
We've already granted that the independent thing is the necessary foundation, which means that nothing can exist without the necessary foundation. We've already granted that. We've already granted that.
Why do you
We've
keep
already
saying
agreed
that?
Yeah, nothing exists without the necessary foundation. We've already granted that.
Yes. So I know we agree that it's dependent on it. So we both agreed that okay, yeah, it's dependent on this
Yeah,
independent thing.
consciousness
So what I'm
depends on the
saying is
independent thing. Okay, why is the independent thing
yes.
conscious?
So would it exist without this independent thing?
No.
Matthew,
Obviously,
alls we're
So no,
it's
right?
necessary. It's the necessary foundation.
how can
So does-
one
so-
determine
so how
that
can
the
it
necessary
exist? How
foundation is conscious?
So does it just exist, or did it just come into existence because of the independent thing,
Consciousness?
or
Does what just exist? Consciousness?
whatever this other thing is that we're saying? This other thing.
The independent thing? The independent thing is independent.
We're talking about
It's independent and necessary.
dependent things. No, I'm
Okay,
saying
so
the dependent things. That
dependent things depend on the independent thing.
Yeah. So do they only exist because of this independent thing?
By definition, yeah. We've already granted all of that.
Okay. So why is that to be the case?
I don't know. You asserted it. We're just granting it for the sake of argument.
So yeah, I'm trying to understand if
Buddy, you
those
can't
things only
be
exist because
you can't be
of it.
this dumb. All
I'm
we
granting
need,
it. I'm
What did
granting
ha-
your argument.
Listen,
I'm just
Yeah,
trying
that-
to see
that
how
would
your
just-
argument therefore
Wait, I think
implies
you
that
guys
the
just
Matt,
independent
screamed
thing is
froze.
conscious.
just hold on, Matt. This is the only thing
Did you
we
guys
need
scream,
from you.
please?
The only thing we need from
Your
you right
guys'
now
video is frozen, guys.
is an
Yeah,
explanation.
but you can hear us, right?
Yeah, I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
take
That
care
was
of that.
mine.
I'll take care of it. The only thing we need to know right now is how you determine that the independent thing is conscious.
So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the independent thing is capable of consciousness because consciousness depends on it.
Okay, but you realize that that's not a valid inference rule, a valid inference, right? Meaning, if like we can just formalize this. If
Well, it
B
only exists because of
depends
it.
on if B depends on A for B's existence, you can't therefore say whatever property B has, property A must also have, or object A must also have. It just doesn't follow. For example, I mean, I gave you the example of this. Your blood has the property of being entirely red, but that doesn't mean that you are entirely red, even though your blood, being yours, depends on you to exist.
I understand what you, but here's what I'm trying. I don't think you're understanding what I'm trying. I'm saying since consciousness exists and depends on the necessary foundation, that foundation must be in some way conscious or contain the
No.
capacity for consciousness.
What's the justification for that inference?
So, how can I put this for you?
He has no idea. Matthew, I want to explain the problem here. Right now, you've got a necessary foundation, and that necessary foundation essentially is the thing that all things are contingent upon. I could easily say, because of the necessary foundation, we get fucking magnets. Does that mean that the
Well, yeah.
necessary
Here's what I'm trying to say.
foundation?
If the
Hold on,
necessary
Matthew,
foundation
stop.
were utterly,
Stop. We're not doing this for another half hour, okay? So I'm explaining to you the problem with the inference rule that you don't actually have. So if we agree that these magnets only exist because of the necessary foundation, that does not mean that the necessary foundation is magnetic. That just
Or is a
means,
magnet, even.
yeah, that just means that the necessary foundation is somewhere in the causal link between that and these magnets. But that doesn't mean that the foundation is a magnet or that it is magnetic. And that's the problem you have with your argument. You're saying because consciousness arose in some causal chain in relation to the necessary foundation must be conscious. That's not valid.
yeah. What I'm saying, ontologically, cause cannot produce what it lacks, though. It's like that.
Oh,
Makes,
that's a big
Disagree.
claim.
that doesn't.
That's a big claim. And if that's your claim, if that's how you're going for the cause must therefore have consciousness. If it were true that a cause cannot produce what it lacks, sure. But the necessary foundation isn't necessarily a cause, to be clear. It's a foundation. Foundations and causes are different. But even if you grant that the necessary foundation is the cause for everything that exists, it still doesn't follow. Because, for example, like I'll give you an example here. My parents caused me, but the genetic code that I have is not present in either of my parents. Right? So my parents haven't caused
It does.
me.
Wait, consciousness doesn't exist within your parents.
I didn't say anything about consciousness. I said my genetic code. My genetic code is not in either of my parents. So my parents lack my genetic code, and yet my parents caused my genetic code to exist.
Okay, so you have your own like unique genetic code. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there is something new about me that is not present in either of my parents that nonetheless they caused me. So it's just not true that a cause must have the thing that it causes, must have the properties of the things that it causes.
I actually never thought about that.
Wow, that's actually it's actually smart. Actually, let me think about that. Wow, actually, now I'm gonna have to think about that for. So yeah, I'm just gonna go do some research on stuff like that for a second, because that is actually that makes sense.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad it makes sense.
Glad we were to get somewhere with you. I did have one question though. Your TikTok profile, it says that the Bible contains no contradictions.
Does it?
You believe that?
Fascinating.
Yeah, I do believe that.
Sure. You want
I've been doing research on the contradictions and stuff like that. There's a guy who wrote a book. His name's Norman Geisler.
Yeah, I know about Norman Geisler. You want to?
I'm not saying it's. Yeah.
Sure. Do you have a Bible on you, or do you want me to pull it up?
I don't have one on me. But I
Okay.
just want to say, like, I'm not the most knowledgeable guy on the Christian Bible currently. I'm really doing more research on
How
God's
can you say
existence
that it
alone
has no
before I even
contradictions if
conclude.
you're not a very knowledgeable guy on it?
Well, I'm saying that I can't really sit here. I'm not prepared to talk about the Bible right now, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Well, I just want to give you something to chew on. Let's go to Numbers 23:19. This is one of my favorites actually. I'm gonna put it on the screen since you don't have a Bible, and that's fine. Give me just 1 second to pop it up. All right, should be ready in just a second. I got to load the browser, get it the right size. Here we go.
Like off the top of my head, I'm not gonna be like able to answer
Yeah,
all your
don't.
questions.
No, I don't have any questions. So this is an interesting passage. It shows up in 1 Samuel 15 as well. It says, God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. He has promised and will he not do it? He has spoken and will he not fulfill it? The interesting thing is he does change his mind actually, because in Exodus 32:14, he says he's going to murder all of the Israelites because he's so mad at them over the golden calf incident. But then he changed his mind. He says the Lord relented, or the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. And it's actually the same underlying Hebrew word, nacham, in Hebrew, to change one's mind or to relent. It could also mean to be sorrowful, but it's just one word. So does God change his mind or not?
Wait, go back up to the first one.
Yeah. Says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind.
Or a mortal that he should change his mind. He has promised and he will not do it. He has spoken and will be. Yeah, so what is the context behind this?
The context is that God, when he says things, means them and won't change his mind.
Yeah, he needs. So, God is not a human being
Mm-hmm.
that he should lie. So, is that saying that only humans lie? Or mortals change their minds?
It's saying that God doesn't change his mind. Unlike mortals, God won't change his
Well,
mind.
no.
And it seems to be
It is
your
saying that it's saying
worldview
that he is not a human. It's saying he's not a human or a
because if
mortal.
he's all knowing, then he can't change his mind.
Well, yeah, he is all knowing, right? So in a way, like he knows stuff that he's gonna do. Is that what you're trying to say? So he can't change
What
his
I'm
mind on
saying
something that
is
he knows he's
all
gonna
knowing
do.
beings can never change their minds because they can't be wrong about what they know. So all I'm asserting here is that the text says that he doesn't change his mind, where in Exodus 32, he absolutely does change his mind.
And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Yeah.
So he changed his mind about bringing a disaster. So
Yeah.
basically, this thing wouldn't happen without him causing it to happen, right?
Yeah. God said, I'm going to wipe you out. That's verse 10.
So he can change his
And
mind on one of
then-
his own decisions.
And then Moses talks him off the ledge. And then God changes his mind about the
Oh, okay.
disaster.
So okay, yeah, he can't change his own mind on his own decision.
He can't
That's
change
what
his
the book
mind
says.
at all.
Well, no, yeah, he's all knowing. That just would mean that he knows the decisions that he's gonna make. He can't change his mind on the decisions that he makes.
Right.
Is that what you're
So
trying to say?
That's
if
what it
he's
says, yeah.
all knowing, then he
Wait,
can't
why?
change
Wait,
his
why
mind.
can't? Wait, where does it say that he can't change his mind on the decisions he makes?
He can't change his mind at all. It's part of being all knowing. So if you say you're going to do
God
something,
is not human.
hold on.
I actually don't
Or
think it's
immortal.
related to being all knowing. It's just a different extra factor.
It is. But what I'm saying is, because Matthew believes he's all knowing. If God is all knowing and he says he's going to do something, and then he doesn't do it, then only one of two things is true. Either he lied or he changed his mind. And this passage says he doesn't do either.
So he can't. So because he's all knowing, that means he can't change his mind because he always knows it's gonna happen.
Well, the passage just says that he can't change his mind.
Yeah, it says God is not a human being that he should lie. Well, it's not saying that he
Read the
can't.
next.
It's just saying that
Read
he's
the
not
next
like a
phrase.
human.
Read the next phrase.
God doesn't need to lie, or
Read the
a
next
mortal
phrase.
that he should change his
Read
mind.
the next phrase.
Right. So what this is
Yes,
saying is
I
that
just did.
unlike mortals, mortals do change their minds. God is not a mortal, therefore God does not change his mind.
Hmm.
So if God does not change his mind, but then he also does, sounds like there's a contradiction.
Right. We get the same comment in 1 Samuel 15:29. The glory of Israel will not
Well, change his
deceive
mind about what?
or anything.
Anything.
How do we know it's just anything?
Because it doesn't qualify it.
Can you show me that? It's anything.
The
It's
lack
on
of
the
qualification, it's in
screen.
front of your face.
Well, I mean, there's a full chapter of a story.
I know. It says on
Not
2
really.
occasions
We're
that
just-
God will not deceive or change his mind. The reason in your worldview why that
The
would
glory
be
of
the case,
Israel.
that's God. The reason why it would be the case that God can't change his mind in your worldview
No,
is
the
because
glory of God
just
will not
stop
deceive.
for 5 fucking seconds and listen, please. You're gonna drive me insane,
No, it's the
Matthew.
glory of God, bro.
The glory of Israel will not. It's a sentient being. The glory of
That's the
Israel
glory
is
of
a
God.
sentient being. It's God, and it says that it will
The
not
glory of that
deceive or change his mind, which means the glory of Israel is referring to Yahweh, which is why my Bible translation has wisely capitalized the word glory, because we know that this is a reference to the God of Israel. The God of Israel is the glory of Israel. It's reiterating Numbers 23:19. All right. Listen, I didn't think contradictions, like straight contradictions, would be
Oh, I
too much for
understand now.
you.
Let me
And
read.
that's fine.
This
But
is this
I
the
think
same? Is this the
I think
same
we just got to
text?
move on. I don't think
Wait, let me read the
I
same.
don't
Let
think
me
you're
read those texts
actually
again.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. You're not equipped for this, my man. You got to find a better hobby,
Justin,
okay?
Justin, you need the sound effect on the. You need to add the sound effect to the soundboard, where it's like, wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Wait, where'd that come from?
Oh, you don't know that one?
I'll
Let me
find
send you.
it.
Let me send you the file on Discord. It's
Yeah,
so
send
funny.
me the file.
Well, okay, no, it's a long video, but you have to crop it. So, um, we can worry about it later. But
Okay,
it's very
okay.
very funny.
I'll definitely add it to the soundboard. It's not hard at all. I could add it in real time during the live stream.
Yeah, but you'd have to crop it, and you'd have to like know where it is. I mean, I can send you the file, but you'll just have to find the right bit of the file.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. We're gonna grab. I think I 6 or 7 super chats, and then we've got a bunch of people waiting to get in. So we're gonna try to get them in order. User 67 was in here next. So we're
Good.
gonna grab user first. C-Bar, my friend, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. Appreciate that, friend. And Poopman Jones with us. Good to see you as well. Says Bold of Infinity to send a regional manager. Wait, what's ILL?
I love lamp. So by the way, the file I sent you, the audio clip starts at like 2 or 3 seconds in, and then it's done by like 5 seconds in.
I can clip it on Audacity. It's not a problem.
You can also clip it in the TikTok soundboard.
Yeah, you can do that.
You can, that's what I've been doing.
Okay, I've been using my Stream Deck for sound effects because it's easier. I just
Okay.
push the button, but
Press the
I
button,
can
sure.
definitely add it to TikTok Studio so we can all access it. Hey, Side, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super. It says, Justin, love the quarter moon necklace. Are you getting into crystals? Love you guys. Actually, I am leading into some woo-woo because it's fun and because it's going to be a good time to fuck with religious callers when I try to convince
That's
them
funny.
that the woo-woo is equally as powerful as their god. I don't think they can contend with it, to be fair. So, I mean, fucking W crystals. And who doesn't love rocks? They're all part of Doug's universe. So,
True.
Tyler, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Yo, Justin, heard you started watching Vinland Saga. That is true. What you thinking so far? Season 2 is amazing. Can't wait for you to get there." Okay, so I like it a lot. There's a lot I didn't know about the Vikings because I had a Catholic upbringing. But it's been really cool, and I would say the one thing I didn't expect that is happening is Askeladd is really growing on me. I thought he was an asshole at the beginning, and now he's starting to
Wait
come
a minute.
around.
Hold up. You're watching anime now?
Buddy, fucking I'm cooked.
All right. All right. Look, I should I can connect you with my wife. She is very knowledgeable in this field. She will recommend the good stuff.
I do have a an expert in this field that is guiding me, and
Fair enough.
so
Have you
well,
seen Death Note yet?
no,
Have you seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood yet?
nah.
Have you seen Evangelion yet? Evangelion? You have a lot to look forward to, my friend.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. The only thing I've seen is the first like season and a half of Vinland. So was pretty good so far. Hey, Texas Panlander, good to see you. Friend says channel subs are a necessary foundation to enlightenment. Hell yeah. Thank you, Texas. And if you like these types of debates, drop us a follow on TikTok and on YouTube. We're live every Sunday morning, and we're out here doing the debate tours. Let's make it happen. Dr. Fudge says, don't microwave pies, Blitz disavow. In fact, I was a little bit concerned when Blitz said microwave for pies. Maybe only reheating.
Like, I'm not here to judge how you make pies. The point is you can't answer yes.
True.
Right? Like,
True.
You can make pie, like if you want to make a pie in a toaster, like, I don't care. But if I ask you how to make a pie, don't say yes.
Fucking A, toaster pies sound pretty wild, though.
I mean, they basically have those. They're called
pastries.
Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
Pastries, generally.
Hey, Dr. Fudge, thank you for the additional super chat. Says he thinks God's glory has a mind. Yeah, just Matthew's not bright. Just don't worry about anything he says. He's struggling hard. Garba Gaming, hey, good to see you, friend. Says trying to respect Blitz's boundaries. Just want to say you're amazing, and we're here for you, bud. Thank you, Garba.
Appreciate
Gaming.
that.
Absolutely, and we appreciate that. MB, good to see you. Says I jumped out of my seat screaming and clapped in tears. You're watching Peak Fiction. Peak Fiction. Mena genuinely peak. That might be a typo or a super chat problem with Mena, or I don't know what that means. But listen, it's a good show. I'm enjoying it. So I know I'm an old fuddy duddy, but maybe I can get hip with what the kids are up to, visually speaking. So the last TV show I really watched all the way through was like fucking Parks and Recs. So Last super chat from our friend Booget says, on my way to become an apologist. Premise 1, Jesus is conscious. Premise 2, Jesus is God. Premise 3, God created the universe. Conclusion, the universe is conscious. I'm on par already. Listen, you might be able to join Matthew. That seemed on par with Matthew's level of discourse. So a big W, Booget. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I think a lot. Okay.
Oh, my bad. I just got added. My wife was just asking where the glasses screwdriver is.
Gotcha.
And I don't know where it is.
Well, let's get user 67 in here, and we'll have user 67 dropped, so they're not going to come in. Next after that was going to be nameless guest, and then Ian Neen, a different Ian, not our Ian. How you doing, nameless?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'll try to be quick because I'm walking right now. In fact, I'll try to pull over. So I didn't rethink like a good. I'm gonna just try to wing this, but basically, I kind of am less convinced by the pure atheist sort of logical framing here, and still find myself reaching for at least pure agnosticism on the table. So I almost kind of want you to just roast me, maybe as a way to do it. If I did a hand wavy sort of, claim that I think, and it all comes down to this ontological, why is there anything happening at all kind of feel. So if I say that and wave my hands and say, yeah, I think it's reasonable to say that it's supernatural, sort of outside what we're saying, is the physical laws, that I think it's reasonable to leave that on the table personally. But maybe if I pause there, is there any way you could deconstruct that?
Well, it's a little bit problematic, right? So if your view is merely that there is stuff that is outside of the physical, then all and the reason you're asserting that this is at least possible is because you're trying to explain why anything happens, why there's something rather than nothing, essentially. It seems like this just pushes the buck back. So if you're trying to say why are things happening, why are physical things happening, you say, well, maybe it can't go back all the way infinitely with physical things, so maybe there's a supernatural thing that makes the physical things happen. But then you just have to wonder, why did the supernatural thing happen? And it seems like you're stuck at the same problem. So I'm not going to say that like it's not possible. That I'm not going to say that like what you can 100% rule out some supernatural cause, although I think that you probably have good reason to. What I'm going to say is it doesn't really solve any problems for you. Any of the things that make you question the atheistic worldview, whatever that might mean, adding a god rarely will I can't think of a single case where adding a god actually solves one of those problems, or at least doesn't introduce a similar related problem.
Right. I think I mean, I kind of agree that it's not going to do anything extra for you. So again, it's very hand wavy. It's like a feel, but yeah.
And I mean, look, so if it's not going to solve any problems for you, and you're adding something to your worldview, it seems like you're just making your worldview more complex for no reason. So, I mean, sure, you can believe it, and you can't rule it out, but you could do the same thing with like, why did my socks disappear in the laundry? Because the laundry stealing fairies that are invisible stole them. Like, you could add more complicated stuff to your worldview. It's just not going to solve any problems, so why do it?
It's because like the naturalistic explanation isn't, also doesn't fully like explain this. It's like, yeah, it might, but we don't have the explanation.
I'm happy to say that we might not have the explanation. All I'm saying is that whatever you're adding to the worldview doesn't give you an explanation either. So it seems like the question of, why there's something rather than nothing, it seems like that shouldn't motivate you to change your worldview at all, or at least to choose to favor theism any more than you were beforehand, because it doesn't answer any additional questions.
Exactly. Well, and that's why I'm agnostic.
Why favor that more? Why favor that more than prior to considering that question?
I do almost, I'll be honest, I do favor it a little bit more. I oscillate like between kind of feeling pure agnostic or like kind of leaning agnostic theist. And
Sorry,
it's because it feels like that's
not
what
I meant.
Okay.
What I meant is that so it sounded like at least when you came up, it sounded like you said something like, look, the reason why I'm not going down the full atheist worldview, whatever that might be, is because there's this unanswered question. So it sounds like to me you're saying that if I don't consider this unanswered question, then the atheist stuff makes total sense. But then once I add this question, once I consider this question, it tilts me towards theism being a possibility or theism being plausible, right? But what I'm saying is that if considering this question, or if adding theism to your worldview doesn't resolve this question any better than the atheism point of view does, then it seems like considering this question shouldn't adjust what you consider as possible or plausible at all, because it just leaves you in the dark completely, whatever your worldview is. So what I'm saying is that considering this question shouldn't make you lean towards theism more than you already were prior to considering the question.
It shouldn't make you. I feel like I disagree, and it's coming from like this. Well, and an understanding that like science doesn't comment on this question like at all. Like sort of like it's a philosophical question. And like, yeah, the size of it is vast and we have no toolkit, like, yeah, and like a pure naturalistic framework whatsoever to sort of talk about, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't even want to say origin of space-time because I know I'm butchering that. But like, yeah, whatever, we talk about universe and then the why question. Like, that's why I feel like it's on the table, is because we have no framework. There's nothing that's even leading anywhere that's going to give us a testable hypothesis for this. And so I know that doesn't mean it's not natural, but it just has this feel, right? And like everything else in the universe that we see having a cause and all of that, that you would, it's like that. Yeah, it's like I'm open to there being sort of I don't know, like a breakdown of our physical laws when you sort of try to get outside of it. And I know there's no evidence for that, but I don't think there has to be, because there's not a scientific testable framework either, a hypothesis for this question. So it's just
Maybe
on the table is all I'm saying.
look. So prior to considering this question, were you still leaning towards theism, or did you still consider theism plausible?
This is always this is the main question this is the first question I considered, is like why am
Okay,
I
so
here?
then so so was I just incorrect in understanding your worldview, or incorrect in understanding your history, that like, the only thing that makes you even consider theism as being plausible is this question?
That's correct, yeah. But I'm just
Okay,
saying,
so
like,
if
yeah,
this is
that's
the
my
only
starting
thing,
point, and then yeah,
if this is the
yeah.
only thing that's making you think that theism is plausible, then if you were to not consider this question, it follows that you don't think that theism is plausible, right? If you disregard this question, if you suppose you had an answer to this question, or suppose that you just hadn't thought of this question yet, your position would be that theism is not plausible?
I mean, I guess so. It's hard to decouple this question because it's sort of a backdrop for everything else that happens, But
Okay,
yeah, like if we put this aside, I'm like, yeah, there's no evidence for any God, anything besides the natural laws. Yeah, like
okay. So the reason why I ask this is, so the way that we, at least if we're trying to be rational, right? The way that we can update our beliefs in light of new questions or in light of new evidence or whatever, is we just analyze how those questions or how those pieces of data, questions can be pieces of data, namely a question is something like XYZ thing is unexplained. That would be a piece of data. So the way that we can update our beliefs is we can ask, given hypothesis A, does that adequately explain this new piece of data? Compared with, given hypothesis B, does that adequately explain this piece of data? So we have this piece of data that we don't have an explanation for, why there's something rather than nothing, essentially. Hypothesis A might be naturalism. Hypothesis B might be theism, right? And if hypothesis B better explains the new data than hypothesis A, then once you consider this new data, you should lean more towards hypothesis B. So you're coming at this not leaning towards theism at all. But now you're considering new data and you're saying, oh, well, because of this new data, it follows that I should lean a little bit more towards theism. But what I'm telling you, or at least what I'm trying to convey, maybe it's not very clear, is that the data that all of this is unexplained isn't any better explained via under theism than it is under naturalism. Because under theism, all we're doing is we're pushing the buck back one step. We now have an explanation for the natural world,
right.
But that's not the whole world. And now we don't have an explanation for why anything happens in the supernatural world. And so the whole world is still unexplained, which is to say that neither naturalism nor the world nor theism can better account for this extra piece of data. So because they're equally well explaining the data, meaning not at all, you shouldn't update your worldview given this question. This question should have no influence on your worldview
it's a
whatsoever.
nice framing.
Because this is called Bayesian reasoning, by the way. That's what I'm doing here. You update your worldview in light of new data or in light of new questions. And all I'm saying is that neither worldview can adequately explain or adequately provide an answer to this question, which means that it shouldn't affect your belief system whatsoever.
So I'm kind of with you, and it sounds like we're kind of agreeing that, like, yeah, that neither one adequately explain it. So it's like a lean towards agnosticism. Like I'm saying, like agnostic theism, I sometimes lean there, but like, yeah, it's mainly that both are possible to me. And so the whole Bayesian sort of updating my priors from new data, the problem with that is that we're not getting any new data about what is still an untestable sort of, beginning of the universe type thing.
Well, the new data here being
I like
question,
how you framed
right?
that, but yeah.
The new data here being the question,
and that's
or rather,
like the
the realization.
flip.
Yeah. I mean, the new data being that there
Yeah.
is no explanation for this. Look, so what I'm saying is, if your priors, which is this is what I was asking about. It sounded like you were saying your priors before considering this question that is currently unanswered. Your priors were heavily leaning towards atheism. They weren't just like agnosticism. It sounds like when you do the Bayesian analysis, your priors shouldn't change at all because neither hypothesis has a better explanation. So if you were initially leaning towards atheism, you should still be leaning towards atheism.
I mainly don't disagree with that. Like, yeah, I can't push back at that mathematically at all. It's like, yeah, from a Bayesian point of view, I would say it's sort of like it votes natural or naturalistic explanation. I'll be honest about that.
All right, we got
I
there.
don't
You've
have a
been
good
roasted,
pushback there.
destroyed, folded like an omelet, collapsed like a chair. All right, get out of here, nameless.
That's what I wanted. Thanks, y'all.
I know you
appreciate
asked
the
for
time.
it.
Hey,
Take care,
cheers,
bud.
buddy.
Thanks, y'all.
Well, he's seeking. He's on the journey, right?
On the journey.
Whoa, I'm in the box now. Look at me.
Ian.
Wee.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, gosh, my VPN was being like,
Sinful.
yeah, just like profoundly dumb.
Totally
But
good.
we're here. Sorry about that.
Well, welcome in. We're gonna grab. We got, I think, 5 super chats, and we're gonna get our next guest in here. As far as I can tell, next in line was Brenda Debates, and then Ian, a different Ian, and then John B. That seems to be the order that came in. So let's grab some super chats from Jackson. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, what do you think of prosperity megachurches? I think they're fucking awful. I think they're the worst. They're one of the worst forms of Christianity outside of the violent forms of Christianity. But sometimes they're actually violent too. For example, Creflo Dollar once gave a sermon, must be 15 years ago at this point, said that in the ideal world, when people come to church, there would be automation detecting whether or not they were actually tithing to the church. And if they turned out they weren't tithing, they would take you out back and pop you permanently. These people are out of their freaking minds. They're insane, and they prey on the poorest people of society. And if it was up to me, if I can get rid of one Christian movement in the USA, it would be Christian nationalism and then the televangelists. They're poisoning the minds of people in mass. So there's that. Curtis says,
Crazy.
Blitz, you look beautiful today. And I think
Why,
everyone
thank you.
agrees. Absolutely.
So sweet.
Dano might poop. Hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm just trying to donate to Alphabet, but these atheists are going to take a 70% cut.
Rest in peace. You just want to support the, support small streamers, Alphabet.
Yep.
Support
Thank you.
local
Appreciate it,
family
though.
businesses.
And Optimus says, do immortal jellyfish change their minds? I don't think they have minds. My understanding is they
They have
have like
eyes.
neurons and they have some like processing, but I don't know if they have consciousness necessarily like animals do.
Yeah, it kind of. Well, jellyfish are animals.
Sure,
Right.
sure. Well, kind of. I think they're like,
Definitely. 100% animals.
I feel like they're like a cross between an animal and a plant
Nope.
in terms of their
Nope.
intelligence.
Jellyfish are animals.
Have you seen
Hold
the
on.
fuck, there's like this great YouTube short that's like I don't know, it's like this guy, it's like, oh, what animal do you think you could best take in a fight? And he's like a fish, and he's like, no, what animal? He's like a fish.
Is
Like
this
we
the
just-
You Should Know podcast?
Maybe.
It's
Could
like
be.
there's like two friends, like a black guy and a white guy,
Yeah.
and like the black guy always plays dumb,
Yeah.
which yeah. I think it's a bit, but it is very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. To answer the question though, I don't really know. It seems like the mind of a jellyfish is a debatable topic. I'm reading an article right now that just says jellyfish are not considered conscious in the human sense. They lack a brain and central nervous system, relying instead on decentralized nerve network function, which is largely instinctual. That's been my understanding. It might be that there's newer data out there that would suggest otherwise. I don't know about it. So I don't really know, but to me, I don't spend a whole lot of time worrying about jellyfish other than to stay away from them just in case they sting me. I don't know which ones sting, but I know some of them do, and it's not supposed to be a good time. Vigil Uncle, thank you so much for the super chat. It says add Revolutionary Girl Utena to the anime list. It's begun. The anime recommendations are starting to pour in.
Yep.
I will add that to the list, my friend. Thank you. And last super chat from our friend Ryan. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the $50 super chat. That is huge. Says, hi guys, is there a good response when we bring up the infinite cycle universe theory to that being a violation of the second law of thermodynamics? That's a great question, Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of these like laws of thermodynamics are well understood to apply in small closed systems on Earth, and perhaps in large closed systems or perhaps large open systems out in space or whatever. But it's just there's no promise, there's no guarantee that these things are like genuine laws of physics. Generally speaking, in fact, the second law of thermodynamics is not it's not even an absolute law, even on Earth, right? These are statistical laws. And so the statement that that entropy must always increase, like in a closed system, these are statements that are statistically required in systems where you have energy conservation that are close. Like there's a lot of caveats to this, and like it's not just me. There are lots of cosmologists are just not really convinced that the second law of thermodynamics even makes sense to talk about for the whole universe.
I did have one question. My understanding, if the universe has a finite amount of energy in it, meaning it's not infinite, wouldn't that mean at some point the entropy would only increase until it reaches equilibrium and then it would stop increasing?
Yeah. So as long as there is a way to define the entropy, then yeah, it would reach equilibrium and then it would stop. Or this would, if the universe is finite, of course. And if it has well, I guess you don't necessarily need a finite state space, but yeah, it would reach equilibrium and then time would stop if time is the cause for the arrow of time, or if entropy is the cause for the arrow of time. In fact, this is something I've been thinking about a bit for my own research purposes, but one could conceive that you have an expansion and a recollapse with entropy increasing the whole way around, and then you end up in equilibrium at some very, very small state, some equilibrium state that's just constantly fluctuating, because that's what equilibriums do. And then statistically, if you wait long enough, you might expect that you just by chance wind up in a very, very low entropy state, and then the whole thing starts over again. This is a lot like this idea is something I've been toying with. It's a lot harder to make work than you'd think, but it's at least like conceptually plausible. So the point is that all of this stuff is statistical. Equilibrium is a statistical representation of the state. So these are not strict laws in the sense that like gravity pulls things down as a strict law.
Fair. Okay. Let's get Brenda Debates. They were in the queue next. And then after that, because our one guest dropped out, it looks like the next guest is going to be Devil's Advocate, which if you're actually just playing Devil's Advocate and you're not a believer, we will absolutely drop you in a heartbeat. We're only talking to people who really do believe the stuff. We don't talk to people pretending to believe the stuff. But if you're legit, we're more than happy to take you. So, Brenda, welcome in. Or I say welcome back.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am a non-believer, but I was prompted to call in because a couple days ago, Dr. Blitz claimed that logic was subjective.
Oh boy.
And do you really want to say that?
Yeah, I'm a nominalist.
So logical rules are fictions? You're a fictionalist?
I'm a nominalist. I think that they're constructs by the human mind.
Yeah, that's
or
what
by
I said.
minds in general.
Yeah, you're a fictionalist.
I don't know what you mean by fiction here. The way I understand fiction is merely that these are things that are like not real, but like concepts.
Yeah.
Insofar as concepts are real, like they're real, they're just concepts.
Yeah, they're fictions. That's nominalism.
Okay, if that's the synonym you want to use, sure.
So then your previous conversation doesn't make sense because you just can't use deductive inferences.
Sure you can.
No, you can't because they're fictions.
Why not? So why can't I use them?
Because I could just have my own.
Sure you could.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
You can't. You no longer have available to you.
Well,
Modus
the
ponens.
question.
Modus,
I think
Sure I
the
do.
question is.
No,
you can reject it if you want, but I still have it.
I think the
No, you
question is
don't.
whether or not
They're
whether or not these abstract concepts work. Just because they're
He's
abstract
not a
doesn't mean
pragmatist. He's not
doesn't
a
mean
pragmatist. He's a nominalist.
I'm aware, but I'm an anomalist too. What I'm implying here is that even though we might categorize these things as what you say is fiction, if the logical tool works and it doesn't fail us, just like mathematics, if it doesn't fail us, if it gets us to the right conclusions every time, there's no
So,
reason to discard it and say that it's invaluable just because it's abstract.
so um, uh, are the logical results, are they subjective or objective?
I take it that they're subjective insofar as they're constructed by minds.
Yeah, if they're no, subjective means stance dependent versus stance independent.
Okay, so if you want to take stances as in to be like values, then no, they don't depend on values. But I would say that they're dependent on minds.
Does the truth of a claim depend on the subject, or is it independent of the subject?
I take it that truths can only exist in the presence of subjects.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, I know.
If
I
I
was
have a
answering a question that I can
proposition,
make sense of.
if I have a proposition and the proposition is true, what makes it true? Is it my
I don't have a,
subject,
I
the
don't have a unified
subject?
theory. I don't have a unified theory of truth. I think that different different regimes of inquiry have different requirements for truth.
Well, that's justification. I'm talking about the status
You're
of the
asking what
truth.
makes it true. That's you're
Yeah,
asking for
yeah.
truth makers, which are justifications.
Okay, but the property of a proposition being true,
I
is
take
that
it that that only exists in minds. Yes, to my view.
right? Could it be otherwise?
Could what be otherwise? Could propositions have truth value outside of minds?
No. Could the proposition be true or false? Is its truth or falsity dependent or independent of the subject?
Of the subject, as in like the individual
Yeah,
person?
because you're saying it's dependent
It
on the
depends.
subject.
It depends on what truth construction you're using. If you're doing some sort of like axiomatic foundationalist version of truth, which is what you do in mathematics, for example, where you grant some axioms and then you derive things from those axioms, then so long as the subjects accept the axioms, then the truth follows from those axioms. If you're doing some other form of like justification for your truth, if you have some other regime of knowledge where you're trying to say that XYZ thing is true, then you can have different ways of coming to the conclusion. And I
I
imagine that some of
feel
them will depend on the subject. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think you can say that the truth follows from axioms. Since you're a fictionalist, a nominalist, you think that the truth depends on the subject, not the
Yeah.
axioms.
If the subject accepts the axioms, then the subject
Suppose I don't.
then the subject, okay, well then you don't accept what follows from the axioms. Fine.
Yeah, I can have my own logic, my own
Yeah, you can.
conclusions. Yeah,
There are different modes of logic that are useful in different
right.
scenarios.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
and
you cannot conclude.
we would be right to test whatever logic or syllogism you're laying down. That's the great thing about this is
Do you think?
it might be that you have a different method of arriving at the conclusion that might be equally sound and valid, and we can test
So,
it. So
so you think that we can do experiments to find out if a proposition is true?
For some kinds of propositions, sure.
No, truth qua truth.
I don't think that there is a single truth. I don't think that
There
truth is
is no
just a thing
truth.
on its own.
There is no truth, huh?
No, I think that different propositions have their truth tested in different ways.
Whoa, that was like a horrendous faith leap just now. That Blitz claims that he's like a pluralist about truth, and then you're saying, "Oh, so you're a truth nihilist? Really? Why would you be so bad faith?"
I don't think
yeah,
that's bad faith. I think that
It's like
I
mega bad
think that
faith,
I think
Brenda,
that
for what it's worth.
Brenda, what
nominalism
kind of
is
debates do you do
self-refuting.
on the internet?
Typically with theists,
Why are
creationists,
you
and
here
flat.
debating three atheists?
Because Brenda
Because
doesn't
you
like
said
nominalism because it makes their feelings feel
Do the
bad about what truth
do
is.
the theists not
because
want to
you
talk to
make
you anymore? Like what's happening here?
because you said something that I consider to be really um, remarkable and not something that needs to be pushed back on. I don't
Do you
think
think I
Why?
haven't thought
nominalism.
about this view?
is nominalism isn't
What?
nominalism self-refuting?
Why is nominalism
Because
a
No, it's
problem for
not.
you personally? Why are you so
It's not
upset?
self-refuting, and it's actually not like even that small of a like. It is a minority, but it's not that small of a minority amongst philosophers.
it's 1/3, right? By Phil
Yeah.
Surveys.
So I mean, is it your
So
view that like
2/3
1/3 of
don't.
philosophers? Yeah, I know. I said it's a minority. Is it your view that 1/3 of philosophers
So
are just don't know what they're doing and they just believe a
right.
self-refuting thing?
So you're appealing to a minority of philosophers.
Yeah, about a third of them. A third of
Yeah.
philosophers. Do you think that a third of philosophers are just like believing something that is like obviously
So
self-refuting?
I don't think that
Is that your
arguments
position?
fall. I don't think that arguments fall upon statistical surveys.
Hey, can you answer my question?
What?
Do you think that like a third of philosophers are believing in something that is obviously self-refuting?
I don't know their details on their beliefs about nominalism, but I don't.
Hey, this
I
just in.
personally don't see.
Apparently the number that accepts nominalism
I
is
was
41% compared to 38% that accepts Platonism. So apparently there are more nominalists than there are Platonists, and
This
then
just
the
Are we
in.
remaining
deciding
20%
truth?
is in the other category. So you just think like
Yeah.
and listen, like the argument isn't the majority of philosophers believe something, therefore it's true. But if the most commonly held position among philosophers is one thing, I mean, it seems like very arrogant to just like outright dismiss it.
I don't think that that's how we decide arguments
But why would you outright dismiss it? Like, do you just think that they're all like deeply
because
confused?
I would rather arguments be defended right by reasons.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because you've been like strawmanning Blitz's position this entire time.
No, he agreed that
Do you
he's a
think, wait, so
fictionalist.
to be clear, you think truth nihilism is an identical position to truth pluralism?
We're
You think these
talking
are
about
identical positions, is that correct?
we're
That there
talking
is
about
no truth is an identical position to the word truth can be used in like many different ways, or there are many different truth makers in different contexts. You think that that's an identical position to there is no truth?
we're talking about nominalism.
Yes or no?
We're not taught
Yes
that's
or
the
no?
subject.
Brenda, I'm
Yes
pretty
or
sure
no?
that you
Pivot.
said not.
It's
I'm
a
pretty sure
pivot.
you said not 5
Yes.
minutes ago that, oh, so you think there's no truth?
Yeah, because if it's subjective,
So it's
then there
not.
is.
This isn't a pivot. This is on topic. Do you think
So
that truth nihilism, which is what you said, I think, i.e., oh, so you think there is no truth?
so
Do you
that
think
would be
that's
a
the same
question,
as my
wouldn't it?
position?
That was a question then. Do you
Okay,
think
so
that
so
truth
then
is
no.
purely
My
subjective?
truth being purely subjective is not the same thing as truth not existing.
Well, it is if I think that truth is objective, and so then you are denying that truth is objective, correct?
Yeah, I would say that truth
Yeah.
is not objective.
And I think that that is a untenable position.
I
And
understand that.
appealing to a survey isn't going to
You
save your
haven't
position.
demonstrated how it's untenable, though.
I have. It's because you have to presuppose the truth of modus ponens and various
No, I
inference
don't.
rules. Yes, you do.
Why?
How did you decide that it was that it's subjective?
I can informally reason about things.
Yeah, you can't do that though.
I can't informally. Oh, okay. Apparently, I
Because
can't informally reason about things.
if
You know that
your
humans have been
inference-
reasoning for much longer than humans have been thinking about modus
that's
ponens,
not
right?
that's not relevant. So
It
if
it
the
is
inference
relevant because
rules-
I take modus ponens to be merely a formalization of the kind of reasoning that humans typically do.
yeah, if inference rules, right, are fictions, right,
I
you
take them to be
use those
formalizations, by the way.
but you use those inference rules, right, to come to your conclusion, which you
No,
can't
I use the
do
reasoning that
because-
humans have to begin with. I
Yeah,
take the formals.
those
I
are
take the.
inference rules. Those are inference.
No,
rules.
they're not.
They're,
Inference
humans
rules are a
don't
formalization
reason.
of default human reasoning.
And what is default human reasoning?
It's just the way that humans think about things.
Right.
If you
so
asked
they're
humans
empirical-
10,000 years ago, if you asked humans 10,000 years ago how they came to a conclusion, they'd just be like, yeah, well, this and this, and so this. Like,
Right.
humans were capable of reasoning about things long before they
Right.
knew about the formalization of modus ponens.
Right. So these
I
are
just take
so
human
these
reasoning to be
are-
that.
So you take it that they are empirical generalizations?
I'm not sure if I would say that they're empirical. I would say that they're formal generalizations.
Well, you appeal to the past and to the way people reason in the past. I assume that's based on empirical observation. So you think that
Well, I
logic
mean,
is
I have
based
personal experience with this too. Like I was using reasoning long before I knew
exactly,
what modus ponens
exactly.
was.
That's
So
what
like
empirical.
I'm
That's what an empirical inference would be, wouldn't it?
Huh?
empirical cannot be internal.
Based on experience. That's what empirical means. Based on experience.
Empirical, as far as I understand it, and Ian can correct me here, but as far as I understand it, empiricists or people who use empirical reasoning require external experience.
But that you can't use the word in the definition. So empiricism
The
means
word wasn't used in the definition.
you did
I was
you
defining
did
empiricism, which
by
requires external
using
experience.
empiricism. You used
Empiricism
the
wasn't in the
word.
word.
It
Yes,
It
it
wasn't
was.
in the
It was
Blitz
in your
definition.
Blitz did
description. It
not.
was in your
Blitz's
description.
definition, if I didn't mishear it, was like empiricists are the people that use external
Empiricism.
experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I just
empiricism,
want to
right?
do a sanity
Is your
check real quick.
contention that
I was giving
Dr.
a
Blitz
definition.
gave a definition for the word?
My contention in this segue is that
What do you think
he
a
used.
definition is, if not like an explanation of the word?
Well, you can't use the word in the process of doing that.
He
I
didn't.
didn't.
He
I
did.
said
He
external
literally did. We can
experience.
go back. We can go back.
It's okay. I'm
So
like
yes, he
baffled.
did.
I'm baffled.
Right.
Like this is. There's no
So
way that
is
you think that this is like a good faith interaction.
it's not in bad faith, Ian.
This is like horrendous faith, as far as
Well,
I
that's
can
your
tell.
opinion. That's just your opinion, though, right? Do you think truth is objective?
I
or
think truth is
subjective, Ian?
objective. At least some truths.
Right.
There are obviously like some subjective truths, but yeah,
If
I
I
disagree
said
with
if I
Blitz
said
about
that
this. But
if
I
I
would
said
never strawman Dr. Blitz's position to the degree that you're doing.
I
Like
haven't
if I
strong
Yeah,
disagree
only a
with
little
Dr.
bit.
Blitz about something, I'm going to
I've
give him
asked
like
him.
a good faith argument.
I've asked him at every step if he agreed or not. So I
You're
don't think I've strawman.
characterizing his position as fictionalism, when fictionalism, typically understood, is when you hold that a category of thing doesn't aim at literal truth. Dr. Blitz does hold, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Blitz does hold that these aim at truth, but just that it's ultimately going to be mind dependent because truth can't exist independently of minds. Dr. Blitz, am I mistaken about that?
That's correct.
So in a universe with just like two objects, you can't say how many objects are there because there's no
Am I
minds
one
in
of the
that
objects?
universe.
Am I one of the
No,
objects?
there's no minds in that object.
Okay,
in
so
that
then in that
universe.
universe, obviously nothing can say how many objects there are. There's no minds to say it.
No, but are there two objects?
Well,
Are you
you're
asking
that
me, a
question,
mind?
yeah.
Is the proposition
I can consider some other
True.
universe, and I can analyze that other universe using my mind,
No.
and I can then investigate, using like concepts that I have in my mind to analyze whether or not some hypothetical universe has two things in it. But that is a very different question of asking, suppose for a moment that all there was in the universe was two minds. In that universe, are there not two minds, two objects. In that universe, are there two objects? Now, I can analyze it externally, but if you're asking for an internal analysis, there is no such thing.
Yeah, I don't see how that really makes a lot of sense because obviously there are. The proposition.
Obviously, yes.
The proposition is true.
These propositions obviously exist when there are no minds present. Obviously, if I just assume the thing I'm trying to convince the person that I'm talking to is true, then obviously it's true.
No, is the proposition that there are two objects in this universe true?
Are you asking me, an entity with a mind? Because then,
Well-
yeah, I can analyze that. I can say, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but you're
My
talking
mental
about
construction
it
can be
within
analyzed,
that
and then I can count
universe.
the number of objects in the mental construction and come to the conclusion that there's two.
Yeah, like truth is just an evaluation. It happens in the mind.
It happens that's not the question though. Where it happens isn't the question, right? It's
Hey,
whether or not
just to
the
do
truth
a
is
sanity
objective or
check
subjective.
Actually,
here,
hold on. There's
Blitz,
a
Ian,
separate
how long
question,
do we
and-
want to
and
entertain
sorry.
this wildly off
Sorry, I have
topic
one more
debate?
thing, and then we can.
Okay.
So, Brenda, let's analyze this from your worldview. In this universe, there are two objects. How many objects are there?
Two.
Okay. Is a proposition in this universe of yours? This reality?
I think that the proposition is true.
I'm sorry, does the proposition exist?
Yeah, the propositions are not material things. They're not.
That's not what I
substances.
asked.
Yeah, abstract objects are not substances.
That's not what I asked. Does it exist?
Yes, it is. It seems to me that's what you
It's
asked.
absolutely not what I asked. I asked just, does it exist?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a proposition, and you said that there are two objects. Now,
Yeah.
does truth exist in this this reality that we're conceptualizing?
Truth is not a thing that exists. Truth
Okay,
is
so
a
wait, so you're a
property-
fictionalist?
So there's no
No,
truth?
truth
Okay.
is a property of sentences. You know that. Ian.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So in this universe, do sentences exist?
Propositions exist.
Okay, so there's propositions. So that
No,
statement,
wait, sorry.
propositions
This is
exist.
this is a blunder. Propositions
It
are not
is-
sentences. Propositions can be expressed as sentences, but
Yeah, sure.
propositions are
Right,
not sentences.
Right. Correct. Right.
So-
it's
We're going down
raining-
we're going down a
it's
rabbit hole
raining.
though.
It's
Right, so-
raining
so
is a sentence. Il pleut is a sentence, but the proposition is expressed by
Sure.
those sentences.
Right, so
And the proposition is true, and it's true
Right, yeah,
independent
absolutely.
of my subjective
absolutely.
beliefs about it.
So Brenda, there's
So
two
you're not
objects.
a
There's two
nominalist now.
objects. We're
You
not
said
done yet. So there's
absolutely.
we're I was just letting you talk because I wasn't done with my line of questioning. So in this reality that you're constructing here, there's two objects. There's two objects. There's also the proposition there are two objects. That's a thing that exists in this reality. What about the proposition there are three objects? Does that proposition exist in this reality?
Yeah, it would be false.
Yeah, but it still exists. The proposition exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the proposition there are four objects in this
Yeah,
reality?
there's an infinite, and in our world also.
Oh,
there's
so
an
is
infinite
it-
number
is-
of negative propositions, right?
Right. So is it then true that there are two objects in this reality?
Yeah, the proposition is true. Yeah,
Apparently not, because you just listed three objects that exist in your reality.
Yeah.
the propositions aren't objects.
They are. I'm sorry. They don't exist.
Are they
I didn't
subjects?
say
I'm
they
not.
didn't
I'm not saying they're.
exist.
I'm not saying that they're material.
Yeah. Well, what would that mean?
These are objects in the universe of discourse, are they not?
The propositions are reflect a necessity. They are norms of our logical reasoning.
Wait, sorry. Do you
Right.
think all
They're
propositions
norms?
exist?
So logic is normative, right?
Wait, sorry. Do you think that all propositions exist?
They don't have physical existence in that way.
No, I'm just asking. Like, do they have ontology?
Well, you think they do.
Yeah. Or wait, sorry. No, I don't think
Yeah.
that propositions themselves have ontology. No, I think that I think propositions are like a couple layers removed.
So the
In
the
fact,
wave
I could give you a
equation
contradiction
is
with
the
the
wave equation-
possibility of having every proposition exist if you'd like.
is the wave equation a proposition?
I don't think so. It's a mathematical object.
It's not a proposition.
No, the wave function isn't a proposition.
What
no,
is it?
it's a mathematical object. It's a vector in Hilbert space. There are propositions about the wave function, but no.
It's an abstract entity.
Dr. Blitz
right?
can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the wave function is not a proposition.
No, it's just an
It-
object.
It's an abstraction. It's an abstraction, though, right?
I don't know
it's
if
the
I.
kind of it's the kind of object that it is. It is an abstract object. If you take
kind of-
mathematical objects to be abstract.
What kind of object is it? Is it a material object?
It's a mathematical object.
What
Wait,
does
I'm
that
sorry.
mean?
Oh,
What-
but you're
what is the
pivoting away. I'm so.
ontology?
Oh my gosh, Brenda's like scrambling away from this. Wait, so you think all propositions exist? So that follows that you think all true propositions exist, right?
Sure.
That's in violation of Cantor's theorem. That can't be. Because, so what Cantor's theorem states is that the power set is strictly greater than the set itself, but of the things in the power set, there are going to be more truths about each individual member of the power set, which means that there's going to be more things in the set than there are in the power set, because it's a set of all true propositions, which is a direct contradiction. So all propositions can't possibly exist.
You think there can be true contradictions, Ian?
No. I'm telling you that your view is false.
It might be. I might have made a mistake. It might.
Okay. So now that we acknowledge that propositions, it's not the case that all propositions exist.
In your view, what is the ontology of a proposition?
I think they're probably mind dependent.
That
I
doesn't
take
tell me what
subjective
their
though.
ontology
Specifically,
is.
when we say that something is subjectively true, I think what we're saying there is that the truth maker is based on the stance of a mind rather than just
Right.
the thing only exists because
Yeah,
minds
yeah.
exist.
Chocolate is delicious. It depends on me, the subject, believing that chocolate is delicious.
Or,
Right.
you know,
It's not
beliefs
objectively
exist.
true.
Beliefs
But
exist is mind dependent, but it's objectively true.
what's objectively true?
Beliefs exist, even though it's mind dependent.
That I have a belief about the
Just that
desirability of
beliefs
chocolate.
exist.
Beliefs are particular states of my brain, right?
That's very cool. Yeah.
Blue
Beliefs
is a color.
exist.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about brain states. I'm talking about propositions.
The proposition
Yeah, I
that
don't.
beliefs exist. That if there were no minds, it
Yeah.
couldn't be true that beliefs exist. But it's an objective fact that beliefs exist. So despite the
Is
fact
it?
that it's mind dependent, the truth maker of beliefs existing does not depend on the stance of any mind.
Well, that's your view.
Yep.
Dr. Blitz believes that logic is subjective.
I think Dr. Blitz, I don't know, Dr. Blitz, do you disagree
It
with
depends. So it just depends on how you're cashing out subjective. I take logic to be the kind of thing that only exists in minds. I don't think that it makes sense to talk about logic absent minds. So in that sense, I take it to be subjective. Now, you can make statements that, given some accepted axioms, must therefore follow because you've accepted axioms about what follows and what doesn't. And so you could probably make statements that, like, yeah, even then, I'm not even sure that you could make statements that say it is objectively true that XYZ, because the truth of that depends on the minds existing to begin with.
Is
So it
is
just depends on
logic
how you're cashing out subjective.
Yeah, is logic discovered or invented?
I would say it's invented.
Yeah,
And it's like
that's
trivially true
my
because
problem.
yeah, so Brenda, unfortunately, this is
That's
just
my
trivially
contention.
true because there are at least two different logics that are mutually contradictory.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's that it's
Oh.
invented.
Yeah, so, well, it does mean that there is not one uniform logic that applies to the universe, correct?
I'm not sure about that. That applies to the universe. I'm not talking about applies to the universe. We're talking about logic just as logic, not about whether or not it has application. Right? Applied
Right,
math
so what do you take
isn't
Schrodinger
pure
logics to
math.
be? What do you take Schrodinger logics to be?
I don't know what those are.
It's a type of logic where the law of identity doesn't hold for all objects in the universe of discourse.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, so that
I'm not familiar
is
with
a
it.
class of logics. Well, it's not a. I mean, you can take it to either be a class of logics for which the law of identity doesn't apply, or you can take it to just be one specific formalization of a kind of logic in which the law of identity does not hold for every object in the universe of discourse.
Are these pair-consistent logics?
I think it's a type of pair-consistent logic, but it's known specifically as a Schrodinger logic.
Aren't pair-consistent logics just ways of utilizing the law of non-contradiction without being subject to the principle of explosion?
That's my
Oh, so
understanding
no,
of
then
what,
it's not a pair-consistent logic. That's not what I'm referring to then.
no, yeah, I
Schrodinger
think it's something
logics
different.
aren't
Pair-consistent reject that L and C holds in all cases. Schrodinger logics, if I'm not mistaken, hold that the law of identity doesn't hold in all cases.
Right. And then you have fuzzy logics, which hold that the law of excluded middle doesn't hold in all cases.
Yeah, obviously true, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like, which one's right?
They both are, right? They can both
They're
be
mutually
placed-
contradictory. Did you just accept a did you just accept a true contradiction?
No, they're not within their formalism.
Dialetheous queen.
Wait a minute, are you a formalist now?
Yeah.
Because I'm a formalist.
No, you're not. You
I
think
am. Do
logic
you know what a
is
formalist
subjective.
is? A formalist is somebody who, like, I take logic to be as objective as the rules of chess.
Yeah, the rules of chess are arbitrary, right?
In a sense, yeah.
What do you mean in a sense? We invented en passant.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And I take logic, I take these axioms to be as invented as the rules of chess.
And if the rules that you follow are invented, then someone else can come up with different set of rules, and you no longer have any force
Oh
to
no,
argue
that's not how that
against them.
works.
Because yes, it
Look,
is
so
how it
so
works.
Brenda, all I have to do is be like, "Hey, do you accept these axioms that I'm working with?" And if they say no, then we just don't have anything to talk about. But nobody says no.
But
When we're
then
having these
if we
conversations,
not
everybody
having
agrees on the
something,
foundational stuff here.
yeah, but that's not the point. The point is not having anything to talk about means that you can't say God isn't real.
Sure, I can. I just can't talk about that with people who reject things like the law of excluded middle or the law of non-contradiction or, the law of identity. I just can't have conversations with those people. But most people are not those people.
But they could say God is real, consistent within their own
Sure they
understanding,
could.
right?
And I would just ask what their foundational axioms are of how they got there.
Yeah, but the typical people you talk to are not able to do that. That doesn't preclude that somebody could.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody could, and then we would either come to a disagreement at the foundational axiom level, in which case that's the end of the conversation, or we would find that one of us is incorrect about our jumps from some set of axioms to some derived theorems.
How can you be incorrect about something that you just make up?
If we agree on the fundamental axioms, but we disagree on the outcomes, then that means that somebody is incorrect.
We can just make those up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said you could make it up.
You could add additional axioms, but then we wouldn't agree on the fundamental axioms that we're working with in our logical systems.
Yeah. I can add additional pieces
to the
chessboard.
Yeah, you can.
Right?
And then we just wouldn't be playing chess anymore.
That's right. And you have no force.
Look, when I do debates, I typically come to play chess. I don't come to play with pigeons. Although sometimes I end up playing with pigeons anyway.
They're just playing, like, say, for instance, champion chess.
Right. So I didn't come to play with them. If they want to play another game, that's fine. I'm not the person to talk to.
So you have no force behind your claim that they're doing something wrong.
I never made the claim that they're doing something wrong.
Yes, you do.
Something wrong?
You say it says
What?
God isn't real.
Wait,
God isn't real.
huh? So wrong in like a normative way? What do you mean?
Yeah, logic is normative.
Okay. I
Wait,
guess like
hold on.
let's say somebody
Aren't
rejects
normative
classical
claims- aren't these
logic. What
subjective?
reason do they have to accept classical logic?
No, logic is normative, right?
Yeah. Wait, which
There are
logic
norms.
specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just
Well,
saying
well,
in
fuck.
general, it's normative.
So we have a
right?
reason to follow a logic.
So which logic do you follow, and what's your reason for following it?
So the point is that you have no logical force. If with
It
somebody
seems like
who
you don't
doesn't
either,
play-
because you
with
can't give
somebody
me a
who
reason
doesn't
why somebody
play-
should follow this objective logic of yours.
So somebody that doesn't play your version of the game, they're playing a different version of the game.
Yep.
You have no logical force,
Yeah.
right? To say that
Yeah, you're
they
right,
are not
Brenda.
they're not playing.
Brenda,
you're
you're
not
right.
playing my game. You're not playing my game.
Brenda, you're right. You're right.
That's
If somebody
correct.
comes in and says, "I accept God as axiomatically real," what can I say to that? Like, what can I say to them that will convince them? They will reject anything that contradicts their axiom. There's nothing to do there.
The prompt says God isn't real. You
Yeah.
can't say that.
Brenda, here's what I'm gonna
say. You can only say God
Brenda,
isn't real in
hey,
my
Brenda.
game.
Brenda, hold on.
If you're done, that's fine.
No,
I'll go.
I'm way fucking past done, and so is the audience. Please never call into an atheist show to debate them on bullshit that's not in favor of God. This is not entertaining for the
This
guests.
isn't bullshit, dude.
You're bullshit. This is not entertaining for the guests. This is not the point of the show. If you want to cry in your basement that we don't agree with you on this topic, you just gotta cry by yourself. I'm not gonna let you back up on here, okay? You gotta go somewhere else. Sorry, I had to cut that one, guys.
No,
fine.
that's fine. That was like I was surprised because I've had interactions with Brenda in the past that have been very positive. So I'm surprised that Brenda would come on and burn so many bridges all at once by being so like horrendously bad faith.
I'll never understand why people who literally agree on like the topic of the claim will waste their time debating people on the same team. I'll never understand it. Oh well.
Yeah. Do you know what we need more of? Infighting.
That's what
I
we
love
need.
me some infighting. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah. I was planning on burning bridges with Blitz next month. It's going to be an exciting arc.
Yeah, but then we'll be able to do like TikTok battles or something, right?
True. True. That's where all the big income is. Come
Yup.
on, guys. Gift me a galaxy so that we can win out over this scumbag Dr. Blitz.
Everybody give me a lion so that we can slam this loser dork Ian who wears sweater vests.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz doesn't think that the law of non-contradiction is objective. Don't
Ian
ask me
thinks
what
that
any
the
of
law
those
of
words
non-contradiction
mean.
is objective. All right, let's bring up our next guest.
Yeah. I'm
we
gonna
have some super
grab.
chats, maybe.
I'll grab 3 super chats for now, and then we'll bring up next because we got quite a few people that want to get in. Resin Stance or Resonance, maybe? Thank you for the super chat, friends. Is largely not an anime fan personally. However, there is one anime movie I relentlessly recommend to people called Your Name. That's an interesting spelling of your name, but thank you. Really appreciate that. And I think our prophecy was correct. I think today's super chats will be full of anime recommendations.
Are you getting anime
Yep.
recommendations, Justin?
Yeah.
Justin watched an anime, and so now
which
Justin is
one?
getting anime recommendations.
Vinland Saga.
Okay. Do you like fantasy?
Nope.
Okay.
Justin doesn't like fun, remember?
Nope. Not at all, actually. But I'm having a good time with Vinland, at least. And Karen, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says the caller suggesting fictionalists do not accept the utility of logic makes me suspect he's never read any fictionalists.
I think
and,
she.
Yeah, I think it might be a she, to be sure. A central point of fictionalism is that logic is useful. I mean, I kind of agreed. I thought that, like, if it works logically, like if it gets us to good conclusions, then we would keep accepting it until it fails. When it fails, maybe we can talk about something else. Sand Sensibility, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says happy Sunday on the topic of anime. Oh boy. I walked in on my partner crying at the first episode of Chainsaw Man just yesterday. I guess it's good. I prefer Spy X Family. Cheers. Stone Lava Salt and Rock Hard for like. Well, thank you, Sand Sensibility. I really appreciate that. And I guess what's going to happen is I'm going to get cultured on anime now, it seems. So
You're in for
thanks
a time.
for the assistant, friends. So I said next in line was going to be Devil's Advocate and then John B. But as I said previously, Devil's Advocate, if you don't actually believe in God, we're not going to let you do Devil's Advocate. So we gotta keep things on track here. How you doing, Devil?
Hey, how are you? No, that's just a cool name that I just came up with.
Okay, fair enough. Are you at least 18? And which
Can you
God do
hear
you
me?
believe in?
We can hear you.
Yes. Okay. I'm here to challenge the existence of the mind. I've heard you talking about a lot, implying that we are conscious beings and deriving your arguments from that. And I have a few
Well,
premises for you
to
to
be
examine.
to be
Given
clear,
that
we're talking about
I
the
agree with
existence
your
of God, not
axioms.
the existence of minds. Did you want to stay on topic or no?
Wait, and to be clear, if you reject the existence of minds,
Well,
then
that is on
presumably you
topic
reject the
because
existence of God
you are
too.
well, not necessarily,
Do you think
because
God's a
that
mind?
implies that a mind exists to conceive God.
Sorry,
Yeah.
okay. When you say a mind, what do you mean?
The woo-woo concept that people talk about it, consciousness
Okay.
mind. I have a few propositions if you'd like
Sure,
to
the
listen.
normal.
If
And when
not,
you
I
say
can just
God,
move
what do
on.
you mean?
When I say God,
Devil's
it's
advocate, I
just
think
a
you're
full
confused
word,
about
just
the
a
nature of
human
the
word
show.
to
This show isn't where you get to come in and argue with us about any philosophical issue, despite what the last guest might have suggested.
Yep.
Do you have an
Well,
argument
I
for
heard
God's
Dr.
existence?
Bliss
And if not, we're
talking
moving on to the
about the
next
mind.
one. That
Sure,
was a
you
yes
can
or no
move, but he's talking
question.
about the mind without.
Yes
Okay,
or
it sounds
no?
like
It's
this
okay.
this
I can go.
person
No
doesn't
worries.
have an argument for God's existence.
Yeah, it certainly does sound that way. We'll just move on to the next one. I told you like a half hour ago, Devil's Advocate, that if you didn't have an argument for God, we're not going to debate you. So not the point of the show there. Okay, fair enough. Let's get John B22 into the discussion. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hey, fellas. Yep, I'm well over 18, and I apologize that I've only seen you guys intermittently appear on your show. I didn't realize that to be a caller, you had to argue and debate the existence of God. But now I kind of understand the rules of your show. But I am calling with a slight maybe disagreement in your
Well,
guys' stance.
Do you believe in God?
No,
Okay. Well, thanks for watching.
or I should rather say I should.
What the
All
hell
right.
is going on?
We let on Brenda. That's what happened.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah, we're not going to do that again. We're not going to let that happen. All right, let's get Art Man, and then after that, maybe Don. Welcome in, Art Man. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am far over 18, and I definitely believe in God. So
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Catholic.
Cool.
Yeah. All right.
What do you think is the best argument or evidence for God?
All right. So I don't have the kind of learning that you guys have with science, okay, or philosophy. But I could just make some key points that I think speak to me, right?
Sure.
I think you guys are speaking a different language than God.
What language does God speak?
Godish.
You got me.
All right. Okay. They say life and God is a mystery. So I think God is beyond human comprehension. And I think God tries to shed light on what his plan mystery is through Jesus Christ. Okay. And you just listen to the things that he says, how to live, and then what God has planned for us after we die. I kind of hearken this to the fourth dimension. Again,
no.
I'm not a scientist. I don't have any background with this, but Dr. Blitz, you can correct me. But like with the fourth dimension, which it involves time, we don't understand really how the fourth dimension works, or if we were to encounter someone from the fourth dimension, we just would not be able to understand them. So I think God is sort of like that. He's in a higher dimension, and it's beyond us.
Well, but how did you arrive at this belief that God exists?
Well, of course, I was raised in the faith, right? So that's one.
Do you think being raised to hold the belief is like justification for the belief?
No, I think, well, if a belief is a good belief and it's brought a lot of good to the world, and it's helped a lot of people. I think you've said that once too, right? I think.
Which belief is this? You said you're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Roman Catholic. Yes, I am.
Okay, would you say that the Inquisition brought a lot of good to the world?
Well, no, I mean, within it, of course, there's a lot of bad that came from human nature, but
would you say that, like, the SS who on their belt buckles wrote "Gott mit uns" on it, "God is with us"? Do you think that those Christians brought a lot of good to the world?
No, obviously not, right? So
I'm not trying to say,
yeah.
At least I'm not like, maybe you could make an argument that there's been some good brought to the world, but on the balance, I think you'd have a hard time making a good argument that Christianity has brought a lot of good to the world.
I disagree with that. I mean, from the world I come from, I was raised to love everyone, be respectful. Like yourself, I'm speaking to you. I respect you guys, although you may not believe in what I believe. And I think that came from the way I was raised, right? And that came from my faith. So,
would you say that your belief in God is justified or unjustified?
I think it's justified. And I'll say it in a different way.
Okay.
I think.
What's your justification for believing in God?
I think God represents love. The Christian God represents love and loving your fellow man, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I'm a father, so I see that love in my child, my children, things like that. So I think these are all things that Christianity really promotes. Yeah, so that's my justification for believing it.
Well, okay, so I guess I kind of reject like both parts of this. That there's one that God represents love, but that's like absolutely not universally true. Like God culturally might have like love associated with him to some people, but also even if like culturally God is a symbol is closely connected to love, I don't know why that would mean that God is real any more than, I don't know, whatever Hindu God is associated with love would be a justification for, I don't know, like Vishnu being real.
No, well, correct, and I don't believe in Vishnu, but the Christian God Jesus Christ, through his sacrifice, all those amazing actions that he did, that's incredible. Dying for our sin, whether you believe in that or not. But there was a Jesus, a historical person by the name of Jesus, and he did die.
He ain't gotta die for nobody.
Well, no, I wouldn't say not that. Yeah, again, that that hurts me when people believe that, but I think he did.
Let me just kind of point what I'm saying. Like, if I'm walking down the road and there's somebody else next to me and a vehicle veers off the road and I jump in front of them to save their life, I might sound like a hero, but what if I told you I paid the truck driver to come mow us down? Now it's very different. God giving up his life for resolving the problem that he created isn't very heroic.
Well, no, that's part of the mystery. I'm not a theologian, but that's part of the mystery, and I think in the end, the goal is to get to heaven. So this life is temporary, right? We're all going to eventually die. So horrible things happen, but the end goal is to go somewhere where it's good and there's love and there's no pain and there's no suffering. And I think that's beautiful. I don't think there's anything wrong with believing that. Even if it turns out to be not real, I believe it's real.
But the problem is, if we don't believe that in your worldview, we get lit on fire and tortured for eternity.
That's one thing I definitely would say too. Like at the end, there have been atheists who kind of call on God, and they are fully accepted. You know what I mean? There's always
I need you to understand the situation, right? The gospel message is essentially, I'm going to light you on fire for all of eternity unless you love me and worship me. That's not an actual logical dichotomy. There could be a million other things in between. If God wanted to punish people, he could make punishments proportional to their crime. The reality is, hell isn't really for punishing crimes. Hell is for punishing people who don't believe in Jesus, which is pretty remarkably clear in Luke chapter 19 when he tells the parable about his coming back.
Yeah.
He's says, "Those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them before my very presence and slaughter them." That's what hell is for.
Right, but then what I thought as well, and what I do believe is that God does not send us to hell. We essentially send ourselves there through our actions and through our rejecting of Jesus, who's all about love and respecting your fellow man, and these are all beautiful things that he teaches. So
no, in Matthew chapter 19, he says you'll be thrown into hell.
Well, that's a way of saying, like, if you don't believe in me and you don't accept me, the only way you can come to the Father is through me. And he's love. He's love.
And it was not if he's going to light you on fire. So, I mean, here's the passage. It's actually pretty, he is doing it. The passage is pretty clear. If your eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away. It's better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the hell of fire. Like, you're not choosing to go to hell. Like, you're going to be thrown into hell. Now, the reality is, I don't believe in this sky carcass zombie messiah because it's ridiculous. The entire book is ridiculous. There's no reason to believe in it, right? So the reality is, I'm going to be thrown into hellfire in your worldview because I can't bring myself to believe that there's a guy who was a messiah, even though he fulfilled 0 prophecies, and then he rose from the dead, a claim that is completely unsubstantiated and not even unique in the first century. I should get tortured for all of eternity because I don't believe that nonsense.
No, I don't think it's that what's being said. I think it's all about the only way you can really know what's right and wrong and have a sense of right and wrong. And I know you guys, there are a lot of people who don't believe there's any clear definition of what's right and wrong. It's through Jesus. And that's the only way you could really understand, have a good working conscience and understand right and wrong.
Well, I would disagree on that because Jesus says some things that you probably wouldn't like in
also,
Matthew
Jesus
chapter
hates
5.
the environment.
Yeah,
just saying.
That's true. And
he
fig
hates trees.
In Matthew 5, Jesus advocates for people to follow the law of Moses if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven. That's verse 19. So if Jesus thinks following the law of Moses is good, we've got a lot of questions to ask. And also, if Jesus is part of a Trinity, that means he gave the law of Moses to Moses.
Fair enough. But I cannot, like I said, I cannot argue on that level. I see life as a mystery. So there are a lot of things that I myself might wonder and question. Some of the scripture that you're quoting, I think you're taking some of the wording literally as being thrown. I think you're kind of putting yourself in that position by rejecting.
Why would I take that to be metaphorically when Jesus says it on multiple occasions? In fact, in Matthew 25, we get the great judgment scene, and he says, "Those on his left, you who are accursed, into the fiery abyss." So like it's not like we're just like, golly gee, we're deciding to go to hell. No, God, Jesus is coming. He's judging everybody. And those who he doesn't approve of, you're going to be thrown in the fire precisely like he said. You don't get to choose not to. I can't say, oh, golly gee, Jesus, I don't think I want to go. That's not how that's going to work.
Well, there is the act of, before people are literally thrown into hell, like you said, a lot of people end up in what they call
Purgatory?
there's a sort of purgatory kind of sort of thing
Not
where
if you
you
don't
can.
believe in Jesus. Now, it does depend on what part of Catholic teaching you're going to be a part of. But according to
Right.
the Catechism and the Magisterium, purgatory is not necessarily for non-believers. It's typically for sinful believers.
Correct. And but that's the thing. If you outright reject Christ, completely reject him, I think that's where you end up in the hellfire situation.
So why should I be lit on fire for all of eternity for not believing in the cloud zombie?
Well, I don't know you, but I don't know what's in your heart. I don't know what you feel. It's all those things factor into it,
Let's
right? It's a
pretend
whole lot
I've
of
committed
things.
exactly every sin you've ever committed. Why should I be lit on fire for it and you not?
I would be lit on fire too. I mean, I'm a sinner too.
But
I'm
the
just saying,
difference is you're not going to go to hell and I will because I don't believe in your Messiah. So
there's no
again,
way
I'm asking, if
no way to
you and
prove
I
that.
live identical lives and we commit all the same sins, why is it that I should be lit on fire for those sins and you not?
No, I cannot. What's your name again? I can't say that. Like, no human being can say that, right?
But
I
that's
don't
what the
know
Bible
you, and then of
says.
course, no, I don't think it quite says it like that. I
It
think like
does say
you could
that
be a better
if
person
you
than me.
don't accept Jesus, you
Well,
go to hell. The only way to the Father is through Jesus.
right, and you may be doing things, might be a better person than me, right?
So what?
And through your actions in life, how you treat people and how you think and view life. So I could be the one who's saying, yeah, I accept Jesus, but it turns out I don't really see. But
Well,
Jesus knows
I'm
that.
not
God
asking
knows
you
that.
about pretending. In
Not
my
pretending.
analogy, I'm assuming you really do believe in Jesus, and I really don't. I'm not saying anyone here is pretending. So if you
No,
really do believe in Jesus, and I really don't believe in Jesus, and we commit all the same identical sins in our lifetime, and then when we die, you'll go to heaven and I'll go to hell. So the
I
only
don't
difference,
think so.
hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what the Bible says. The only difference is that you believe in Jesus and I don't.
Well, I think Jesus takes that into account as well. That if you were really a good person, but you reached a point in your life that you are rejecting his teachings, his views, whatever, then that's something he would look at harshly. But if you lived the way he lived and lived a good way, I don't think you'll be thrown into hellfire. I really don't believe that. I
Well,
don't think
that's
that's
not
what
what the
he's
Bible says. Revelation 21:8 says that
saying.
the unbelievers are going to the lake of fire.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to use up too much of everybody's time. And like I said, I'm not a full-blown theologian, but I do believe there is a higher power at play. And I think it's something that's a mystery and that human beings simply just cannot understand it fully. So,
Well, I'm not really sure that means anything to us. I could just say that the life-granting unicorn is beyond our understanding, but that doesn't really mean that the life-granting unicorn is real. Although the life-granting unicorn is on the shelf behind me, so I
yeah.
do believe in the life-granting unicorn. Nevertheless, let me ask you a question. You probably believe that, like, do you believe Jesus is special just because he taught certain things, or do you think like he actually was like sent by God to do something? Like, is there a reason why we would believe that Jesus is a divine figure?
Yeah. I mean,
Like what?
because he suffered and endured imaginable treatment and pain
So,
and died. Nobody
well,
does that. No normal person does that,
lots of
right?
people do it.
No, people don't engage in
Simon
that kind of level of
Simon Bar
martyrdom.
Kokhba did.
Say again?
Simon Bar Kokhba did. A bunch of Jews did. In fact, in the first and second century, all kinds of Jews were tortured by the Romans for standing up for their faith. Like Jesus isn't the only one.
Right, but I think, like I said, along with Jesus's beautiful teachings and the sacrifice that he made, and then you have many reports after of various his disciples and people documenting that they did see him, accounts of him rising from the dead. I truly believe that the entire message is also lived on for thousands of years. We measure time by Jesus as well.
We
I
don't.
mean, it's just,
Only the
well,
Christian world. If you talk to Jews or people in China or
right. Right, of
People in
course.
other parts of the world, they don't. So yeah, obviously
Right.
the Christianized parts of the world are going to use
Yeah,
a
but
dating
those,
system relatively
right.
similar to the
But
one
yeah,
that comports their religion. That's kind
you,
of irrelevant because like
well,
Thursday is a Norse pagan
mm,
deity. Just because we say Thor's Day doesn't mean that we like Thor was important. So this is
well,
not really
well,
a
mm,
valuable concept, but nevertheless, people dying for their faith is ubiquitous. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of well-known people that have died for their faith at the same time of Jesus. So
but they
Jesus
didn't live on
suffering,
through time. They haven't lived on as Jesus had at his
but that's
powerful beautiful
irrelevant. Just
I
because
mean,
people
Jesus
believe he
didn't
was
live on.
awesome, yeah.
well,
Jesus is dead.
Too
well,
soon, Dr. Blitz, too soon.
It's
billions
been
of
like a
Christians
few
on
thousand years.
yeah. Well, again, it's a lot of his teachings are very beautiful, very good, very uplifting. So
Like
yeah.
what? He's got also horrific teachings. In Mark chapter 7, he chastises the Pharisees for not executing children that curse their mother and father.
Well, like I said, there's still things in there that we question, but overall, a lot of it, there's a lot of good. There's a lot
I
of
don't
good.
I don't think so. I think it's a net negative. All in all, the history of the church has brought bloodshed, violence, wars. It's brought tearing apart families. Jesus literally said he came to turn father against son and mother against daughter. Like what? Why in the world would we think that this guy is good when he said, "I didn't come to bring peace but a sword"?
Oh no,
Well,
well that statement is he came to tell us clearly what's right and wrong. Because like nowadays, there's a lot of nihilism. There's no such thing as right and wrong. It's a whole lot of confusion, right? And you could even say, and I'm not saying all atheists are like
Well,
this, but out of atheism comes a lot of like
how did
things
you
like
determine what is
Satanism
right
and
and
all of this
wrong?
sort of stuff. Hmm?
How did you determine that Jesus' teachings are right? Because if I read you some of his teachings, I bet you're going to think that they're not right. We touched on it earlier, Matthew 5. Jesus
Hmm.
advocates for following the law of Moses, but I guarantee you don't want to stone women that don't bleed on their wedding night, do you?
No, no, I don't believe that. But
But
obviously, he was
but that's
speaking
what
at
the
a
law of
different
Moses
time.
says.
Right. Okay. But like I said, I'm not a theologian. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that there is a lot of beautiful things that
Well,
come out of it. Right. When I
was
go to
there
mass,
ever a time where it was okay to stone a woman for not bleeding on her wedding night?
no. But what I'm saying is when I
Well,
go to
then
church, right.
was God
Right.
wrong when he said to do it?
No. Well, there are there are moments in the scripture too where Jesus said, "Let thou without sin, cast the first stone." Right.
Well,
So there's
Well, I
there's
don't
something.
I don't
Yeah.
actually think that's
Yeah.
what you think
Mm.
that means. Also, that's not original to the Bible. That was invented in the 6th century. It's not a single early manuscript has that narration. But also, Jesus didn't say not to follow the law of Moses there. He just said, "Hey, if y'all want to stone this woman, remember that you're next because y'all got stonable offenses too." And also, I don't think that what they did was appropriate. They didn't bring the man who committed adultery, according to Deuteronomy 22. You have to bring the man and the woman. So I think Jesus, if this story happened, rightly assessed the situation that the poor woman was being set up and it wasn't a true crime. That being said, we're talking about like if God via Jesus, because Jesus is God, says that you should stone a woman for not bleeding on her wedding night, according to Deuteronomy 22. It's horrific in any time period because there's no means by which you can determine if that woman truly was a virgin. But basically, the test is that if they don't bleed on the sheet on their wedding night, it's presumed that she's not a virgin and you can stone her. This is ridiculous in all time periods, even today's time period. We know that women bleeding is not a sign of virginity, which means the women who would have been stoned almost universally probably would have been innocent.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the conversation. Like I said, I still believe there's something there. So
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up, bud.
yeah, thank you. All right.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Cheers. Well, it is what it is. Friends, I'm going to read a couple of super chats and we're going to move on to our next guest. If I remember correctly, it's going to be Alex and then Don. But we're going to get to everybody, hopefully. Miko, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, to the guy worried about answering clever theists, I feel it too. But to quote Bill Bailey, the most honest answer to almost any deep question is, I don't know. I'm just a man in a linen suit. I mean, you're not wrong. It's okay to not know something. I think when you pretend to know something you don't, it looks way worse than just admitting that you don't know it. And that happens sometimes. Eat some shorts. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super. It says Brenda came in with more baby bottles than the Christians. Hope he gets some help. Although Brenda is a she. But yes, I'm perplexed by atheists that call in to cry about other atheist positions on situations like this. It's highly unproductive. And Ellie says, Blitz, please fix the lava lamp. Parts are invisible. That's not Blitz's fault. That's my fault.
This is Justin. You got to just crop away the bottom bit so you just see the top bit.
I'm gonna have to.
That's how I do it, and it's just like the main part of the lava lamp anyway.
Yeah, I need to crop the lava lamp logo so it's just the lava.
I mean, you
flow.
can crop it in OBS, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not
look what our pantheon has come to. Look at the care that these mortals take of it.
Oh boy. Anyways, we'll make sure that Blitz's I'm going to fix it right now. Blitz's lamp gets the appropriate treatment. How's that?
Good.
I think we're good to go. Okay, we're good, friends.
Excellent.
We're good. And Andy, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, thanks for mentioning the basics of biblical Hebrew grammar. Ordered a copy of the 3rd edition and a Hebrew copy of the Tanakh for practice. Hell yeah. Excited to get you introduced to Hebrew. There's one other tool I would highly recommend. In fact, let me grab it real quick. You can get it on Amazon. Okay. It's going to be a set of flashcards, and they're going to look like this. They're Old Testament Hebrew vocabulary cards by the same author, by Van Pelt and Practico. They have the 1,000 most used words in the Hebrew Bible. So you can memorize them by the most likely to occur. And if you can memorize these 1,000 words, I can promise you can read the majority, if not almost all of the Old Testament. If you run up with words that you don't know, typically the context of the passage will give you enough to figure it out if you don't know the word. But that, I think, is the best way to build your vocabulary, because you're not just learning generic Hebrew words, you're using the most frequent Hebrew words relevant to the text that you're reading. So highly recommend. And Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, Justin, Shutsu Sakai is an anime made by Japanese doomsday cult in the 90s, and that actually is one I would like to get into. That'd be fun. I am deeply fascinated by the religious fervor of 20th century Japan. The emperor worship, the kamikazes, everything is wild. And they were doing all kinds of shit over there that I think people might not be aware of during the World War II era. Some of it very akin to what was happening in Germany. Uncle George, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend, says, as long as we're doing anime recommendations, oh fuck, this is going to keep going. Cowboy Bebop is a must-watch from the 90s. Love the work you all do. Thanks for the cookouts. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Uncle George. I'm definitely going to add it to the list of recommendations. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for supporting the show as well. And Kane says, highly recommend Code Geass, Mecha, Politics, Philosophy,
Yes.
Action, and the occasional anime girl. What more could you want? Oh boy. Well, Kane, definitely appreciate the recommendation. And thank you so much for supporting the channel, friend. And also, we've got a super chat from our friend Steve. Does not a fan of infighting. I am, however, a fan of kung fu fighting. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And I got 2 more supers here, and then we're going to get Alex in. Ken Rim, thank you for the super chat, says, Le Troy Mascaret. Do you guys know how to pronounce that French word?
No.
Shit.
No.
I'm going to type this one in. French is a crazy language. I know like half of these words have like unpronounced syllables and letters. Okay. Masqueteries. Okay. Oh, the Three Musketeers. Holy fuck.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. Well, thank you. Does Justin ever sleep? The answer is fuck no. I'll sleep when I dead. But hey, thanks for being here and supporting the stream. I do have a dream one day that I'll actually get some sleep. I just don't know when it's going to happen. But I will tell you this. I finally got diagnosed for my ADHD, and I got some medication that I think is going to actually help me get to sleep. Be able to like help shut my fucking brain off at night.
I thought you were gonna say you have like a different type of medication.
No, I don't know. I probably do need other types of medications. But it's funny. I took the test last week, and the doctor is like it's a really crazy test on the computer. Either you got the second worst score I've ever seen. I was like, fuck. Well, that checks out.
Oh no.
So we'll see. See what happens. Last super chat for now from our friend Jimmy. Thank you so much. It says Pass Calc 3 diffs like DiffEQ physics, doing physics 3 and linear now. I don't have any philosophy classes anymore, sadly. Any good book recommendations?
On which one? For philosophy or for like if you want, well, first of all, for philosophy book recommendations, it super depends on what you're interested in. I'd recommend reading Michael Huemer's Knowledge, Reality, and Value, and reading as many like introductory philosophy texts until you feel like you understand the terms that get used, and how it all kind of fits together. And then you should go explore whatever questions you're interested in, whether it be like ethics or I don't know, like metaphysics. You should read like the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy page, and they'll give you a lot of good author recommendations. You know, maybe one of them will have a book that recently came out. That book will give you even more recommendations, and then from there, I don't know. That's how most of my philosophy discovery goes. Is that I'm reading a work that cites some other work, and then I go check out the other work.
You could also
Yeah.
just take more philosophy classes.
True.
True.
One of
I mean, you're still in school, so like.
Yeah, one of the beauties of school is you get electives. You can you can take extra electives if you want, as long as you're willing to pay for them. I did one when I was in school because it was only offered once on like a tri-yearly, like every 3 years basis. It wasn't part of my curriculum, and I was like, "Fuck, I really want to take it," so I took it, and I paid extra money for it, and I didn't mind.
I think most, at least at most universities in the US, if you are full-time, then taking extra classes doesn't cost you more. There's like a maximum fee that you can pay above like 12 credit hours or something, depending on whether you're on the semester or quarter system. And then above that, you can just take as many classes as you want, and they don't charge you extra. You're just considered a full-time student.
A lot of schools are like that for sure. Probably most of them, if I had to imagine. But nevertheless, friends, let's go get Alex into the chat, and we'll do Don after Alex, and hopefully we'll have some robust discussion. Welcome in, Alex. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hey, welcome. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. And do you believe in God?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. And
which one would that be?
Yeah.
Well, what's the question?
Which one would that be? Which God do you believe in?
To be honest, I don't want to say.
Islam, common. Okay, sure. Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
I just don't think that we can assume that it doesn't exist.
But do you think that your belief in God existing is like a justified belief?
I guess it depends on what you mean.
Like, do you have like a reason to believe that it's true?
Not really. I kind of grew up religiously, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, sure, but certainly that's not like a good way of forming beliefs, right? Just like accepting what you were taught as a kid.
Yeah. Well, logically, I just can't see how we could assume there's not a God.
Okay, so I take God to be something like the creator of the universe, but I think that that's a problem because I don't think that it's possible for time to be created. Let me break that down. So, if we have change, then we're going to have time. So a timeless state is going to be unchanging. That means that God can't create time, because if God created time, then it would be God without time, a timeless state of affairs, and then time gets brought into existence, a timed state of affairs. So, we would have a timeless reality changing into a temporal reality, but timeless states of reality don't change. So there's just a contradiction there. That means that God couldn't possibly be the creator of time, which means that he likewise couldn't have created the other stuff like space.
How our time is It's like a dimension above us, right? It's like a
I
fourth
don't really know what
dimension.
that means. But oh, sure. It's like the fourth dimension. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, imagine there's a like seventh dimension creature, and like it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it. But if you're a three-dimensional creature and you make 2D images, the 2D images won't be able to, if they were alive, they won't be able to know that, to go beyond the 2D dimension, and they see in one dimension. So we can only see up until time. We can't see above the fourth dimension.
We don't
So
need to be able to see it to understand it.
yeah, well, we could just observe it,
We don't need to be able to observe it to understand it.
Yeah, you don't have to understand it because you can't
Mm,
understand it.
No, we can understand the higher dimensional things, no problem. We just can't visualize it.
Do you think that
Mathematicians do this
timeless?
all the time.
Do you think timeless things change?
Probably. I can't really say. It's speculating.
So okay, so a change requires a before and an after. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
Sure. So if we have a change, then we're going to need time because there needs to be like a before and an after to that. But that means that, change requires time. So a timeless thing can't change.
Well, it just can't change in time.
It can't change at all because any change is going to require a before and an after. So there's going to be like some sort of like sequence of reality there.
Well, I mean, you can have a change in height, So that doesn't require before and after in time. You can have a change in height,
But you
So
couldn't be simultaneously 5 feet tall and 5 feet 6 inches tall. That would be a contradiction.
nope. If there's a
So it
higher
would need to be
dimension,
at
you could. If
different
there's
moments.
What?
It would need to be at different moments because otherwise you'd have a contradiction on your hands.
Well, not if you're outside of time.
Nope, because you would be both 5 feet and not 5 feet.
Yep, that's exactly. Yeah,
It's a
you know how a
contradiction.
particle could be in two states, depending
That's
on
not a
whether you look at
contradiction.
it.
So when it comes to like quantum particles aren't saying like it's both in this superposition and not in this superposition. It's saying it's in both of these superpositions, which isn't a contradiction.
So, a being outside of time is in both heights. It's
You
not a
think God is
contradiction.
in like superpositions?
Sure, why not?
So
mean,
God
you could
follows laws
assume
of
that.
physics?
God follows. I don't know.
I take that to be like what a
Depends on how
superposition
physics
is.
works in fourth dimensions.
I mean, I
Fine.
just think the superpositions, when I think of a superposition, what I'm referring to is like some quantum state, and those follow laws of physics.
Okay, that's cool. Guys, so why do you claim that there isn't a God?
Because there's a contradiction in him creating time. The one that we just
How?
went through.
The one that it requires a before and an after.
Yeah, changes require befores and afters.
Yep,
And it's not the
but you
same
can
state.
change.
If a
You can
thing
have a
changes, then
change.
it's not the same. So,
Yeah, but you
a
don't have to have a change in time. It does require a change, but it doesn't have to be change in time.
but
It could be
it does
change
require a
in
before and
you-
after. Yeah,
How
go
do you
for it.
understand change if not a change in time?
Like I said, you could have a change in height. You don't need before and after. You could have change in.
But when we say something is created, that usually is a change in time, right? Something goes like when I create a table, what changed was not height. What changed was not spatial location. What changed was the presence of something at different moments in time.
Yep.
So, do you just mean something else when you say that time was created?
No, I don't. I'm not sure if time was created, I just think time could have been used.
I don't know what that means.
So like time could have always existed, and then this being just comes along, or this higher dimensional, and uses time.
By the way, it doesn't seem like you can say that God is higher dimensional, because then God would be constrained by the number of dimensions that it exists in.
True. Wouldn't that mean that God exists on like the manifold? So God is in the universe?
On some manifold, yeah.
That also means I'd probably take that to mean that God's not the fundamental object, which means that God's not a supreme being.
Supreme.
Just that God depends on things for his existence. If God exists in dimensions, then he depends on those dimensions for his existence.
Depends on those dimensions. Yeah, sure, but that does depend on how you define God, though.
How do you define God?
Actually, I have no idea.
That's totally fine. So typically God is taken to be like an ultimate being, a being that everything else depends on, that himself depends on nothing, an ultimate being that's personal. Like he has like a mind, he has hopes, dreams, ambitions, etc.
Okay. That's interesting.
So the model of God that you've laid out here, like the multidimensional God, well, he couldn't be an ultimate being because the dimensions that he exists in would be things that he depends on for his existence.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Seems a little problematic, though, no?
Yeah, I don't really... Sorry, guys.
That's okay. No need to be sorry. I appreciated the conversation.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. Well, listen, thanks for stopping in and chatting with us for a bit.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks for being here, Alex.
Cheers, bud.
Bye.
Well, he was nicer than Brenda. So, got that going for him. All right, friends, we're going to get Don in here next. Let me grab just a couple super chats. Hey, Broke My Crayon. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, children are dying. Who needs tomes and volumes of history? Children are dying. The injustices of the world hide in those 3 words. Stephen Erickson. Great stream as always, gentlemen. End the war. Yeah. Fucking, you guys know my stance on violence. I'm not pro-violence. So
wow.
I'm very unhappy.
Dusting that take out of the freezer, are we?
It's a tough one, yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe Justin is pro status quo.
Yeah.
As a Christian, I was actually straight up pacifist. Now I believe in self-defense, but
what?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I understand that there are probably some people out here that think maybe the Iranian regime needed to be removed, but I think there are better alternatives. That's just fucking me.
One can think that the Iranian regime was bad while also not thinking that one should go and just bomb them.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, maybe wars, there's like a level of care and consideration that goes into like a war that's like well waged that didn't go into this one that leads to things like accidentally blowing up like a girls' school.
Anyways, Bookit, thanks for the additional super chat. Says, I hate the 2D beings can't comprehend 3D beings. What the fuck is a 2D being, and how could you know? They couldn't. When your argument requires mind reading things that aren't real, it may be a shit argument.
They read Flatland once is what happened, which is an excellent book and more people should read it. But they read Flatland and their entire worldview derives from that.
Seems to be the case. Hey, some Gen X gamer, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Justin, you should watch Neon Genesis Evangelion, not as twisted as some Christian pretzels and Philbro logic. Rock After Dog, Lava Lamp, and Stay Salty. Well, thank you.
Neon Genesis is famously, it's like a totally normal, it's like one of the original kind of like mecha animes. And it's totally normal for like the first few episodes or like the first half of the show. And then by the time you get to the second half, it is famously confusing.
Oh. Sounds interesting. A very hard to follow series. That's what I need.
Well, it's like a work of art, but like it's like a work of art that's like absurdist, you know?
Sure.
Like
Okay.
there's like a slow decline to absurdism, and it's very, very good, but it's just very confusing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I am the Big Cheese. Good to see you, friend. Says, noticing a trend of more theists evoking higher dimensions lately on your lives. Feels like a new theistic or theist meme of the movement. Maybe they.
It
I feel like
happens, yeah.
this. I feel like this started, and this is my impression. I could be wrong. I feel like a lot of this started when string theory started to like find its way to the internet, and now everyone
Yeah.
wants to talk
But
about
that was like 20
alternative
years ago,
dimensions.
so
I know. Wow. But the
I don't
internet
know.
folk.
I
Yeah.
think the ultimate goal to defuse atheist arguments is just to make it such that you're in a position to say, "We just don't understand it." Ooh, and then that's kind of the end game.
Right. Yeah, yeah. And Karen, in regards to Brenda says, "My bad for misgendering caller. Was it intentional?" And we know, Karen, it's not certainly not intentional. And I'm sure Brenda's not offended either. I wouldn't worry too much. But thank you for apologizing, anyways. Because it does happen from time to time. All right, let's get Don into the discussion, and hopefully we'll have some good dialogue here. Maybe I see him the connecting dots of doom, perhaps. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, Don, were you in the guest box too long, buddy?
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, suppose that's it. I don't think Don's connecting. We'll move on to our next guest. Sorry, Don, if you were actually in the guest box and you wanted to come up, you're more than welcome to come back. Or maybe your internet connection was bad. It's hard to tell sometimes, but we'll definitely bring you up if you meant to be here and you actually do have an internet connection. And with that, it looks like our next guest is going to be Encalu Butho Films, and then
You did your best.
Gulagio, maybe. Yeah, that's a crazy name. I did try.
You did. I'm proud of you.
Guys, while we're loading up, guys, hey, also remember today at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, this trio, this unholy trinity, is going to be hosting on AXP. So we're gonna be cooking people. Oh, I think NQ loaded mostly.
Is there an echo? It kind of sounds
Yeah.
like there's an echo.
There is.
Just a little bit.
I think it's better now. Anyways, and I wouldn't call you Films. How you doing, Films?
Hi, how you guys? I'm good, and how you guys?
Doing well, thanks for asking.
Doing okay.
Films, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Yes
Yes,
to
I'm
both?
18. I'm over 18, and I do believe in God.
Cool. Which God do you believe
Yes,
in?
God, the higher power.
Sure. Does it have a name or a
Informative.
book or a religion?
Helpful.
I practice spirituality.
Informative.
Does your God
Okay.
have a name or any identifying characteristics?
Yes, He's God the Almighty.
Oh boy.
Informative. Holy shit, dude. We're like breaking ground here. This is incredible. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you think Jesus is God?
Now, I believe that Jesus
This
was a prophet. I believe he was brought by God to deliver humanity.
Do you think
Sure.
that Muhammad was the last true prophet?
To bring salvation.
Yes. Is that a yes?
Do you think that Muhammad was the last true prophet of God?
You okay there, Films?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Oh boy. Okay.
How did the delay get like exponentially worse?
I suppose the Lord took them. Maybe we'll. Oh, and they're gone. Okay.
So you
Well.
see, some satellites require bouncing their signals off of the moon,
Mm.
and Muhammad split it in half, which ruined that.
Obviously, that's why you have to wear the moon crystals to reflect
Right.
the sun's radiance back to the moon. Yeah, obviously.
Exactly. Otherwise, your cell signal will degrade.
Obviously, yeah, 100%. Yep. All right, I'm gonna grab two super chats real quick, and then we're gonna get. I think Gulagio is the name. I promise. I tried to pronounce that as best as I can. I probably still messed it up, but Kane, thank you for the super chat. Says definitely watch Full Metal Alchemist. Well, I've seen Full Metal Jacket. I don't know if that's the same thing. Great show,
Nope,
particularly
different thing.
memorable if you're a dog person.
Oh my god, Kane Malice, you're so evil.
Oh no, I'm
That's
a dog
so evil.
person. Do dogs get hurt?
You-
Please tell me dogs
You'll
don't get
cry
hurt.
at least once. It's
Oh,
normal.
fuck. All right. Damn it. It's on the list. And Carlos, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Friend says Neon Genesis Evangelion is incredible. I recommend you watch the 4 films. Well, I'll tell you what, we've heard that exact recommendation a handful of times here today. So that might have to be next on the list in my anime education. So I'll definitely do what I can, my friend. And let me grab our next guest now, and we'll see if they're a believer and if I pronounced the name correctly. Welcome in. Is it Galagio or is it some other? Am I pronouncing this name correctly?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Cool. Which God do you believe in?
I'm 28. I believe in Christianity.
Okay.
Great.
And what?
Sorry, I wanted to talk. I want to talk about like Ian's. I like Ian's moral arguments, but I don't want to like post interested in that.
Sure. I mean, I guess we could like discuss it, but I think is there? I guess like what makes you think that God exists, though?
It's just hard for me to see how like love or any of that, like, or caring for other people and that, it's hard to see that existing without someone making that in me.
But you don't think like those could have come from evolution?
I have a hard time seeing like consciousness arising from evolution, particularly.
Well, interestingly, we do see consciousness come about during like pregnancy, for example, that it starts out with like a single cell embryo, and then around like 6 months in, it's conscious. You know, you get to see like the brain develop, and then eventually this brain development and the connection of all these like neural networks with each other eventually results in consciousness. So I'm not sure why there couldn't be some sort of evolutionary process that generates this.
Okay. Like what would, how do you know that that is like, I guess, conscious in the way that, like it's its own being in like its own universe almost. The same way, like, how would you know when you had like an artificial consciousness within a computer? You
I
know,
don't really know what
you
that
can't,
question's asking.
like knowing that it's experiencing itself, like a thing that's actually having experience, not just like an automaton, perhaps.
Sure. Well, we would arrive at this via like inductive evidence, the same way that I would arrive at the conclusion that you're conscious. It's going to come down to, you know, the data related to the way that you act and the way that you respond to certain stimuli, the brain signals that go off in your head in response to said stimuli, the various parts of the brain that are developed, and the fact that it operates in like a dynamic system where it just kind of like loops through various like modes of thinking and being in response to, you know, the environment and response to like other parts of the brain. So it would be the exact same evidence that I have that you're conscious.
Okay, I understand. I don't know. That was a lot to. Uh, I don't know where to go from there. I'll be honest.
That's okay. You wanted to talk about ethics?
Yes. Like you go about the route of going through agents.
Hmm.
Um,
Yep.
like yes, yeah. But like an animal's not an agent,
I think animals
or
are
is an agent.
agents. I think that animals have moral value.
Okay, okay. But like you don't hold them responsible since they're not rational agents, I
They're not
guess.
specifically, the thing is that they're not reflective. The unique feature that humans have, or at least a lot of us have, is that we're able to step back and ask, how should I be acting? That we're capable of viewing our lives in a linear way where this event happens, then this event happens, then this event happens, but we're also capable of viewing it in more of like a structural way. Um, where we have goals and we're capable of taking actions, reflecting on our goals, reflecting on which goals we should have, reflecting on what actions we should take to achieve those goals, and then taking those actions. I think that the second way of thinking about our lives is the thing that's necessary for ethics. And for example, when a human is extremely like mentally disabled to the point where they can't think about their life in the second way, I don't hold them
Yeah.
morally responsible for anything in the same way that I don't
No,
hold like the
that is
lion morally
reasonable.
responsible.
Yes. Okay. Um. Okay. Or like a unborn baby. Is that an agent? Like it doesn't necessarily have agency, I guess, or
I
since
don't.
it's in
Well,
like
I
a
think it has like
fetal.
agency. Well, when it's conscious, I think that it is agency. Prior to consciousness, I don't think that it is agency. I don't think that it has reflective agency until quite a ways down the line, which is why I don't think that, for example, like a newborn infant who does a bad action is morally responsible for that because they didn't arrive at that via like reflecting on what they should do.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There's no reflection, obviously. Um. Okay. Okay. So like you see, then don't hold a moral value of the fetus, perhaps before it has consciousness, is what, or like before
Basically,
it has
no.
agency.
I think
Basically, no.
that you're required to value life to some degree. Like I don't think that you can do whatever you want to like a living organism, even one like that. Um, but I mean like the amount of value that I would assign like a preconscious fetus is like basically nothing.
Okay. Um. All right. Well, what about like let's say like a rat, like a lab rat? Do you assign value to testing on it, maybe for the greater good of rats and humanity or whatever?
No, I don't think you should do that.
Okay.
In the same way, right? Like okay, let's say like I don't think it's all right
Ian is a
to
dirty vegan hippie.
I am, yeah. I don't think that it's
So
okay
Yeah.
to, for example, like kidnap orphans and then do like scientific experimentation on them that's like brutal and painful and horrible. Even if the end result of that is that I like cure cancer, even though there's like a massive greater good, I would still hold that it's impermissible to behave in a way that,
Yeah, like the ends don't justify the means. I see what
yeah.
you mean.
Yeah, for
Um,
those specific actions, I think that those actions are impermissible. I'm anti, even though there very well could be a greater good, I'm anti, lab testing in ways that are inhumane.
yeah, so Ian, how do you feel about lab testing on insects?
I don't think insects, I don't, I would need to read into insect consciousness. That comes down to
Ian
whether or
is a
not,
mammal
I was,
supremacist.
if they're not
right,
conscious, then I
yeah.
assign essentially zero value to insects if they're not conscious.
I didn't
Or
know I
like
was sharing a
fish,
screen with a
maybe.
mammal
Fish are conscious.
supremacist.
Yeah, I think that fish are less conscious than like humans and other agents, though.
Okay. Um, or like a scenario of like having having like a flock of animals or whatever that you're tending to, like you're kind of robbing them of their agency, but you're like you're grazing them, you're having an open land for them to whatever, and but you're extracting milk and shearing, and then when they're near the end of their life or whatever, you cook them and eat them. Like, does that all sound moral, I guess?
Well, I don't know about the cooking and eating them part. I don't know. That kind of gets close to like zoo ethics, and I have no idea how I feel about like zoo ethics.
Ian thinks that we shouldn't rescue rhinos and put them in zoos.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I actually
Okay.
I'm completely agnostic as to whether or not that's permissible. That sounds like a difficult ethical question.
Okay. I mean,
Ian would rather let the animal carcasses rot, by the way, than eat them.
Blitz doesn't think truth exists. Blitz said there's no truth.
Yeah, but at least in my non-truth world, I can still have a good hamburger. Anyway.
Okay. I guess you answered my questions well. I don't have much of an argument really. It's hard for me to say that I know something so grand, beyond just I feel like God makes sense to me. So.
Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
buddy.
Ian thinks that we
right.
shouldn't have pets.
Dr. Blitz is in the Epstein files.
Oh, fuck.
Man!
This took a turn. Holy shit.
Ian did
All right,
9/11.
I'm about to do another one.
Oh boy, we're in some trouble. All right, friend. Hey, we're gonna grab just a couple of super chats, and we're gonna get our next guest in here. Dr. Carla, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, I have no anime suggestions for you. You're welcome. Thank you, Dr. Carla, from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate that. And Ben Dova, good to see you as well. The Starship Troopers anime Rico's Roughneck is good, and I believe you. I just don't know if I'm gonna get around to it, but thank you. And Skeet there. Thank you for the super chat. Says Christianity should not be based on U.S. theology or on us theology. It is interlaced with racism. I mean, I have questions, but yes, Christianity definitely you can be interpreted as a racist religion, especially if you read the Old Testament in particular ways. Like, they used to read it, the curse of Ham, as being the reason why certain people could be enslaved. So there definitely is.
You can't talk about Ham around Ian.
Oh fuck. Oh boy. Actually, I went pescatarian this year, and I thought I would miss ham and bacon more than I actually have. It turns out I don't really miss it all that much. But fucking bacon was good. It was really good.
I can't really eat any of that right now.
No.
So
no. Last super chat from our friend Skeetster. Thank you for the additional. Says mammals are beings just as much as insects. The truth is we are supposed to be shepherds and not consumers. It is insane that science and religion are separated in Western society. China is a great example of a godless society.
I don't know if you're aware of this fact, but like China is on the fucking up and up. I don't know if this is the example that you want to be using.
I'm pretty sure that they're definitely eating meat over there. Also,
dogs.
I think that vegans are generally against shepherding too.
I have no idea.
Wearing wool.
I haven't. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Right? So.
True. There's definitely some questions, and there are such thing as like ethically raised dairy. That's a real thing that happens. I'm sure it's a little more expensive and harder to source, but I think there are some sources, at least where I live. In fact, a lot of people where I live will just, if they're worried about the factory farming of their dairy, they'll just get it from the Amish. But not everyone's got the Amish hanging around, and sometimes the Amish do some bullshit too. So, nevertheless, let's get our next guest in here. If I was tracking it correctly, I think it's going to be Richard Baggs is our next guest, and we do have one guest that's loading with no name, with a black horizontal screen. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. It looks like you might need to refresh your connection. And I'm not referring to Lias or Hashuru or the Queer Seminarian. So that only leaves one other person. My guess is you just need to refresh your browser. We'll be able to get you in at some point. Richard Baggs, though, we're going to bring in from our TikTok queue. How you doing, Richard?
Good. Good. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
All right. Richard, are you at
Lovely.
least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 43, and I believe in conscious creation. God is the name I prefer, but I find that most major religions fail in claiming an ownership of something that's like to put a name to it defines it, just as like zero is truly like beyond our definition. Like I believe in it, but I don't adhere to one name being the truth of it.
Do you think
Is
that
that a
there's like
simple way?
only
Like,
one
yes,
conscious
God's real.
creator, or do you think that? Yeah, that's the question, I guess.
There's
Do you
one
think that there's
conscious
only one?
origin.
There's one conscious origin.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Do you think that this being is like separate from the universe?
No.
Oh, so you don't think
Origin
that it
can't be
created the
separate from its
universe?
creation.
Wait a minute, that
Yes.
seems wrong.
Like a fractalization. Like, can you
I'm gonna have
be
an
a
aneurysm.
fractal, thus be the like creation, and then also the like extrapolation all at the same time?
Can a
Oh.
carpenter be separate from the table that he carpents?
Only by perspective.
I have no idea what that means.
Like, it's our perspective that that is true, but like if I were to take are they still on earth as a perspective where they are absolutely the same thing and included from an alternate perspective, despite our reality? When you take it from a like grander perspective, is that carpenter and table still part of earth, still part of the same ecosystem, still the same thing from an alternate perspective?
I don't think there's a perspective in which the carpenter and the table are the same thing.
They're not part of the same ecosystem that is our planet.
They can be part of the
like,
same
do
ecosystem.
you
That
understand
doesn't
from a
mean that they are the
planetary
same thing.
perspective?
Just because they're part of the same ecosystem doesn't mean that they're the same thing.
Am I my actions? I guess becomes the like philosophical
No.
dilemma you
Like,
put
trivially,
forward,
no.
isn't it? Like, have I made the table? What do my actions mean of my being?
Yeah,
I
it
don't
feels
know
like
what-
trivially like no would be the answer to that, right? Like presumably your identity is separate from the actions that you take, because if you were in a coma, well, I mean, you would still have an identity even though you're not taking any actions.
Furthermore, we are obviously like our memories are not our actions. Our memories were perhaps our actions, but they are not our actions anymore. And surely our identity is at least in part composed of our memory. Or our memory is included in our
True. So
identity.
past and present action create our self.
Memories don't
Is
have
like
to be
fair.
your own actions. No, I don't think that's fair. Memories can be movies you saw, and your memory of the movie is not an action you took.
The act of seeing, like I suppose, like we're into such
The act of
abstract,
seeing?
like minute detail. Like, were you consciously aware and participating in watching a movie? You were still participatory in reality, so you were still acting, and that's where I'm like, I feel like we're splitting hairs. When the underlying concept is exactly that we will never answer this question. I just fall on the opposite side of the line from you guys, where like, I do believe in a scientific reality. I don't find misalignment. I find that evidence points me to, I think, therefore I am. Descartes' realization, eureka.
Wait, hold
that
on.
the great
No, you don't
scientific
find that
minds
evidence
as well.
points you to that. That is like the one thing that evidence doesn't
Why
point you
not?
towards. Kind of by construction, that is the one thing that you don't need evidence for, right?
Okay. Perhaps
That was the
I'm
whole
lost
business
in
of
what
Descartes.
you mean, or you're
Yeah.
lost in what I mean.
Well, it's because so Descartes isn't providing evidence. He's providing like a transcendental argument that through the very process of doubting his own being, he's affirming his own being. It's self-defeating. That through doubting, he's having like some sort of mental state, what he refers to as thinking. And because he's having a mental state, that means that there must be like some sort of being there. So it's like
Yeah,
a transcendental
I
argument that
agree.
Descartes' putting
So
forward. It's not like an evidential thing. But okay, regardless, what makes you think that
So,
God
so
exists?
my
Is this like a justified
transcendental
belief or is this like an
argument.
unjustified belief?
So take Descartes' transcendental one further and say, because I'm conscious, there must have been consciousness before me. And when I look back for evidence of where that comes from, the only independent testimonial that seems to come forth in humanity over and over is one of a like consciousness before. And so I don't claim to know it, but I believe in it because I see more evidence for it than against, including happiness.
The principle that you put forward is like obviously false. If you go back 13.8 billion years ago, the universe is going to be in a hot, dense state. Do you think there was consciousness in this hot, dense state?
I think consciousness was forming in this hot dense, like the
Did it
moment of
exist?
realization of self stemmed. So Genesis, the very first thing is day and night, right? So there became a polarity, a realization of self, a distinction from all else. And that is the carpenter in the table that we were talking about before. That moment of distinction is the moment of like creation of like physical reality as we all perceive it.
Okay, I don't
And
take
that
that to be an
seems
answer to the
equally
question that I
plausible to it
asked.
being not
I don't take that to be an
conscious.
answer to any question that's been asked.
Yeah, the
Okay.
question I
Ever.
asked, do you think consciousness existed within the hot, dense state 13.8 billion years ago?
Yes, I don't know how advanced. I don't know if it
Okay.
was omniscient or a baby in that state.
Okay, what's the evidence for that?
Because I'm conscious, because consciousness appears to be as impactful to our experience as physical reality, right? Like
I don't
that's
see
what
how
I
that would be
think
evidence that there was
you'll see in
consciousness within the
scripture.
hot, dense state.
I guess you can't provide evidence against either would be my like what
Do you
I
take your
don't think
belief
this
to
is
be a
approvable.
justified
I think
belief,
this
or
is
is
a
this just
like
like it seems like you have a lot of beliefs about this with zero justification.
I guess what belief do you like? I believe that the eternal soul, that your consciousness stems beyond one physical lifetime to be true. And I've
What's the
experienced
evidence for
things
that?
which science would call crazy. My own very experience. And I've been labeled bipolar and called crazy for that. But at the same time, I then studied for a long time to see like, is that accurate scientifically? Like I come from a scientific family. It's not that I am ignorant to its value. It's that my own experience of being would suggest that it's true. And like, I don't see any reason to affirm my bias any more than your own. So God isn't
Okay.
real, I find non-inclusive and argumentative and non-scientific.
You
Yeah.
got us.
I
We
mean,
aren't inclusive and we are argumentative.
yeah, reality
True.
is non-inclusive of non-reality, unfortunately.
But you haven't disproved my reality is my argument. I
Sure.
agree that I can't prove it any more than you can. So I don't see any evidence that you've given to sway me.
Okay, I can provide some evidence. Do you think that God created time?
Yes, like conscious time, like time and consciousness would have a correlation in origin. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that timeless things don't change?
I can't define the timeless. Like I how can you?
Just a thing without succession is what timeless is taken to be.
I believe in an omniscience where time is fluid and you can see forward and backward, but I'm not sure that like I believe in a absolute destiny or like a like solid state. And this is a philosophical dilemma that's sort of chicken and the egg, like does a tree fall in the woods? Like, do you have an answer?
Yeah.
Well, the question is just, do you think that timeless things change?
No, I suppose that would suggest a solid state.
Okay, sure. So God can't be the creator of time because if God created time, then there would be a state of affairs where time doesn't exist, a timeless state of affairs that changes into a timed state of affairs, but timeless states of affairs don't change. That means that there's a contradiction in God creating time.
I suppose that's true, but I don't know that it like does Genesis say that God created time?
Are you a Genesis biblical literalist?
Or was there I guess I look for like how does this change my faith? Is like I still find
Is your
myself in
faith
a
based on
philosophical question
Genesis?
that I don't really have the answer to. No, my faith's
If you're a
based on the
Bible
truth
believer,
as
then
best
this
I
is way
can
easier
find it.
because we can just present you like contradictions in the Bible and then call it a day.
No, I believe that the Bible holds truth, but I don't believe that like human interpretation is all that great.
Okay? Why do you think that your interpretation is all that great?
Just I guess I don't see contradiction. And so if I don't have hypocrisy in my worldview, then it's most likely to truth.
Okay, so you're just saying that it coheres, and then the parts that don't cohere, you will just reject those. Like whenever there's like a contradiction that arises, you reject that.
I try to, as like, shouldn't you be scientific about faith? Is like, when Jesus told you to go out and look at other faiths, and
Is that in the
but
Bible,
also
Justin?
that God is in everything.
No,
That seems
Is that not true? Are you
Bible
not supposed
doesn't
to
tell you
like
to look at
send
other
forth like?
faiths.
that would be like crazy if true. If the Bible's like, yeah, go
Oh,
go
go.
shop around to these other faiths.
It'd
Are
be a
you
lot
supposed
more
to bring your faith to others?
sympathetic.
Are you
That's the exact opposite. Not
so?
go shop around and check out other faiths. It's go force your faith on other people.
Yeah, in fact, Jesus literally said,
Human
"If you're not with
interpretation
me, you're
and
against me.
intention.
He who does not sow scatters." Which means literally, if you don't already believe in Jesus, you're the enemy.
So if you took a stance of ultimate inclusion, right? Like just take this
Wait,
philosophy with
me
me
as a person,
and try to follow.
but Jesus didn't.
So we're going to try to take on Jesus' view for a second, if you will, as a thought experiment. Are you guys interested? Can we do this?
I mean, I'm pretty familiar
Sure.
with Jesus' view. Let's have it.
Okay. So if Jesus had a one God view where it's absolutely in all things,
But
um,
Jesus didn't.
as I would
I don't know if
suggest in
Jesus
like
had
why
that
he
view.
suggests compassion and love.
I don't think
Okay,
Jesus
so
suggested that.
why not? What
Jesus says he
disproves
came to
that
bring a
he
sword and division.
suggested loving? So would you agree that do unto others as you would have them do unto you? If that's hypocrisy at any point in time, then the rest of it can't be true as well. Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is, Jesus might say, "Do unto others," which is, a rephrasing of Leviticus 19:18. But he also says that he came to divide people. He came to bring division. He came to bring a sword, to turn father against son and mother against daughter. This is not what you would expect from somebody who actually does want you to love one another. It sounds to me like the Gospels are a little bit confused about which version of Jesus they want to paint.
Like, if you are here to clarify the truth, and it, like, right now, does religion not come between family? Like, being aware of what you do, causing some harm doesn't mean it's not good or with good intention, would be what I take from that, like, scripture.
Wait, say that again? I'm not sure I
Like,
understood what you're
yeah,
saying.
faith is divisive in its nature. That adamancy and proof of the truth would cause division in families, that would separate them and break them apart, would be like, yeah, of course I know that this is going to take place. It's a necessary, unfortunate part of our like learning, of our way of like
Are you trying to
the
say that
nature of conflict
division
in humanity.
is the natural result of religion?
That adamancy in religious view causes division is absolutely true.
Okay, but it doesn't have to. That's my point. So if you're like the God, if you're
Yeah,
the
I would
creator of all
agree.
things, you're the author of reality, then your religion doesn't have to divide anybody. It just happens to be that the religion that Jesus theoretically offered does divide people. He knows it divides people, and he's okay with that.
I guess up until he's okay with that. Like, I don't think that. Do you try to the best of your ability to tell the truth and help people better understand reality? And do they often take away whatever they wanted from that conversation, not what you intended? Is that an experience you have?
I think we're probably having it right now.
Okay, so do you think that might have happened to Jesus as well? And that's not his fault or like
No,
his
I
doing.
don't think that happened to
It is
Jesus
the truth of the experience.
because he explicitly says otherwise. In Matthew 12:30, whoever is not with me is against me, and I saw in the comments quoting Mark. This is important to point out, which is Matthew and Mark disagree on this statement. In Mark, he says, those who are not against me are with us, or those who are not against us are with us. Matthew says, whoever is not with me is against me. Whoever does not gather with me scatters. That's the one I was quoting. So I wasn't quoting it wrong. You just haven't read enough of the Bible there, guy. Not you, Richard. That being said, my point here is actually quite simple. Jesus just kind of explicitly tells you he came to bring division. So, and the gospel message is division. God is going to separate the sheep from the goats. He's going to divide the people and judge them. And he says, those who did not wish me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence. Revelation chapter 14, it talks about these people being slaughtered in the presence of the Lamb. Jesus is not interested in the salvation of everybody. He's interested in the salvation of those who will worship him. That's the division. The division is you will love me or you will burn. I don't think you actually need this religion. I don't think Christianity does anything for you. I think you can get rid of this Christian notion and like maybe hold on to like this spiritualism that you happen to enjoy.
Well, I guess the spiritualism I happen to enjoy is intertwined with Christianity.
But what I'm saying is,
like,
it sounds to me
how
like
do you distinctify
your spiritualism is going to serve you
the
better
truth
than
is in
Christianity
Jesus?
is.
Why do we need to?
But the truth is not in Jesus.
But Christianity
Jesus was
affirms
a
my
liar and a fraud.
spirituality. I disagree strongly. My
I mean,
faith
want me to
has
show you where he
not
lied?
been. So I want you to like. We haven't
I
done a
can show
thought
you where he
experiment that
lies.
changes the perspective to. No, you have to.
I'll
If you
just show
don't
you
want
where
to
he
shift
lies.
perspective with
It's
me
okay.
for a moment,
I'll
if you don't want to shift perspective with me for a moment, then I
Well,
will concede that you're not interested
I
in
have
what
no
I'm
idea
trying to say.
what you mean by shifting perspective. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that you're holding on to Christianity isn't actually serving your position because it just is demonstrably untrue. Which means, like, if you feel like you want to be spiritual, you can be spiritual without this religious nonsense. Jesus tells multiple lies
My
throughout the
inclusion of
scripture, as do
Christianity
the
is the
Gospels.
easiest way to unity.
But there's no unity
My
in
inclusion of
Christianity.
Christianity is the easiest way to
It
unity.
doesn't exist in
Yes,
it.
there is.
No, it's not.
Jesus preached ultimate inclusion.
No, he didn't.
Do
He
unto
literally
others as you
says,
would have
whoever is
them
not
do
with
unto
me is
you.
against me.
And if you had already said, like, all right, I've got a whole group of people, we've all agreed that we are equal. It's a radical equality. And you're
Jesus never
not
said
with
that.
us, you're against us. The people rise up. And in this moment, can you make that statement without it holding an individualistic power, but as the figurehead of the people?
Jesus
I
didn't
perceive
say
these
any of that.
moments kept in Scripture
Buddy, nothing
to
you said
have
is in
relevance
Scripture.
based on. So Jesus wasn't trying to preach equality or
No.
that
Jesus said the
there was to be
opposite.
clarification of spiritual law.
The
So
only
how do
equality
you
you're
how do you
going to find
rectify
is in Pauline theology, and those are only for the people that are in Christ already. There's no equality for those outside of Christ.
Damn, that's kind of hot.
I mean, to be fair, the answer to the real question, if there's going to be pegging in heaven, Jesus does say that if you remain in me, I'll remain in you.
Jesus. What a dog.
Right? It's going to get hot up there.
Yeah. I bet Jesus calls the morning after.
I do think that there is a very sexual reality to God and entering you. I don't think that you should fear it, though. You sound like a child to be scared of it.
Well, with the right amount of lube, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, that's a fair thing to say.
Hey, Blitz, your microphone's muted right now.
God damn it. I was just saying maybe we call it because it seems like we're a bit off topic here.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And I think this guy's starting to drink the bong water.
No,
Sometimes
I
you
just
gotta do what you gotta do.
to tolerate.
Yeah.
I hope you'll consider more inclusive ideology, because the absolutism you preach science is the same
hope you-
absolutism you hate about Christianity.
I hope you would consider reading the book that you think is a religious foundation for you. I don't think it says what you think it says. But thanks for coming by and chat with us.
The history of humanity is not well documented.
Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, friends, if you believe in a religion, I implore you, please read the foundational documents of that religion so you're not making up a religion that you want and you're actually following the religion that's actually documented. If you just want to make up your own religion, you can do that shit without a book. You don't have to adopt Islam or Christianity or anything like that. You can just make it up, and that's fine. You can just make it up and you can talk about your made up religion, but if you're going to root it in a book, we're probably going to challenge you on what the book says. Geet, sir, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says China destroyed coral reefs to make military islands. Oh, did they really? I didn't know that, but I wouldn't be shocked.
I believe
by it.
that. That seems like something they would do.
Yeah, that's certainly
Coral.
That kills people.
Oh boy, it's been a minute since I've done llamas with hats, but fucking classic.
I'm glad that one
Justin
stretches
knows
across
it.
all 3 generations. That
Yeah,
that
right?
shit dropped when I was in like 2nd grade.
Listen, I'm not opposed to
Nice.
meat dragons. That's all I'm saying.
I'll be dragging my meat.
Heyo. Fantastic. Skeetstar again says this is why abortion is a lie. You are not aware until you leave the womb. I don't know what it's hard for me to know what it means to be aware. But I suspect in the most fundamental level, like if you can feel pain and understand that it hurts, you're aware of something, right?
Hmm. Well, okay. I also don't know. I don't really know what it means to say abortion is a lie. Are they saying like abortion is
It doesn't mean
impermissible?
anything.
Because I don't really know. I don't really know why it would follow from you're not aware until you leave the womb that abortion is impermissible.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's some questions. I haven't done an abortion debate in a long time, but you know, there's definitely some questions to be had as to when humans become like sentient enough to be valued as human life.
Hmm.
Fluber, thank you for the super chat. Says, can you explain in extreme detail what anime is? I fucking can't, but these two might.
It's Japanese animation. That's all it
We
is.
should get like a fourth member of this who just specializes in anime.
And power scaling.
Seems necessary at this point.
We should do like the Ganesh power scaling versus Jesus. Well, that would actually be a good one because Hinduism is full of power scaling. You know, all
Yep.
these fucking guys are like leveling up and they're hitting like some sick power up. They're going into like their true form and shit.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, I don't think Ganesh would have lost to some Roman centurions.
Maybe.
Also, I think he could probably have carried a cross better.
Geetzer, thank you for the super chat again. Says God exists because we look at pictures of nebula and galaxies and wonder. I mean, yeah, it kind of.
I mean, it's similar, but it can't be it because we haven't been looking at those things for as long as we've been believing in God.
True. Yeah, looking up in wonder, I think, has caused a lot of people. I remember one of the first times I ever considered God. I was literally a child looking up in the sky saying, how did all this shit get here? And I think I've got better
Bro fell
answers
for the
now.
oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, I look at the sky is akin to look at the trees, right? Hey, Ekipoo, sorry, it's Ekipo. There we go. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says just finished Nausicaa books. They have so much more than the film. Definitely recommend to dabble into some Miyazaki. I think I had some of that on my sushi. I'll definitely give it a try. Appreciate the recommendation. Sure, it's delicious.
Miyazaki is an artist / animator.
Disavow. I disavow.
The case. It sounds like a food. I don't know. And Skeet coming in again says, you cannot use the book of Genesis without Enoch. It will not make sense otherwise. Actually, this is one thing. Enoch was written to explain some of the biblical cosmology. It fails. It fucks it up. Like if you read through the book of Enoch and even part of Second Enoch, like the shape and form of the earth is absurd. My favorite artifact is they believe that in order for the sun to go around the flat earth with the dome, it has to find a way in and out of the dome. So in the book of Enoch, what they do is they paint a picture of a flat earth where at the top of the dome, there's windows on the inner and outer rotation. And the sun goes under the earth, through the window, across the dome, and out of the other window, then under the earth. That was the only way they could figure out how it would be able to rotate the earth and then still be under the firmament. And you would only get that if you read Enoch.
I mean, the thing is you know, the water
the very
leaks
first
through.
like cuckoo clock, right? Where you have like the bird that comes out on the hour and then it just like goes away and it goes back down into the cuckoo clock.
Basically. Pretty wild. All right, we've got time probably for at least one more good guess. We've got a couple guests waiting. As far as I can tell, Loose Lips was next in line. If Loose Lips doesn't connect, though, we'll move on to the next. How you doing, Loose Lips?
You can't just call someone Loose Lips, Justin.
I'm sorry. It's better than what we used to call people back in the 90s.
Don't say it. You're going to get canceled.
I know, right? Loose Lips, are you with us? Okay. Well, that's right.
Looks like a no.
We'll move on to the next one. It looks like we've got some people waiting to get in on our YouTube queue, so we'll keep running moving. As far as I can tell, the next in line is going to be Leas, and if not Leas, it's going to be Yo. So let's grab Leas and see if they can connect. Welcome in,
Yo,
Leas. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 27, and I believe in God. Can you hear
Sure.
me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can.
Which God do
Beautiful.
you
So
believe in?
uh, I mean, I'm pretty like young to my faith in Christianity, so I don't really want to go too far into the like, I don't know, the biblical narrative or certain things that are pretty hard to digest even for myself.
Just a
I
quick
just
question.
go
What
on.
branch of Christianity have you found yourself in? Are you like Protestant, Eastern Orthodox, Catholic? Where have you found yourself?
I've just been reading the New Testament, and I've just had personal, I've just had things that have happened to me that aren't
Okay.
really verifiable. They're just subjective.
Okay, that's
Across.
fine. That's fine.
So I don't want to like make a truth claim and then be like, you have to believe me on that or whatever. So I've just got a few points that have kind of led me to sort of believe in God. So I don't want to be like how I've got you or seem across as disrespectful or anything, because sometimes I've watched you guys and sometimes it happens. So I don't want to be that guy. Um, yeah. So it's on perception. Um, and it was what was it? It was that yeah. So the I'm just going to say the like truth claims and then like say what that infers for me. So existence of matter is inferred, but the existence of experience is undeniable. Therefore, mind is I don't know if I'm saying that right. Epistemologically more fundamental. And so, with that in mind, if reality doesn't exist outside of perception, and we know reality exists, therefore, if you destroy all conscious life that does exist, and if you believe in aliens, destroy aliens as well, then for reality to exist, which we know it does, then what contingent mind would need to exist to keep reality intact?
So
And
okay,
to me, that points to a God.
there's there's a huge thing to get clear on here, which is
Yeah,
just that because mind is epistemically more fundamental than matter doesn't mean that it's metaphysically more fundamental than matter. The question of reality and the nature of reality is a metaphysical one. So it's a question of how do we account for the metaphysics, and it could totally be true that we need to use mind more fundamentally, or we need to take mind as the starting point for our epistemology. But why would it follow that because we need to take our mind as the first thing in our epistemology, that it must be the metaphysically first thing?
yeah, that's a good question, and I wouldn't be able to answer it. I like, but there are things that are against this, which are like, scientific instruments detect like consistent patterns and stuff. So therefore, it's not unreasonable to infer that they're independent, that it's independent from mind. So there is that kind of within me at least, there is a bit of what would you call that when two things are sort of in contradiction with each other. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm not very good I'm not a very good public speaker.
That's okay. You're doing fine.
But yeah, okay. All right, we'll move away from that one just because I wouldn't be able to answer your question about the what was it? Yeah.
Yeah, like okay, the basic question, and you should look into this. Why why, if it's the case that we need to take mind to be the first thing in epistemology, does that mean that mind must be the fundamental thing in metaphysics? Is basically the question.
Okay, so mind in.
I might agree with you that mind is the fundamental thing in epistemology because, it all starts from, just base like experience, and we're trying to determine what's true and what's false, that this is all happening within like a mind in terms of knowledge production and determining what we know, what we don't know. But why does it follow from that fact that in reality, that the nature of reality, that mind is also fundamental there?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's a fair point. But I'd need to do more studying into it to answer you, honestly. But yeah, okay, I'll move on to another one, which is just the moral argument for love. And this was something that was presented to me, and it was so if like you have a partner, but she's a lot older than you, and she can no longer like produce offspring. She's like a financial burden to you. She's almost brain dead, but like you love her. And someone decides to, uh, you know, what was it, point a gun at her and shoot her, and you jump in front of the bullet for her out of love. Why would you do that if that goes against like the evolutionary perspective or like the Darwinian perspective that everything, our thoughts and actions sort of derive from wanting to survive? Like it would go
Because
against the idea of.
I mean, it's just a misunderstanding of what Darwinian natural selection would imply, right? Darwinian natural selection doesn't select for specific behaviors in specific scenarios, with a few exceptions. It will select for general responses, right?
Yeah.
And so,
No, go for it.
like psychologically speaking, it's going to select for like kin relations, right? It'll select for developing a strong connection with people that you are close with, either biologically or geographically, so that you can better survive. And what that means is that that psychology that you have will absolutely force you, in some sense, to take actions that might otherwise be not beneficial to your individual survival. The reason why it would select for those behaviors is because, generally speaking, those kinds of behaviors would be beneficial to the survival of the social group. And so even if your individual survival isn't guaranteed or is perhaps even lost, it's irrelevant for what Darwinian selection selects for.
So you consider it almost like an evolutionary flaw that, it hasn't really adapted.
It's not a flaw, it's just not how evolution works. Evolution doesn't select at the individual level, it selects at the species level. Or the population level, rather.
There's also another thing that I want to add here, which is like it piggybacks off of Blitz's first point, that one of the things that we've evolved to be able to do that is evolutionarily advantageous is that we're capable of reflecting on our lives and asking the question, what should I do? How should I behave? What sort of actions should I take? What should I deem to be important? And I think that you can make perfect sense of this as like being a rational behavior, because when you have a partner of that sort, you're making her an end in your life. She's not like a means to an end. She is an end in herself. And that's something that you arrive at through this capacity to reflect and decide how you want to live your life that came about via evolution. So this seems perfectly consistent with the evolutionary framework.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you for those responses. What was the other one that I had? I mean, you might roll your eyes on this one. It's probably thrown at you quite a lot. It's just like the objective morality argument that if I don't know if if a brother and a sister want to have sex with each other, then why is it like if let's say they wear a condom and like the woman has birth control, and they're absolutely certain that they're not going to have a child as a result of engaging in that sexual practice, then is it still wrong to do that?
Well, first of all, this is going to be a dilemma for you as well, insofar as that's how Adam and Eve's children reproduced, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I've heard. I spoke to a few Christians about this, and I don't know whether it's true or not. Like that, if they were the first humans or whatever, then like they would be, I don't know, genetically pure, and so therefore, like there would be less recessiveness. So
Is it your view that genetic purity makes it okay for incest to happen?
Well, it sounds like the stipulation that you were giving earlier, like, would directly imply that, like, the hypothetical that you gave is specifically a case where they don't have children. It would still be wrong, which seems to indicate that you think that there's like a wrongness to incest that goes beyond just, I don't know, like having children that turn out bad.
Yeah, maybe that was a bad example. I don't want to run away from that one.
That's
because
okay.
obviously I've said
Also,
that
this is like very true of one thing that the Christian belief isn't able to account for. Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Christian belief says that you can't have sex with your siblings, but it doesn't say anything about like cousins.
There is some near kin in Leviticus 18 and 20, but cousins are typically okay. It kind of depends on how you became cousins, but typically in the Bible, yeah, you can marry your cousins. It's perfectly normal. In fact, it's even
Clipped.
recommended throughout most of Genesis. We see a lot of it happening, like Jacob married his cousins, Rachel and Leah. Those were the offspring of his mother's brother. And this type of stuff is considered reasonably normal as long as your cousin is not the product of one of your immediate parents, which is actually a thing that can happen. That's another story.
Yeah. Leas, maybe this is an interesting way to approach like the topic of incest, because I intuit that there's something wrong with like a brother and a sister, you know, having sex with each other, even if they don't produce a child. And I likewise feel like there's something wrong with like two cousins having sex with each other, even if they don't produce a child. But it seems like Christianity might be able to account for the wrongness of one of those cases, but it isn't able to account for the wrongness of both, which is strange because I feel that those cases are probably wrong for the same reason.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't know if every time two cousins or whatever have sex, and have a child, if that always produces a child that like there's obvious genetic defect. I don't know if that's the case.
Wait, are we taking a utilitarian view? Because it's just not true that two siblings having a child together will always produce a child with a defect. That's just it's strictly false.
Oh, it's
like
false.
you just have an increased chance of plausible defects because you have an increased chance of recessive things being done or getting two copies of a recessive gene.
So in the past, then would they have known that just based on like that? They wouldn't have had that scientific understanding. Only they'd just be like, oh, my kid's a little weird, like looks a little weird or whatever.
Maybe.
I don't know, Justin. Do you know anything about that? If they would have, or like how they viewed things like disabilities in ancient times?
Yes. So it's actually interesting. God prohibits in Leviticus and even in Deuteronomy engaging in certain activities within the community if you have deformation, if you've got any sort of blemish or birth defect, like you can't be a priest. They definitely have a view where if you've got some sort of genetic defect, it's because you've been like cursed by God or you've been defiled by some unclean spirit.
And look, what's worth mentioning is that like an evolutionary view of morality stemming from merely like some sort of perhaps a rule utilitarian view of what Darwinian selection does, which Darwinian selection basically gets you to rule utilitarianism at least a little bit. An evolutionary perspective definitely gets you to you shouldn't have sex with your siblings because the offspring are less likely to be, even though it's not guaranteed, they're less likely to be viable, right? And so if you just have this inbuilt disgust response to having sex with your siblings, then you are more likely to have viable offspring. This evolutionary view just better accounts for the data.
Yeah, I agree with that. Evolution definitely seems to clearly explain the intuition against incest.
That inbuilt disgust response is that not like I don't know if that's been verified that if you were to take it back to the time of Adam and Eve, if that did actually exist, like happen, then would they have had that inbuilt disgust response, like just because if they were having sex with each other like as siblings?
If Adam and Eve existed, then evolution is false. So they're like the question of whether or not this can evolve, like this kind of failure to produce viable offspring outcome can evolve and lead to a disgust response against sibling incest. That just wouldn't be relevant for the question if Adam and Eve existed.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, well, I'll tell me to shut up, by the way, if you're like, okay, we need to move on to the other person or whatever.
Well, I don't know if we need to move on to the other person. We've got about 15 minutes left in the show, and we do have to read some super chats, so that's going to be our last thing.
No worries then. No, if you want me to just like end it there, then I'll end it there. But yeah,
thank you very much. We're going to be live later today at 5:30 Eastern Time on the Atheist Experience. If you want to talk about some other stuff, call in on the Atheist Experience. We'd more than happy to pick it up where we left off.
Yeah, it was a lovely discussion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Yo, Justin, check Discord.
Sure thing. Cheers, Leas.
You're being
Bro has
outvoted.
like 6 monitors. He has to look up to see Discord.
Yeah, I bet
Sorry.
Justin has the fucking bat cave set up over there. He's like surrounded by
Fucking
these
wild.
monitors.
It is. I got 4 4K monitors going
glasses.
over here.
4? Holy shit, dude.
Fucking crazy.
Discord's like over there, and he has like he just has like
Computer
Newgrounds for
enhanced.
some reason. Like it's on another monitor.
It looks like we are gonna make some extra time for one other guest, Yo, who has been waiting patiently with his probably audio and camera turned on. So welcome in, Yo.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you guys can hear me? Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Yeah.
the first for me.
Yeah,
Welcome.
sure. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 20.
And what God do you
And
believe in?
I do believe in the triune God, yes.
Sure. So like the God of the Bible?
Yeah, that would be the one.
Okay, sure.
And I'm assuming you guys are atheists?
Yes.
You got us right.
All right, good.
Yeah, what makes you think that God is real?
Well, it's due to more than a couple reasons, but one of them would be the absurdity of the view that God isn't real. So the moral argument, very, very strong. There's also the tag argument.
Oh fuck. We're cooked now, not tag.
You're cooked now. Yeah, teleological argument.
Well, teleological argument
mathematical-
isn't what you mean by tag, right?
No. Tag is
The transcendental argument.
Yeah. That's different. Yeah. There's also arguments for math. So, for example, math can predict outcomes in physics, like in quantum mechanics, when they were trying to find this particle. They were actually able to
Oh no, the God particle. Holy shit.
predict.
Which particle?
I don't think it was the God particle. I think it was one of the particles, and they were able to use principles in math to actually determine the behaviors of this particle before it was even found. So that makes way more sense in a teleological view of God than it does in an atheistic view. Also, the fact that you can't really ground morality as a subjectivist, a relativist. But
Why is atheism committed to subjectivism?
Subjectivism would be truth dependent upon a stance. So if
No, I
truth is going to be
understand that.
dependent upon a stance, then it's going to be dependent on you.
No, I understand
because
that.
Christian logic and the other guy.
But why couldn't atheism be committed to like objective morals?
Because there's no objective high ground to determine what is right and wrong.
Well, so okay.
There's no
a couple
objective
things-
truth out there because it's all materialistic, right? There's
Ooh,
no
that doesn't
actual
follow.
transcendental
So,
categories.
that like super doesn't follow. So first of all, not all atheists are materialists. That's number one. The second thing is that
You
the
have
laws
no-
of
you have no
logic
mechanism
exist.
for
Whoa, let's
having
just calm down there.
not be a
The
materialist.
second thing specifically is that the laws of logic are objective. So presumably an atheist could just ground morals in the laws of logic.
No, you couldn't. You couldn't
No.
because they're transcendental.
Oh fuck! I
Have you
didn't
considered
consider
nuh-uh?
that. I didn't
yeah,
consider
sorry.
no.
I just said they're transcendental categories. So in order to ground
Okay.
those, you need an objective. You need a God to ground those because without
Why?
it, how do you have a way of grounding those?
Yeah, laws of logic are grounded in
epistemology,
difference
knowledge?
itself.
So you're saying they're axiomatic truths?
No. I said they're grounded in difference. The fact that some
you
things are
can't-
not other
yeah,
things
go ahead.
necessitates the laws of logic.
Well, then we see in physics that, like for
Yeah,
example,
move past that
particles
quickly.
What was that?
Yeah, just move past that one quickly.
Well, I'm giving you an example to show you how you can't really ground that.
Sure.
First of all, you can't even know that. You can't even ground epistemology without a God because I mean, how can you ground
So
epistemology?
we've
Tell
completely
me that.
abandoned the moral claims. So you tried to run the moral argument, it collapsed immediately.
boy.
Where do you like to?
No, it
where
didn't.
would you like to pivot to
No,
next?
no, wait. How are you not?
Well, now we're doing epistemology, clearly.
Sorry, how are we?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what was your question?
How are you not a subjectivist if you're an atheist?
I'm a moral
You can't
realist.
derive an ought from an is. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, there's going to be oughts that are intrinsic to agency itself. So there is no is ought gap.
No, but you still have to do a leap in logic. For example, even if it is preferable to you to live longer, like for example, if they want to do surgery on you, you still can't get the ought from that even to itself. You know what I mean?
Ian is not making the claim that you can go from an is to an ought. Ian is making the claim in the same way that you make the claim that there is an intrinsic ought to reality. In your view, it's based in God. Ian is making the claim that there is an intrinsic ought to agency. So the fact that agents exist gives you the ought facts.
Explain that. Explain
Yeah,
that.
sure. So I'm an agent. What that means is that I take actions to achieve goals. If something is necessary to achieve my goal, then I have a reason to do that thing. That is to say that I ought. Sorry, do you reject any of that?
So Hitler has an objective. It's good for him to
Sorry,
achieve
can you
these
summarize back
goals.
to me the premises that I put forward, or were you
So
not
you just
listening?
you just said
What
that
premises did I put forward?
you. Okay, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Brutal. Damn, he started like fake laughing and he wasn't even listening. Gosh,
Go ahead,
unfortunately,
because
when you just have like a
it sounded
scripted
stupid.
laugh
It
that you
sounded
interject
stupid.
into the
It sounded
argument, it's
stupid.
just going to
I'm
humiliate
sure you're
yourself.
familiar with things sounding stupid.
Go ahead.
ahead,
Yeah.
Ian.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah, 'cause
premise
I'm with-
one,
talking to you
I'm an
guys.
agent. Premise two, if I'm an agent, then I take actions to achieve goals. Premise three, if something is necessary to achieve my goal, then I have a reason to have it. Premise four, if I have a reason to have something, then I ought have it. Premise five, premise five, my freedom and well-being are necessary to achieve every goal. Premise six, if I ought have my freedom and well-being, then others ought not interfere with it. Premise seven, if others ought not interfere with my freedom and well-being, then I have a right to it.
That doesn't follow.
And then we can take a step back. Premise eight, if agency is sufficient for me to have these rights, then they're sufficient for everyone to have these rights. Therefore, everyone has a right to freedom and well-being. So which premise there would you reject?
Well, first of all, I have to write that all down, but it sounds like you made a leap in logic from
Where?
you need to have these goals be achieved, so therefore it's good. Where do you?
Sorry, I don't think the
Where do you
word
think
good
that's
appears
good?
in any premise. Would
Yeah,
you
not
agree
good.
that
Just
you have a
substitute the word good
reason
for
to
whatever jargon
take the
you put
actions
forward.
that are necessary to achieve the things that you take yourself as having reason to bring about?
Yeah. So how do you know that those
Then you
reasons
agree
are
with the
sufficient?
premise.
No, I don't.
You
How
wait,
do
so you
know that
disagree that you
those
have a
reasons are
reason
sufficient?
to achieve the things that you've set as a goal?
Sometimes people have fallacious reasoning.
Sorry, what do you think the question I'm asking you is?
You're basically trying to put an argument forth for more realism, and
What
the
question do you think I
arguments
asked
are kind of
you?
false. I think I reject premise two.
You reject that. Okay, so premise one was I'm an agent. Premise two is if I'm an agent, then
Yeah,
I
you
take
can't even-
actions
yeah,
to
go
achieve
ahead.
goals. You reject that agents take actions to achieve goals?
Well, first they need to think of what actions they need to do first. So you skipped a couple steps there.
But do you
don't
reject that
just, like,
agents
think-
take actions to achieve goals? You
Well,
disagree with
goals
that?
are going to be go to. I mean, no, I think that's sound. I think that's
Sure.
sound.
So
Go
then
ahead.
you agree with- Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Go to premise three. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Premise three: if something is necessary to achieve my goal, then I have a reason to take that action or have that thing.
Yeah, but the problem there is that Hitler has a reason to achieve his goal.
That's just later
Yeah.
in the syllogism.
Yeah, he does have a reason.
Just
Yeah.
engage in this
So
one
that
premise, and
therefore-
we'll get to that objection later.
Why not now?
Because it
Well, so I
it's
actually I
answered
totally
later.
agree. I mean, from Hitler's point of view, he does have a reason to take that, but unfortunately, Hitler's worldview
it's
is a
subjectivism.
contradiction because Hitler's both committed to him having the freedom and well-being to carry out the Holocaust, while denying agents that same right, which means that agency is both sufficient for the right to freedom and well-being, but also insufficient for the right to freedom and well-being. So Hitler's view is a contradiction, and it's
But it's
self-defeating.
it's ultimately grounded on your intuition. So how can you know that
No,
your
it's
intuitions
not.
are in
Nothing.
line with reality?
Which of these premises
Oh,
are
gosh.
intuitions?
Because your
The script
intuitions
is
are
really
gonna
falling apart
derive-
here.
The intuitions are really going to derive. That's how you're going to derive.
Which
like, the
premise
goals you
makes
want
any
to achieve.
reference to
It's gonna be
intuition?
from-
My
just
argument is
logically,
grounded in
right?
laws of logic. I know you're probably used to subjective morals because your morals are subjective, but no, my
They're not
morals are
subjective,
objective.
but-
Sorry, wait, why
No,
ought I do what
dude,
God
there
tells
is-
me to
there
do?
There was a
Why
logical,
ought I do what God tells me to do?
because you have the objective. If we run the argument from contingency, we
Brutal.
run it back all the way to God.
Yeah,
and we
I'd
have
switch to a
morality
new
being
one
object
too.
to Him, and He's the ultimate kind of arbiter of what we should do.
What reason do I have
And
to do what God tells me?
because God is the creator, God created morality. God
Yeah,
is
what if I don't?
morality.
Whoa, wait, sorry, that's question begging. In order for him to create morality, I would need to have some reason to do what he tells me to do. Let's say
God
I don't
is
give a
morality.
fuck what
God is
God tells
morality.
me to do. What reason do I have then to do what he tells me to do?
Oh, his mic cut out.
God, cut your mic, bro.
He was about to blaspheme in the name of the Lord, and so,
Yeah.
you know.
You might need a refresh. It's okay, you'll come right back up.
I do
Gosh.
love the overconfidence.
There's something intrinsically satisfying, you know. Can you think of like, I feel like it's like an independent argument for for God's existence, like the intrinsic goodness and satisfaction that comes out of absolutely stomping people who run the transcendental argument. You know, there's like a qualitative experience there that's like really, really quite profound.
I really would love to see how he deals with baby paste if he defaults to divine command theory.
I wonder if this guy's even coming back.
If he was smart, he wouldn't.
Yeah. I'm super curious about that. Yeah. I've been reading up on I guess I'll like fill to prevent like dead air while we wait for this guy to return. I've been reading up on 1 Samuel 15. I'm convinced that this is completely unsolvable, and in fact, I think I might start reading. I read one article, one like academic article on like the interpretations of the word harem, and I'm reading more. I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
reading more about it. It looks
I've got lots
interesting.
of literature on harem. If you need any, it's basically it's killing for God,
Yep,
dedicated to
absolutely.
God, like set apart.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep. So,
Welcome back.
okay, the question that we were previously at, let's say I don't give a fuck what God tells me to do. I don't care. What reason then do I have to do what God tells me to do?
Because God, morality is going to be subject to God.
Oh, so it's
And
subjective?
You are. No. It's going to be subject to. So you're using an equivocation fallacy. So it's subject in a different. You're equivocating on the term.
No,
subject.
I'm using it in the literal sense, namely that the morality that you espouse is subject to God's mind, meaning that it is dependent on God's mind and God's mind only, right?
It's object because it's predicated on the object of God, the essence of God, not on the hypostasis.
Wait, so then if Dr. Blitz, if I just like listened to what Dr. Blitz was doing, you know, he just told me you should live this way, and that way, and then I just do all those things, would that be objective because it's predicated to the object of Dr. Blitz?
Well, you guys are monists. I'm pretty sure you guys aren't proponents of dualism. So you guys wouldn't even be able to ground morality in that sense because you need to have it grounded in something exterior to the material plane.
Sorry, why?
So
Also,
if you guys
that's
are
just not an
monists,
answer to
if
the
you guys are
question.
material, are you guys materialists? I just want to
I'm
get
a
that out.
Platonist.
We're actually
Yeah,
not
Middle
all
Platonism. So
we're not all on actually
Middle
on the
Platonism
same
is
page.
contradicted by quantum
Yikers!
mechanics.
Hey, pay attention. We're not all on the same page with materialism. I think Blitz and I are materialists, and Ian's not.
I'm not a materialist.
Okay, never mind.
So
then.
maybe. All right. Well, I'll keep debating with Ian then, since he seems to have a view that's at least.
But also, Yikers,
at the surface level defendable.
Just as a point of contention, I would suggest that you not bring up quantum mechanics again.
I could bring it up again.
Okay.
Okay.
It's your funeral. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
why
Ian.
do you think quantum mechanics contradicts Platonism?
So you have, for example, photons, right? So you have two different natures. One is going to be a particle. One is going to be, wave particle duality, right? So
that's
usually
false.
particles have.
There's not.
Yeah, so that would reject the law of non-contradiction because you have two different natures.
Yeah, so there aren't two different natures for a
violate
photon.
Leibniz law.
Yeah, except there aren't two different natures to a photon. A photon is a single thing.
No, because every particle in nature is going to be usually one or the other. It's going to be a particle or wave.
No, there are no particles. All particles are waves. They just kind of behave like particles a little bit sometimes.
No. It's only with photons. Only with photons.
No, this is with all particles
and waves.
actually. This is with all fundamental particles. In fact, it's even with composite particles. They are all
When
waves,
was
but
this
they
founded?
sometimes behave a little bit like particles. You might call them wavicles.
When was this founded?
When was this founded? Like 1925, 1926?
My understanding was that particles, like photons and specifically, have the particle wave duality. whereas
Your
regular
understanding is
particles are
incorrect
just-
then. I don't know where you learned that, but it's strictly false.
Well, can you give me the argument? Like, show me how they're both wave and particles.
Yeah,
How's that work?
so photons are a particular excitation of the electromagnetic field, in particular the quantized electromagnetic field. They obey a wave equation, therefore they are waves. That's what it means to be a wave.
They behave. They give off wave. Like wave. It's expelled in a wave faction or in a wave form, but photons actually have
Faction?
both elements of particles and waves together at once. At least that's what I've heard. Maybe I'm wrong.
You
I'll
are.
have to do some research. All right, then. Well,
I mean, like strictly speaking, like photons are waves by construction. They're
Okay,
solutions to the wave
okay.
equation. They have
Fine, I'll do
they
it.
have some properties that sometimes they sometimes have some properties that look like what we would call classical particles, meaning that they can be localized in space, but that doesn't stop them from being waves.
fair enough. But I still refute classical laws of logic. So the three laws of logic, I still reject.
Okay.
So
You
for
reject
example,
the law of
the law of
non-contradiction?
Jesus.
I do. Okay.
That's
listen
crazy.
here, listen
You think
here.
some
If
contradictions
I
are
say,
true?
wait, hold on. If I say this sentence is false, just that right there, is that a contradiction? Does that make sense or no?
I don't think that sentence is true.
I don't
No, but
take
you
that to
can
be a
say
proposition.
this sentence is false. This
Yeah,
sentence is
also
false.
that. I don't think that sentence is a proposition because it lacks a value of being either true or false. So I would just
No,
take that to be
the proposition
non-propositional.
is the sentence itself. So just the sentence
I don't think that that's a
itself.
proposition, but I take a proposition
You
to be a
got
statement
cooked.
that's either true or false.
Yeah, it's so if I
And
say
it's
this
neither
statement
true or
is
false, so it's
if I
you know,
say
it's
this
not that.
no, if I say this statement is false, is it true that the statement is false, or is
It's
it
not a
false that the statement is
proposition.
false? It is. You're just
It's
on
neither
not.
true nor false. It's not a proposition.
Dude, go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of philosophy, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah,
people,
could you
like
one
in
better?
modal logic, they talk about this, dude. They talk about this.
I
in,
love it when I hear like
analytic logic.
baby apologist first attempts. This is really a good time.
So look, you can reject the
Who
law.
are
of-
you again?
So,
Who are you,
so I
bud?
mean, you could
No,
reject the
you.
law of the excluded middle if you want. You can reject the law of non-contradiction if you want. You can reject all these things if you want. But if you do that, then that means that you're like, if you reject the law of non-contradiction, then you.
No, just fight against the argument I
To,
presented.
to be
right
clear,
now.
are you rejecting the law of non-contradiction? Do you think that contradictions can be true?
I'm just saying, not in all circumstances can it really hold. Like there are, like people will bring up the dilemma.
Okay,
like,
hold on. I'll give you an argument then, and I'll
blocks,
try to
so-
follow along.
go ahead.
So under your view, there exists a proposition A that is both true and false. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if A is so
That's so
okay,
sad.
so there exists some proposition. Again, I'm adopting your worldview. We're doing an internal critique. There exists some proposition that is true, and let's call it proposition A. A is true and A is false. So in particular, what that means is that A is true or unicorns are real, because if you do a disjunction, then it's true if at least one of the subparts is true. So you've asserted that A is true. So that means that the proposition A is true or unicorns are real is true. However, you've also asserted that A is false. And because the disjunction A is true or unicorns are real is true, but A is false, it therefore follows that unicorns are real. Because the disjunction is
No,
true.
because they're
Are you
two
exploding his
different
view?
subjects
Yeah, I am.
in a different
Okay.
sense. They're two different subjects in a different sense. So, for example, you would have to use A, and then B. You couldn't just jump over to.
It's the same proposition that's both true and false, correct?
Because that's a metaphysical claim. One is a logical claim, right?
Wait, to be clear, you're asserting that there is a proposition that is both true and false, yes?
Well, just with the sentence that I gave you just now, yeah.
Okay, so
Wait,
if
you
it's the
jumped-
case
you
that there is
jumped- you
if there's
just jumped
any
to a
proposition, if there's any proposition that is both true and false, you get to the principle of explosion, which is that any proposition is true. It derives from disjunction.
Yeah. So then you have to affirm at that point that
Basically.
it's true that God doesn't exist.
No, because God is metaphysical claim. It's not a logical claim.
God's not logical?
You have to assert that the proposition God doesn't exist is true. You have to accept that, rather.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, just in terms of what I proposed just now, what is Ian allegedly in have for us? Because I just gave you the proposition. This statement is false.
I don't grant that that's a proposition.
It is.
Okay. What's the argument?
We can move on. We can move on. We can move on.
Do you have like an argument for why that's a proposition?
The proposition is.
Your mic cut out again. You have to refresh again.
Your USB cable sucks. You keep moving your mic around and your USB cable's disconnecting. Get a mic stand and stop moving around.
It's so sad. I was looking for my discrete mathematics book and I couldn't find it.
Shame. I got rid of mine like 10 years ago.
Yeah. We're coming through like your AirPods. It's not good.
Hold on, I'll switch your microphone to the right microphone. All right, see if that works now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. We're back.
Nice.
Okay. You were about to give the argument for why that's a proposition?
So could you just go on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and just look at what I've kind of asserted just now?
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and you want which page?
And I think it's. Hold on, maybe I should take a look here.
I could be
the
wrong.
The page that you're looking for is insolubles.
Yeah. It's just search up like
I think
refutation.
What he's trying to say, and I could be wrong.
Logic.
I think what he's trying to say is that because paradoxical statements exist, the laws of logic don't hold true. But that has nothing to do with the laws of logic. It has something to do with how you form sentences.
If I go to I'll direct you to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy page on propositions. The term proposition has broad use in contemporary. You did say it was a proposition.
Yeah, but I told you to go to specifically refutations of the three classes.
Okay, well, I would tell you to go to the page on propositions, where it's going to define propositions as being the primary bearers of truth, whereas the statement you presented doesn't have a truth value, so it's not a proposition.
The truth value is the statement in itself, so it's self-actualizing. Let's go.
Wow,
to
that was a bunch of gibberish.
Let's go to the section here.
Which page?
We'll see if there's a refutation. I'm just looking right now, bud. Yeah, I was looking at this the other day. I think I was looking at it in logic and classical Indian philosophy, and then I was also looking at analytic philosophy. So,
like classical laws of logic, or
this is I'm just telling you what I was looking at the other day.
Do you reject all three laws of logic?
No, I accept the law of identity.
Huh. But you believe in the Trinity.
Yeah.
The principle of explosion indicates that if you reject the law of non-contradiction, then you have to reject the law of identity. By the way.
Yeah, by rejecting it, you have to assume it, which means it's true. So there you go.
Okay, so you do agree that the law of identity is false. You just also think it's true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, yes. The best argument for God. Make no sense.
Ah, yes. I both am myself and am not myself. Ah.
Okay, let's just you know what? I'll just search this. I'm trying to.
God both exists and doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking next time I come up here, I'll have bookmarks of the links I want to show you guys, and
yes, please.
Good idea.
Reputation there.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll be live.
Let's round back
we'll be live
to
tonight at 5:30 Eastern time on the Atheist Experience. All three of us, you're welcome to call in and try another attempt with your bookmarks.
So I have.
Am I just gonna get yelled at the whole time and not be able to speak?
No, of course not. But I do have a quick question.
It's run by us.
So
because Matt Dillahunty did that before.
Matt Dillahunty doesn't go on AXP anymore. He's on the line.
So So in terms of the Bible, in 1 Samuel 15, God commands the slaughter of the Amalekites. He commands the slaughter of the men, the women, the children, and the infants. My question for you is very simple. Do you think the newborn Amalekite infants deserved to get slaughtered?
Yeah, so I reject that phrasing of the. Let me just grab my book City of God here by St. Augustine and see what he
Oh
has to say.
boy.
Yikers indeed.
Yeah. Looking forward to the. Wait, can we get a spine check really quick? Can you turn it over to the spine? Pristine, never been opened. Wow, that was like a beautiful spine. You can literally see like a little like glimmer coming off of it. That's how unopened this book
reading
is.
it. I have a bookmark right here, bud. Look.
That was the most pristine spine I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, yeah, you don't.
Some
think I
people
read
just
books?
take care
Look
of
at
their
this.
books, Ian.
Nah.
Look
I
at
think if
this.
you read a
Look at this
book, it's like obliterated.
That's a Bible, isn't it?
That's a read book. That book's been
The
read.
Iliad and the Odyssey. There you go. Also.
Oh wait, no, hold on. That was
reading-
secondhand. That was definitely a secondhand book, by the way.
No, it isn't. I got it for Christmas 2 years ago.
And you destroyed the book in 2. How many times have you read it?
I'm reading the Odyssey right now. I don't know how. It got
Why
so
is the book
destroyed.
destroyed if you're not even done with the book?
Oh, I finished the Iliad. I'm reading the Odyssey and getting.
And that destroyed the book. Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
The Dialogues of Plato, so I am reading that.
Thanks. Yeah,
Reading
gosh, I love show and tell.
Physics.
But
Aristotle.
what I'm looking for kind of is like the apologetic.
Yeah. So ancient war rhetoric is basically what Saint Augustine is saying here. So basically, it's if you look at, I'm sure deconstruction logic or deconstruction zone probably agrees with me, but ancient Near Eastern texts used ancient war rhetoric that was very exhaustive, let's say, of the casualties of war. And then you can even see later on.
So I think what you mean to say is
hold on.
that the ancient war annals will typically exaggerate how many they captured and killed in order to make the king look better, but that doesn't mean that they didn't still rape women and burn children alive, which they bragged about over and over again.
Yeah, but in this case, like if you look at archaeological evidence, you don't see. I mean, who is raping women? I mean, the Bible doesn't say you can rape a woman at all.
Yeah, it does.
It says you
In
can
fact,
take
God
them as a.
God says he's causing it in Isaiah 13:16 and Zechariah 14:2.
That's a natural consequence of the sins. It's not actually.
No, it's actually
God
not.
commanding his.
Actually,
No.
God
Yeah, this is
actually
completely different.
commands
This is completely different, 'cause he-
actually causes the rape of David's concubines
natural
in
consequence
2
of the
Samuel
sin of the
chapter.
people. But
Nope,
he
God says
doesn't-
I'm causing it.
He doesn't rape you. You're
He
supposed
does.
to marry a concubine. You're supposed to marry if you prisoner of war.
I'm not
you
talking
have
about
to
prisoner
marry
of
them, you have
war.
to shave their
I'm
head.
talking about David's concubines. God is punishing David's concubines for David's
Yeah, that's
sin,
a
and the
punishment
punishment
for
that
the
he
sin
brings,
of- he's not-
and the punishment. You want to listen to the verse or not? The punishment that is
This
handed for
completely different.
David's
This is a natural
sin.
consequence.
The punish. I'm gonna fucking read it to you since you've never heard of it because it's not a consequence; it's a punishment.
I literally read it.
No, you
literally read
haven't.
it.
No, you haven't.
I have. I've read the whole thing, man.
No, you haven't. So David's wives.
The one in Isaiah and the one in
okay.
Samuel is a natural consequence of
No,
sin.
it's not. And
it's
if you
Isaiah
shut
and
up for
Ezekiel.
5
The
seconds.
universal.
Okay, we'll just mute you.
universal.
Okay. Just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and I'll read you the passage so you don't look stupid. In the passage, it's a punishment, and the punishment is caused by God directly. God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor. God says, I'm doing it, which means God is the cause of it. It's not a natural consequence. It's something that God is causing to happen. When somebody causes something intentionally, it's causing it. It's not an unintended consequence.
I agree.
There you go. So God is okay with
there's
causing
no-
women to be
but
raped.
God is not commanding individuals in the Bible, for example, in His law,
He's
to
causing
go and
it.
rape people.
He allows it in
Yeah,
Deuteronomy
through
22.
natural law. As a
No,
punishment.
no. In Deuteronomy 22, he
Natural
allows
law?
he
Natural
allows
things
you
to happen.
he allows you to do it. In fact, he does demand it in
No, no,
Deuteronomy
no.
21 as well. In Deuteronomy 21, you can take a woman in war if she's pretty and make her your wife. That's rape. Women who are captured in war don't have consent.
They're supposed to be your wife.
Yeah, that's rape.
You don't.
Slaves.
Wait, do you
That's
have
rape,
knowledge
buddy.
that you can like rape your wife? Like it's possible to rape your wife?
Yeah, of course. In the U.S.,
Just in general, do you think that this is like
1987? They passed a law for.
Well,
that's
but,
it's
like, even-
oddly specific that you know that law by the way.
It's consent. It's
That's pretty
even
crazy.
before
actually.
that, right?
Wait, Yikers.
Wait, are you trying to say you're
your name Yikers is getting to be pretty appropriate. Do you think that women that are captured in war actually have consent?
I'm telling you that Paul says in
I'm
that
asking
First
for a yes or no to
Corinthians
my fucking question. Do you think women captured in war have consent?
that- You're a fucking idiot. How about that?
I need the answer to
Good
the
answer.
question.
Good answer.
Yeah, you know what? Let's debate on the atheist experience. I'll see you guys.
I would run the
You
fuck
think
away
you're gonna
from
do
this
better?
one too.
Yep,
Can't blame
that
you.
checks out.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not running away. Dude,
It
I've
certainly
already
looks like
refuted
you're
his
running
argument. All he
away.
does is filibuster.
It's fine. Let him come back. Let him come back with his sources, and we'll destroy those too. It's fine.
Sure.
All right, sounds good. And you've already been destroyed, so. You
On
could-
what
if you-
point?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
what's one? Wait, sorry.
argument,
Before
my
you leave, what's
syllogism.
one argument that you think you did well on in this discussion?
Just so we can
So
study
you
up.
weren't able to prove objective morality.
I
You weren't
was.
able to
You
do
couldn't
that.
reject a premise.
No. I rejected. First of all, most of your premises don't even follow logically.
They do
And
actually.
second of all, you had assumptions baked in there in the cake.
Like
You had
what?
assumptions
Which
baked
one?
In the cake that were unjustified.
Which one?
So, for example, because you want to achieve a goal, therefore, those goals must be achieved because.
No, that's not the
something related
premise.
to
He wasn't
intuition.
fucking listening.
Nope. If something's your goal and something else is necessary to achieve that goal, then you have a reason to do that thing. You know,
No, you
if
don't.
if
No, you don't.
my
That doesn't
goal is
follow.
to
You don't have a
graduate
reason.
from college, and in order to graduate from college, I would need to attend my classes, well, then I have a reason to attend my classes. The reason is my goal is to graduate from college.
Yeah, but if you're just matter, if you're just physical material, what does it matter if you?
You're arguing against
You
the
know,
Platonists.
pass-
Your materialism critique
No, but
falls
what are
flat.
you guys? Dr. Blitz and.
Oh, yeah,
So-
sprint away.
I'm
Gosh,
I'm
is
not
there
even
somebody with
I'm
an
not even a
easier worldview
materialist.
that I could argue against. Gosh, does one of does one of you have
allegedly
an
Ian just
easier
said you were.
worldview?
I don't think
No,
Ian
you
ever
make,
said that
you
I was a
make
materialist.
assumptions, dude. I'll write it down.
Yep.
How about
So
you give
Yikers,
me the
Yikers, go study up on Goworth.
Yeah.
You have like 4 hours to go read the book or read the paper rather.
Yep, it's on. There's like a great article. It's the Internet Encyclopedia
Sure,
of
I'll type it
Philosophy, iep.utm.edu, and then the article is Goworth, Gewirth. This guy's the guy who lays out the ethical system that I hold to.
So just say what his name is again.
Goworth, Gewirth.
His first name is Alan, if that helps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, good. And then I'll just type in like moral realism argument.
Well, yeah, it's like his main thing. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I'll start. No, I'll legit look into this. Yeah, he's a rationalist, moral realist. I'll look at his arguments. I'll come back here and I'll absolutely destroy it. So
Yeah, please.
thank God you're Lord and Judge.
Yeah, we're not
I
worried
pray you guys
about
repent and believe in
your
the one
fictional
Christ.
sky fairy, but also the other people waiting in queue saying that this Yikers dude sounds cringe. Even the other theists here think you're cringy. But come on back. We'll talk to you later tonight. Oh,
Can't
wow.
wait for the LLM slop that he's gonna generate for us.
Yeah. Let me get one ahead of him. I'll do one more ChatGPT query than him.
Yeah, just say like, quick, respond to your response to Goworth.
Give me a critique of Alan Goworth's argument, and then I'll
just copy
type
and
out the
paste it and
second
ask
query.
for- yeah.
Give me a critique
Well,
of your critique.
What you lack in what you lack in credible arguments, you can compensate with confidence. Is that what he was going for? Like it is, as long as you pretend you win, you win.
Something like that.
Oh well. Well, friends, we're gonna read some super chats. We went a little bit late, but he was kind of crashing out in the guest box, and we were like, maybe we should bring him up and let him crash out on screen. And I don't think it disappointed. So Thank you so much for being here, friends. And remember to tune in later tonight on AXP to watch us over there. Ellie says, I'd enjoy y'all bringing up. I'm sorry, I'd enjoy y'all bringing up with a theist sometime. Okay. The psychological effects of strict religious upbringing, and this is the damage it does, maybe. I mean, fuck, thanks, Neurospicy.
What just happened?
Someone sent a dancing bear on TikTok.
Oh, nice.
Right? That one gets music accompaniment, so. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's a good topic, Ellie. I just don't know how it plays into the debate at large, unless like the guest brings it up themselves. But it's certainly something that I like talking about. I love to talk about how Christianity and Islam tend to like cause violence and harm. Prana says, sub this for phony MPL syrup. Can sweetened condensed milk as much frozen fruit as you want. Coconut milk to thin inversion mixer until smooth. That's a lot of words, Prana, and it sounds like a recipe. Is this a recipe for something? I do love some coconut milk. I don't know if I know what this is a recipe for, but thank you for being here. And Melon says, I get y'all don't fuck with God, but where do you stand on ghouls? Well, that last guy was.
Spooky. They're spooky. Ghouls are spooky.
They are spooky. Confirmed.
Indeed. Dr. Fudge says, unapologetic rap battle. Come on, do it. But you do not want to hear me fucking do a rap battle. That's not a
I
thing.
can do all of White and Nerdy by heart, but that's about it.
There we go. That's probably our theme song. Brenda says, no hard feeling, thanks. Well, Brenda, thanks for coming up, but please, next time, make sure you believe in God if you come up again. And G3N says, infighting is needed, Ian. Disagree? Fight me.
No, I won't.
Oh, there you go. Problem solved. And Chad says, why does Ian think we shouldn't say Philbro anymore?
I think that it breeds anti-intellectualism. I think that people will
Said
come
the
up.
Philbro.
Yeah, I think that people will appeal to that to just like avoid engaging with like arguments. Like I genuinely think that if somebody came on here and they said a phrase like, you know, act or potency, that the comments would probably fill up with the phrase Philbro. And that's
They'd be right
like,
though.
I don't know. Well, but that's dumb. That's like extremely anti-intellectual. That there's like you're like writing off an argument because it uses words.
No, writing off an argument because it intentionally uses confusing jargon.
I don't know if it is. I'm not sure. I think that there are ways to adapt the arguments into like a modern dialect.
Then do it.
But I don't know if it's like. I don't think that it's like wrong to read Aquinas and then try to make the argument that he's making and the way that he makes it. I think
that it. Well, we can have this discussion later. Just know that Ian the Philbro is defending that we shouldn't use the word Philbro anymore, and that seems sus.
I do. I defend it.
I'll remain unopinioned. Lux, thank you for the super chat. Says,
unapologetic, unopinioned. What does this guy have?
Nothing. Did Ian just reference God-ish by Pinocchio?
No.
Pinocchio P? I don't know who that is. Okay. Answer's no then. Doc says, when he said imagine, the debate was over. Yeah. Or it could be, or it's possible. Those aren't actual debate phrases you should have. And the Bro Games friend says, most exciting part of turning 18 is Ian's book club. Fuck yeah.
That's wholesome.
Let's go.
Readers are leader, y'all. And Skeet says, even fish pets will respond to you. You know, fuck fish. I'm sure some of them are actually really nice and they love their families very much, their little fish children. But
you heard it here first, folks. Justin hates fish.
Fucking seaweed with scales. Not worth one bit. These motherfucking fish. Booget says Japanimation or anime. I thought it was the same. Am I wrong?
I think they're the same thing.
That's what I thought. I'm going to call it anime because it seems easier and that's what everyone else is using. He also says, ask the caller what he thinks about Gaza. Oh wow.
That
Yeah,
was
I had
interesting.
addressed to Brenda, I think.
That must be an old one. Okay, it could be.
Yeah.
I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you. For instance, what are the moral ethics of a natural parasite, by definition, that has sufficient intelligence and consciousness to self-reflect?
I think that's an extremely messy ethical question. Because okay, so a position that a lot of vegans hold, a lot of vegans who arrive at their veganism via like utilitarian considerations, are committed to positions like predator culling, which basically hold that predators cause a ton of suffering in the world, that the ethical thing to do would be to drive certain predators into extinction. Um, I don't know, man. I just like I think that that's like an extremely difficult ethical question because it's like extremely unintuitive. I also don't think that the utilitarian arguments for veganism are the good ones. I think the deontic ones are the good ones.
Oh shit.
So I feel like the parasite stuff fits under probably utilitarian considerations.
I'll check into that. I'm not fully aware of all the arguments for like veganism and whatnot, but I'd love to brush up on it. Maybe we'll talk later about some recommendations
Yeah, I could absolutely give you some book recs.
for sure. Skeet coming in again. Thank you so much, Skeet. Says time is a human construct. If we lived on Jupiter, we would have a different idea of what time is, and I suspect Blitz might have something to say about this.
No.
Based.
Disagreed. I definitely have a lot of questions about time, but that's for another time. I am the Big Cheese. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, and parasites evolved to be only able to subsist on other conscious agents of other species. This moral argument for parasites is getting pretty deep.
Well, okay, here's an interesting question. Let's say that humans could only exist off of inflicting mass suffering to other animals who are conscious and morally valuable. The question then at that point about whether or not there's an obligation for humans to die off, I don't know. I don't think that it is an obvious answer because it does seem like you're doing something deeply impermissible by existing and inflicting all of this suffering, but it's like unavoidable.
Yeah. Melanitis. Good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the super chat. Says, question for Justin. Where do you get the idea that Bethlehem was an ancestor of David? Everywhere I look, it treats it as a city. Rock hard for Doug. Cook them, guys. So you'll find this in the Book of Chronicles. In Chronicles, in fact, you can do a search for Ephrath and for Bethlehem. And what you'll discover is that these, before they were cities, they were actually individual people. And then they became clans. And then they became cities later. So prior to Bethlehem being a city, it was actually a person. And so First Chronicles chapter 2, verse 51 names the father of Bethlehem, that's Thelma. And then we also discover that there's a direct genetic relationship between the ancestors Bethlehem and Ephrath. Ephrath is actually a woman. It's one of the few matriarchs in the lineage that has a city named after her. So you're going to want to dig into the Book of Chronicles to find those connections. But yeah, so that's why in Micah 5:2, it makes a lot of sense. And the NRSV worded it to kind of agree with me. I don't think you necessarily have to read Micah 5:2 as a lineage as opposed to cities, but I think it makes the most sense of what's happening here. Because remember, this is supposed to be a Davidic king. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrath. Theoretically, Bethlehem would have come after Ephrath in the lineage. So this is suggesting that this is hearkening back to the lineage, which is why it says you are one of the little clans of Judah. It's a tribe coming from these ancestors, which is why it says whose origin is from old, from ancient days, from days gone by, right? And so I think that the best reading of this is that there's going to become a ruler from the same lineage that David came from. That seems to be a very easy, plausible reading of this passage, and that's why I tend to prefer it. Not every scholar agrees with me, and a lot of them, there's divided opinions on the best way to read this passage. I happen to agree with the scholars that think this is about a lineage. Keep in mind, it could be both. It could be a double reference, both the cities and the lineage. But either way, it's certainly not about Jesus. I hope that helps. Pixel Booty, thank you for the super chat, says, the golden rule is quite a stupid concept. What if I have a desire to be beaten up by others? Should I then go around beating others up? And I've heard this before. I think what people usually say is don't treat others the way you want to be treated, but treat others the way they want to be treated. Is that a better way to say it?
Yeah, that seems like more defensible, although that's just not what Jesus is saying.
Yeah, not at all. Eat Some Short says Jesus was a Sith. I don't know what a Sith is, but you're probably fucking right.
What?
Oh my god.
I gotta tell you guys something. I've
What?
only seen the first 3 Star Wars movies. I started watching.
Okay. So you do know. Okay.
Nah. He's gone.
I'm cooked, y'all. They just removed me for not knowing what a Sith is. I haven't seen anything beyond the original 3. I'm sure if I watch them close enough, I could remember what a Sith is, but I have no idea.
Sith definitely gets mentioned in the original 3.
Like famously so.
Probably, yeah. I haven't watched it since I was a teenager, so it's been a bit. Yeah, old lore. But I would have had a poster of Jabba the Hutt and the princess on my wall about that time in history. Dr. Carla,
Of course you did. That checks out.
Who didn't? Which boomer didn't have that poster? I mean, it is what it is. Dr. Carla says, I bet Jesus waits 3 days before he calls. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I am the Big Chief says 1 Peter 5:8 commands believers to be sober-minded. That is the case. I would point out to be sober-minded. I don't know if it means necessary to be sober. I'm not sure if that's what you're implying, but you are allowed to take intoxicants according to the New Testament. Mr. Key, thank you for the super chat, says horizontal stream is greater than the vertical stream. Fight me. And I would say the numbers might agree with you, but the benefit to running both streams is that the vertical stream gets pushed to the shorts feed, and it gets us in front of a lot of new eyeballs. And most of our YouTube guests come through the shorts feed because they're just there flipping through like any other phone feed. Gate says Legends of Galactic Heroes, Ghosts in the Shell Season 2, and Escaflowne are some of the best animes. I didn't recognize any of those words. Y'all?
I recognize Ghost in the Shell.
Oh,
I know Ghost in the Shell was an adaptation. I didn't realize that was an anime adaptation.
Well, now we know. Thanks for the suggestions. And Spam Moko says, I volunteer as tribute to be the panel's anime SME. What's SME?
Subject matter expert. It's me.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So many abbreviations. Okay. I'm going to get there
I can't
one
believe
day.
that. I can't believe in like your like former workplace that they didn't talk about SMEs.
Oh, I thought you were going to say anime.
Mm-mm. No, we had a lot of insider jargon, but not a lot of like stuff that you would find on the internet.
Okay. I guess we are moving past that one.
Yep.
Sorry.
We must be.
Oh boy. Blancs, thanks for the super chat, friend, says there are 2 types of people, weebs and people who aren't weebs yet. Oh. Interesting. So does that mean my destiny is already written for me? I have to become a weeb?
It does mean that, yeah.
Oh shit. Does that mean I have to get a wafu? I'm not sure how this works.
We're gonna move past that
I'm gonna
one too.
cry.
I'm fucking ruining everything. Skeet, thanks for the super chat. Says the Book of Enoch describes that Earth has a 364 and 1/4 day rotation and explains the wobble. I don't recall the Book of Enoch doing that. I have to go through and reread it. The wobble of the Earth, meaning the axis oscillation, I don't think it is maybe is explained as well as you might think it's explained in the Book of Enoch. I get if you read it loosely enough, you can kind of say this sounds like something else, but I'm not sure it's saying what you think it says. I could be wrong though. Fan Sensibility friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Blitz, how can you say Justin doesn't like fantasy when he spent so much time learning and becoming educated on the Bible and Near East mythology?
That's Bible... a good point. Absolutely good point.
Somebody
I
stands up
guess,
for me.
yeah, I guess one person. I guess he likes one kind of fantasy.
Shit. Vindicated. Absolutely. Thank you for that. The OG Lord of the Rings. Actually, I do like Lord of the Rings. So Stone Lava Salt. Absolutely in solidarity, friends. And Constantine with different spelling. Thank you for the super chat. It says red pounded by produce. Reed pounded by produce. Great Catholic erotica. There's a Catholic erotica called Pounded by Produce? Is it the
There's an
VeggieTales?
erotica for everything.
Well, no shot. It's VeggieTales.
That would be so funny.
I have no idea.
It is.
No fucking
Amazing.
way.
Bro, check out this Amazon cover. This shit is peak.
No way. If you like the wasp with tomatoes down the produce aisle, holy shit.
Fleeing a tumultuous path, Emily finds refuge at a kitchen job in a quiet countryside parish. Robert and Laurent are two best friends with a bond that has crossed lines throughout their history, but now walk the straight and narrow, giving their lives to the parish as priests. One magical night under the harvest moon, Robert and Laurent experience a bizarre transformation. They wake up as a tomato and a cucumber. Emily brings these ripe and juicy vegetables into the kitchen, but instead of preparing a meal, she uses them for other more carnal needs.
No.
Unbelievable.
If you like to talk to tomatoes, if a squash can make you smile.
Fantastic. Amazing. Couldn't have gotten any better than that. Whew. Well, thank you for that treat. And Trent, thank you for the super chat. Says, deep philosophical thought. What if C-A-T really spelt dog? 1,000 points if you get the reference, and you're old. Well, I am fucking old. I know about Cat Dog, the cartoon.
I don't get it.
But I don't know how C-A-T would spell dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trent, no bonus points for us. Sorry about that. And G3N says evolution selects at the gene level.
That's
I mean,
true. Interestingly, there are parasitic genes. They're called like jumping genes that will make copies of themselves and then put those copies elsewhere throughout the genome. And very often when they do that, it like destroys functionality, but it's good for that gene specifically, so it keeps happening.
And Trent with the follow-up says, when Ian said, I intuit about incest for a second, I thought he was saying he was into it. Hey, sis, you're looking fine as a mofo.
Oh, no.
It really took a rough turn. We'll leave that one, but fine. Fred, thank you for the super chat, says, Ian, you must be wrong because you didn't consider Na'am. And that's valid.
Yeah. Never considered. Never thought. That thought didn't cross my mind, you know.
You can't ignore it.
Except you could, Na'am. Mr. Key.
Fuck.
Fitting that this guy's screen name is Yikers. I know. I hope we get more of them later on the AXP stream. It's gonna be pretty wild, actually. Payne, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Bruh, that slit experiment got people messed up."
I gave him a fair warning too. I'm like, bro, you just shouldn't bring up quantum mechanics. Like it's not gonna go well for you. And he's like, I'm gonna bring up quantum mechanics. I'm like, he conceded in like 45 seconds.
Well, at least he's confident. Random Potato says, Yikers' sister wife is a duality. That actually checks out logically. Sister wife, fantastic. River Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says Lacrosse Club Menard needs to lay off the monsters. Oh, fuck!
That's so funny.
That's crazy. Lacrosse Club Menard is on it. Thank you for that. That's a gem. Pixel Booty says Kiddo's grin says, I already know I cooked myself. Yeah, the grin was creepy. Like, yeah, I don't know if that was a reflex of embarrassment or if he really was just that weird that really thinks it's going well.
It's really hard. I think it's hard to say.
Yeah. Dean Bathurst says, "Yikers isn't a Phil bro. He's a frat bro." Mm,
He's
probably.
aspiring.
Yeah, definitely aspiring. I don't know if the pledges are going to let him in. Opto, thanks for the super chat. Says proposal for a new Maxim. The first interlocutor to claim victory has lost.
Mm.
Actually, yeah,
That's probably true.
I mean, it could be, right? I don't know. I love the deathless light strategy. You just say a bunch of jargon until your opponent is confused. How does it feel to lose? You got obliterated. I just headbutted your teeth down your throat. How does it feel to lose? And then after that, it's like a never-ending, uninterruptible whirlwind of insults.
Yeah. If you can just assert that you've won and then avoid going back to the actual argument, then that just means you've won. Everyone knows that. 49 perfect.
I mean, obviously.
I mean, it's just, it's fucking analytically true or some shit like that. 49 perfect.
That's what the kids say.
That guy's room. Wait, that guy's room now heavily smells like sweat from a guy that drinks Red Bull instead of water. Yeah, if I had to guess, there's some smells in that room, and he didn't look like he was fond of bathing, so it strikes me as the type of guy that would spend time on the internet doing this. Hash says, just discovered stream. Interesting stuff. Well, thank you, Hash. And hope you enjoyed it, friend. We're going to be live again at 4:30 on the Atheist Experience channel. Grims, thank you for the super chat, friend. Good to see you. Says, wouldn't humans be more like termites rather than parasites, generally draining our environment of its resources, causing severe damage to other habitats in the long run?
Maybe, although I don't think that this is strictly true because I don't think that it has to be like this. I think that it's probably the case that humans are like net negative to the environment right now. That's like almost certainly true. But I don't think it has to be that way, which is why I don't think that I don't think that I don't think that we're in like a circumstance where it's like, we're intrinsically parasites. There's nothing that we could do to not be parasites. Because I think that there is stuff that we could do. I think that we could be more sustainable, and then we wouldn't have to, at that point there would be no problem.
Yeah, sure. Also, someone is asking if the Atheist Experience was at 4:30. If I said 4:30, I misspoke. We're streaming
right?
at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Atheist Experience channel. Highly recommend tuning in for that. And Kane says, Justin, I'm so proud that you use waifu. Is it wafu, wifu, waifu?
It's waifu.
You did it right.
Okay. Correctly. Well, Kane, listen, every once in a while, like even a dead clock is right twice a day. So like, I get lucky once in a while. Thanks for recognizing that though. I appreciate it. Maybe I'm not a boomer. We'll see. The Rabid Squirrel Sage, thank you for the super chat, says, there's no God. Proof even Jesus wouldn't smite down Justin for the Sith comment. You know what? It is interesting how much smiting the God did in the Bible and compare it to how much smiting is done now. It really gets me concerned because I feel like there are some people that need smitten. Yeah. I would be in favor if God decided he was going to start smiting people like the Hitlers and Mussolinis. I'd be like, fuck me, I don't know. Maybe I like this God concept, but as it stands, remember he was smiting people for spilling their seed, but he refuses to smite people that commit genocide. So it's hard to take this God seriously. Last super chat, my friends. Thank you for being here. This is from Rod. We really appreciate that. Rod says, watch Steel Ball Run, March 19th, part of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure franchise. In this arc, horse riders, flamboyant cowboys, traverse the entire USA collecting parts of the body of Jesus. What the fuck, I know. I mean, I don't know if I will, but that sounds like the type of thing I would like to see. But let's be real. I probably won't. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Maybe I'll be able to catch like a rerun or something. Fuck, I didn't even watch like the Super Bowl. But friends, thank you so much for being here, for supporting the stream, for liking and sharing. Remember, we're going to be live again at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Atheist Experience. Come by and support us. Hopefully, we'll get some of these same ridiculous callers on AXP, and we get a double roasting going. So thank you so much,
One can only
friends.
dream.
Yes, one can only dream. And we love and appreciate y'all. We're going to be live here in a little bit. So catch a water break, use a bathroom, and we'll see y'all soon.